Just please.
Hey, Serena.
The familiar deep rumble of Ash's voice met my ears. I never thought I'd be so happy to hear from a watcher. Seth released my arm instantly and glared as Ashes stopped at my side. Immediately, I moved against Ashes. As nasty as the watchers were, they hadn't tried to kill me. Yet, I'd take my chances with them all day, any day. I shivered when Ashes snaked his arm around my waist and brought me closer, tucking me easily beneath his arm like I was a puzzle piece. A muscle thrummed along Seth's jaw as he took in Ash's arm.
What the hell is this?
Seth demanded, gesturing between us.
Easy asylum. I promised I'd walk her to class today.
Ashes said without missing a beat.
I was late, and she left without me.
Right.
Seth's Adam's apple bopped in his throat.
So I guess that means your conversation is over. I can handle her from here.
Serena, seriously. I want to talk. I'm not going to stop until you listen.
Seth said, backing away from us.
I'll prove to you that I'm serious about everything. You'll see.
I stared down at my feet, holding my breath with my eyelids squeezed closed as I counted. 1, 2, 3.
Serena,
Ashes said gently, turning me to face him. He reached out and tilted my chin up.
hey, it's okay. He's gone. Breathe. Christ, your face is red. Come on. Serena.
He gave me a quick shake, snapping me out of it. I let out a whoosh of air, my head spinning. I sagged forward, and he caught me to his chest, his fingers raking through my hair as I gulped in mouthfuls of air.
It's okay. I got you.
He murmured as I clung to him.
I got your text and came as fast as I could. I didn't even know where to look for you. You sent me a frown and gulp. I assumed that meant help. I didn't even bother going to your dorm. I just never see you in the mornings. So I thought you probably just leave earlier and I'd find you on the path. A lucky guess, huh?
I sniffled, a tear trickling out of my eye.
I wish you'd talk. You could tell me what happened to you, and I'd kill the fucker who did it.
The way he said that made my chest ache. As much as I wanted a savior, I knew Asher Valentine wasn't going to be one. He was a watcher, an enemy. But he came. He's here. That has to mean something, right?
I'm not as bad as you think I am.
Ashes said, cutting into my thoughts.
If I can help, I will. Just know that sometimes I need what I need because I forget I'm human. The things I do, that we do, reminds me I am. So forgive me my sins, my sweet little heaven.
Heaven. He called me Heaven. He offered me a small smile that made his eyes sparkle. Where I usually saw malice in the eyes of men, I only saw his sincerity. It would do. For now.
Movie night tonight?
Bryce asked as we walked through the halls after classes got out. I'd been called on by Sister Frances, and when I didn't answer, she'd made me write scripture all class period. My hand was tired, I had a headache, and I still hadn't seen Headmaster Sully for my punishment with him. I blinked my eyes at the bright fluorescent light overhead as it flickered.
Me and the guys are going to get into the kitchens tonight and grab some snacks. I know you need a refill on yours. Anything you want? I noticed you really like your granola bars. I can try to grab a couple of those for you and a few sodas and bottles of water.
We stopped outside the library, and he cast me a quick look before looking to the library.
Studying? On a Friday?
I blinked at him, and he smiled. I had to see Sully, and the last thing I wanted was for him to know what was happening. It would only make things worse because I knew Bryce would tell. Who he'd tell, I didn't know, but I couldn't risk it. If word got out, I'd get sent back to Jerry, and Jerry's wrath would be 10 times worse.
Okay, I'm going to go meet up with the guys. I can come back and walk with you later if you want.
I swallowed and looked past him.
Serena, throw me a bone here.
He scratched his head.
I want to keep you safe, but I don't want to intrude if you just want to relax in the stacks. Honestly, I don't like the idea of you walking alone, what with the whole Watchers being a bag of dicks over you, and then Danny. I'll just come back.
I pressed against him, my head on his chest. He snaked his arms around me and gave me a gentle squeeze before he released me and stepped back and offered me a reassuring smile. With my hand on his chest, I blinked at him again and looked over his shoulder to let him know to go. I'd be fine.
I guess if this is the worst you have today, consider yourself lucky. You could be Jake Neiman. I heard the Watchers got him and made him fill his underwear with chocolate pudding and walk around in it all day.
Well, glory be I wasn't Jake Neiman. Of course, knowing what I knew about Headmaster Sully and what awaited me behind his closed doors, pudding in my pants would be a welcomed treat.
Well, I'll see you soon, okay? I guess I won't walk you back.
I gave a slight nod of my head that made his smile widen.
We're getting there, huh?
He reached out and gave my hand a squeeze before turning to leave. I watched him go before turning to walk back to Headmaster Sully's office, my own personal 9th level of hell. Sully was behind his desk when I stepped inside.
Good afternoon, Serena. I trust your week has been good.
He signed the paper he was reading and looked at me, that wicked smile I hated so much on his face. I closed the door behind me, knowing the drill, and sat in the seat across from him.
I spoke to Jerry today. He's wanting a bit more force put into the eradication of the demons in your soul. Tell me, how did you do on your end?
He raised his brows at me.
Aside from the writing assignments.
My bottom lip wobbled as I stared at him without an answer. He got to his feet and walked to the door. The sound of the lock clicking on it made the nausea roil in my guts. I struggled harder to come up with something, wanting to show him anything he would deem acceptable before he did something horrible. He stopped in front of me and gave me a fatherly smile.
You still don't listen, do you, Miss Lawrence? You don't even try. I don't want to keep punishing you, but if you don't fight the demons too, I'll just have to keep teaching you a lesson. I've been watching you. The reports I've gotten about your group therapy sessions are saying you don't participate. You will fall in line and learn to live in His grace. I think another whipping is in order, so you remember.
I froze, staring up at him. No. 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 Not happening. He could beat me until I died. He could shred my clothes off me and force me to walk in front of the student body and prove he was a monster. There were other ways to scream without making a sound, and God help me, I'd do it.
Don't fight God's will, Serena. God punishes the wicked. I'm here to make you better.
He reached for me, but I jerked away from him. His face went from the fake, kind, caring mask to one of outrage. He reached for me again, this time grasping my shirt. I fought against him until I fell out of my chair. He didn't let go. Instead, he let out a snarl and hauled me, kicking and bucking across the floor until we were away from the chairs. He must have gotten his belt off with his other hand in the tussle, because when he let me go, he followed up by hitting me across the chest with his brown leather belt, making me arch my back off the floor in pain. And he didn't stop hitting me. The belt came down on my chest, torso, legs. I wept silently, gasping for air, as I managed to get to my hands and knees. It didn't matter where I crawled, he was there, his belt thrashing against my back, ass, and thighs. His hair was a wild mess as he continued his assault, screaming scripture at me in a garbled rage.
Withhold not correction from the child, for if thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod and shalt deliver his soul from hell. You will be saved, Serena. You will be healed. Your demons will be eradicated. Accept it.
I couldn't even comprehend it after the belt licked my skin several more times. It was all nonsense to me as I fell face first, hitting my head on the edge of a bookcase. My vision swirled and darkened around the edges as he struck me again, making me finally collapse. So he was going to kill me. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried.
Chapter 27. Stitches.
Can I suck your dick?
Melanie giggled as she pressed her lips to my neck. I took a drink of my whiskey and ignored her as she rubbed against me like a cat in heat. I felt like I was going to jump out of my body as I gave her hair a tug. The backyard was packed with partygoers, all grinding and dancing on one another as music boomed out. I imagined their meds and alcohol didn't mix. But who the fuck was I to tell anyone no? Even I was on my meds and drinking. Pretty sure at this point the meds were just there to take up space in my veins. I'd keep taking them, though, just in case. I was weird like that. I sat on the patio. Melanie had been on my dick all night. It wasn't unusual, and any other time I'd have taken her up on her offer, but I wasn't feeling it. In fact, I hadn't been feeling it with anyone since Serena Lawrence came into my life. I looked out in the sea of people to see a couple girls giggling around church and Sin, desperately trying to get them to take the bait. I figured Sin would, since he never turned down pussy. But I was curious about what church would do. Of course, there was also the question of Melanie. If she wasn't getting all the attention from us and being passed around like a joint, she tended to get bitchy. Church pissed me off with his talk about wanting Serena without us. I wanted her alone too. But there was something hot about sharing your girl with your friends and watching them fuck her. Or at least I thought there would be. We needed this after Sin's ordeal with his last obsession. Our only obsession. We agreed on it. That was why we fucked Melanie. We kept shit open so we wouldn't have any more mishaps like we had with Isabella, which definitely hadn't been open. She was Sin's girl. Fuck, I hated even thinking her name. I shoved the ugly memory away as Melanie rubbed my cock through my jeans. I'd never had a steady girlfriend. We had Melanie, but that wasn't real. She was just a guaranteed fuck for us. Ashes attempted a girlfriend a time or two, but always ended up dropping the girl when she got too clingy. Even Mr. Candy Hard set his limits. My mind went back to Sin and Isabella. I shoved that nasty memory out of my head again. I couldn't do that shit again. Wouldn't. Refused. Not fucking happening. Ever. I was pretty sure Serena could whine day in and day out, and all of us would drop what we were doing to make sure she got what she wanted. Even Church and Sin, the two hard asses. Of course, they might make her pay for her whining, but if she were ours, she'd be down for their brand of punishment. Delicious punishment. Fuck, why couldn't we just take her now? I wanted her. I needed her. She haunted my dreams. Then she'd run through them away from me, making them a nightmare. What a fucking way to mess up my head further.
Wanna go to your room?
Melanie breathed out in my ear, her tits pressed against me.
We haven't been together in a long time.
No, I said, not bothering to look at her. I tugged at my hair again.
Why? I want you, Stitches.
And I want a refill. I shook my cup at her and she pulled away, her bottom lip jutted out. Fill it and we'll see about the rest. That seemed like a fair enough deal for her because she took my cup and scampered off. Melanie liked to feel needed. I blamed it on her narcissism. It was then that I noticed Bryce pushing his way toward me. I sat forward and let my legs bounce as Ashes came out and stopped at my side. Wonder what he's doing, I murmured, watching as he finally made it to the steps.
Something's wrong.
Ashes said.
Did you do it?
Bryce snarled, rushing up to us. He shoved Ashes hard in the chest.
Did you fucking do it?
Do what?
Ashes pushed him back, making Bryce stumble. He came charging again, his face red. I intervened and grabbed him by the nape of the neck and shoved him to his knees. I caught Church and Sin making their way toward us. The party still happening around with no one really paying attention to what was going on in our neck of the woods. I caught sight of a security guard having a glass of beer off to the side. Not surprising. Fucking security. What the fuck is your problem, Andrews? I snarled, shoving him forward. He went to all fours, his chest heaving.
What's going on?
Church demanded, glaring down at Andrews. Sin gave him a light kick to the ribs, knocking him down.
You were asked a question.
Sin snapped. Bryce pushed himself up and glared at us, his face red.
Serena, you fucking assholes punished her. I assure you, we haven't touched a hair on her pretty little head.
Church growled as Ashes shot me a worried look. My chest tightened, all the pent-up energy within me bouncing around violently, desperate to escape. What happened to her?
I don't know. I went to see her tonight and she wouldn't stop crying. I was going to surprise her and walk her back from the library, but she was gone. I found her in her room in tears. She has a bruise on the side of her face. I couldn't even touch her. She wouldn't let me. She always lets me.
And you think we beat your girlfriend?
Sin shook his head.
Please. We're a bit more creative than beating on women.
We didn't touch Serena.
Ashes added. Bryce climbed to his feet.
Where's Seth?
Over there. I pointed to Seth standing around with a couple girls and his friends, Kobe and Riley.
Find out where he was.
Church grunted. He'd been quiet. Too quiet. I hopped off the step and went to Seth, the energy buzzing through me. I'd already practically killed Danny Lindley for touching her. I knew I would have finished him if I hadn't been stopped. No one should ever touch our angel but us. Seth looked at me curiously as I approached. Where have you been since classes let out?
What?
He crinkled his brows at me. I said, where the fuck have you been since classes let out today?
None of your goddamn business.
It's Serena. Where were you? I was done fucking around. I was so angry someone touched her, I was ready to beat some ass. Hold your shit together. Don't fucking slip. Don't do that shit again.
I went for a run with Kobe, then we ate and I showered. We met up with Riley and came here. Why, man? What's wrong with her?
His eyes were wild as he looked around the party. Was he with you? I glared at his friends.
Yeah, man, the whole time. We didn't see Serena.
Riley was quick to confirm. I turned to go, but Seth grabbed my arm. I ground my teeth and turned to look at him. He didn't seem like he cared he was touching me.
What happened? Was it Danny again?
Normally I'd have punched him in the face and walked away, but there was something in his eyes that made me stop. He genuinely looked concerned. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Will you let me know if she's okay? She won't let me near her.
I gave him a stiff nod and returned to my group. Was in asylum. He was with Riley and Kobe all night. Unless they're all lying.
I hope they are. I've wanted to punch him in the face since I met him.
Sin looked over his shoulder at the trio as they talked. Seth shooting us worried looks, a frown on his face.
Look at you, Mr. Protector.
Ashes shook his head at Sin, who sneered. Yeah, keep telling yourself you're not interested, big guy.
Maybe she's just having a bad day.
Ashes offered, wincing. Bryce shook his head.
Serena has bad days, but something isn't right. I've never seen her so upset. I want to know what happened to her and who's to blame. She has fucking bruises. We'll handle it.
Church said.
Go check on her.
I watched as he leaned in and whispered something in Bryce's ear. Bryce stiffened and pulled away, glaring at him. Church merely cocked his head in return. What was he doing? The problem with Church was he tended to let his crazy out when he shouldn't. Serena had brought his crazy out even more since her arrival.
Follow the rules, Andrews. I'll fucking break you if you don't comply. I'll start with her.
Church's voice took on a soft, dangerous current that made even my body erupt in goosebumps. Bryce shook for a moment. His hands balled into fists before he nodded once and left. It didn't take a genius to see how tense he was as he stormed off the patio. What did you tell him? I tugged my gaze from the back of Bryce to Church.
What I needed to,
Was all he said. He snapped his fingers a moment later and one of the freshman initiates came running over. A female, the one labeled Tease. The big black letters were barely faded on her forehead.
I need you to get into the infirmary and grab a first aid kit. Take it over to 555 and leave it outside the door.
He said, grabbing a bottle of whiskey off the table on the patio and handing it to her.
Leave this too. Come back and let me know once you're done.
Yes, sir.
T snagged the bottle from Church and rushed off to do his bidding. Does she need a first aid kit? What did Andrews tell you while I was gone? I waited for Church to answer, but he simply turned on his heel and walked into the house, closing the door softly behind him. What the fuck? I looked back to Sin and Ashes.
Leave him.
Sin said.
He's too angry to talk. Let him plan.
Worry crossed Ash's face as his gaze shifted between me and Sin. Fuck it. I snagged a fresh bottle of beer and popped the top off. I sank down in my seat only for Melanie to come scampering back over, tits half out. I didn't pay her any attention as she slid between my legs and rubbed my cock. All I could think about was what happened to Serena. And what would happen to the son of a bitch who touched her once we got our hands on him. Danny fucking Lindley better pray it wasn't him, because I'd be back to finish what I started.
Chapter 28. Serena. My body hurt. I hugged the toilet as I vomited into it for the third time that night. The pain was too much. Bryce came to my room only to leave, shaking in anger when I wouldn't tell him what happened. I wasn't sure what he expected of me. He'd returned later to lie with me until I fell into a fitful sleep, but said he couldn't stay. He seemed angry about that too, which only made me feel more like shit than I already did. A soft knock sounded out at my door. I shuffled to my feet and lurched toward it slowly, only to pull it open to find a first aid kit and a bottle of whiskey propped against the door jamb. I took the items and looked down the hall to not see anyone. I snagged everything up and returned to my room, sitting on the bed, wincing. I ran my hands along the cool white metal of the first aid kit before opening it to find bandages, creams, and pain meds inside. Grateful, I fumbled the pain meds open and swallowed 4 of them, washing them down with a gulp of the whiskey. It burned all the way down, making me sputter and cough. But if it would take me out for a bit, I would eagerly drink it. Once I'd managed to get a good amount of it down, I propped my pillows around me so my tender back wouldn't have so much pressure on it as I laid back. My head spun as my phone vibrated. Katie called earlier and left me a voice message saying she missed me and that Mom and Jerry were shopping for new furniture. Weakly, I grabbed my phone and stared at the screen with blurry eyes. Ashes.
Are you okay? I'm worried about you. Bryce came here to tell us you weren't well. Do you need me to come to you? You know I will, Heaven.
Heaven. The sweet nickname he'd given me for God knew what reason. Did he care? Did he know what Headmaster Sully did to me? To other students? Was he helping him somehow? I blinked my eyes, my head swimming, trying to force the beautiful man with the sweet smile out of my head. If I'd give in to the Watchers, they might protect me. But at what cost? They already planned on punishing me for just being me. But I needed someone, anyone. I needed them to claim me. I'd end up in a war with Melanie, most likely. But if what everyone said was true, the Watchers would keep me safe. I closed my eyes and breathed out. I was sick of being strong. Katie told me to find the biggest, most badass guy on campus and befriend him. I needed to give in. I had to. The warm fuzziness in my body spread, blanketing me. The pain subsiding enough to make me not want to fling myself out of my bedroom window. I woke sometime after 3 a.m. with the strangest feeling of being watched. I cracked my eyelids open and saw a figure sitting in the chair facing my bed. My heart hammered so hard in my chest I was sure the intruder could hear it. My lamp didn't cast enough light around the room to see him completely, leaving him in shadow. Seth. It's Seth. He's come to finish me off. The figure didn't move. He simply sat there, shrouded in darkness as I shrank away, deeper into my pillows. My breath clung in my throat as he slowly got to his feet a moment later, his face coming into view. Dante Church, here, in my room.
You're hurt.
His voice was soft, sending goosebumps skittering across my skin. I swallowed and stared up at him as he towered over me.
Who touched you? Tell me, Spectre, and I'll make them pay.
Confusion clouded my thoughts as he cocked his head, his blonde hair falling across his face.
You're just the perfect target, aren't you? You can't tell the awful secrets the monsters try to hide. It's almost sad.
I twisted my fingers into my blanket, shaking beneath his dark stare.
I brought you something.
He turned and walked back to the chair and picked up something before coming back to me. The bed dipped as he sat beside me, a white garment in his hands.
You see, I think of you as a ghost, a beautiful broken spirit looking to find her home. I thought this would look nice on you as you slept.
He handed the white garment to me. I stared back at him, unmoving.
It's a gift. I want you to have it and wear it every night. You can start now. I'll turn so you can change.
He got up and walked to my window and looked out, his back to me. He wasn't asking me. He was telling me. Was he serious? He'd broken into my bedroom and was watching me sleep and had even brought me a gift? Terrified didn't even begin to cover how I felt. Find the biggest badass on campus and befriend him. Katie's words raced through my mind. He was one of my tormentors, though. To be fair, his brand of punishment didn't hurt as much as Headmaster Sully's. And he did say he'd hurt whoever it was. I swallowed and looked down to the garment in my hands before throwing caution to the wind. If I could get into the Watcher's good graces, it might save me a hell of a lot of pain. Without further hesitation, I took off my long-sleeved sweater and sleep shorts, grinding my teeth at the soreness in my body, and pulled the white nightdress over my head. It reminded me of something out of Victorian times. White, gauzy, soft, long sleeves. They went to my ankles. There was even a small white silk bow on the front of it. I gasped as I tried to settle back in bed, my body screaming at me. Church turned around, his eyes zeroing in on me. He stalked toward me, his mouth set in a tight line. Terror raced through me, but quickly melted away as he adjusted my pillows and helped me settle back. He brought my blanket up around me, tucking me in tightly, his expression never changing. His fingers brushed my jaw gently.
If you tell me who hurt you, I'll go and end their life right now. All you need to do is whisper it to me, Spectre.
I parted my lips, and for a moment, His eyes lit up in the moonlight streaming in through my bedroom window. The words were on the tip of my tongue. They just wouldn't come out. I opened and closed my mouth several times, but my brain, mouth, and vocal cords were out of sync, and the only sound I had was silence. I crinkled my brows, my eyes burning as I stared up at him. Anger coursed through me. The one time I wanted to scream a name, and it wouldn't come out.
It's okay. I'll find out who did it. You know why?
He skimmed his warm lips along my cheek.
Because I claimed you the moment I saw you. You will never escape me. I own you, Serena Lawrence. You just haven't realized it yet.
He inhaled deeply before pressing a kiss to my forehead. My heart jumped in my chest as his lips lingered.
Sleep.
He said, pulling away from me.
I'll keep watch.
I stared after him as he got up and moved back to the chair and settled in. I couldn't fully see his face in the darkness, but I knew his eyes were focused on me. Find the biggest badass on campus. Looked like he found me. Just add terrifying to his description.
Chapter 29. Church. She lay in bed watching me, her dark brows pinched. I knew it was from the pain she was in, but I didn't press the subject with her. I knew my limits, and something snapped within me the moment I laid eyes on her that first day. All I needed was a fucking name. Even just the initials. I'd hunt down everyone with those initials and gut them all to prove my fucking point. Don't touch what belongs to me. Some people needed to be reminded. I watched as her chest rose and fell beneath the white nightdress I'd gotten her. I'd ordered it in only days before, eager to see my little specter in white. Her black as night hair and pale skin made her look like a living doll. My pretty little plaything. You should be sleeping. She licked her lips before parting them. My cock came to life in my pants, all sorts of dirty thoughts in my head. I could sink deep inside her and latch on like the fucking demon I was. I could own every part of her body, her moans, her trembles, her screams. Mine, all of it. I breathed out, relishing in the dirty, forbidden thoughts in my head before I shook them away to focus on the breathtaking reality before me. The moonlight shining in on her after I turned off her light made her look so beautiful. It was hard for me not to climb into bed with her and make her scream for me. In that moment, I knew of at least a dozen ways to make her shout God's name and curse mine. But she remained silent, her mouth turning down into a deeper frown, her brows crinkling further. Frustration and red-hot desire coursed through my body as I gripped the arms of the chair tighter. She was afraid of the dark, but she had the moonlight to guide her. And me. I wanted to soothe all her wounds. I wanted to tear into her and create new ones and stitch them together with my name while she clung to me, begging me to stop. But most of all, I just wanted her. All of her. I knew as I stared back at her, nothing in the world would ever change that. In fact, anything else that happened in her name would provoke the monster I was barely keeping caged. Serena Lawrence was mine, and I'd rip the tongues out of anyone's mouth who said otherwise. That was how fucking sick I was when it came to my specter. That was how fucking twisted I was. She drove me to the brink of my sanity and then shoved me over the edge with those fucking mesmerizing eyes and pouty lips. But it was her silence that beckoned my dark thoughts. I wanted to tear into her and strip her of her secrets. There were many. I knew there were. If you don't tell me a name, I'll punish every motherfucker who breathes too close to you, I said, my voice a soft snarl as I leaned forward in my seat so she could see me in the moonlight. If you don't tell me a name, someone could die. She said nothing, opting to stare at me from beneath long dark lashes, her blanket clutched in her hands. Do you want people to die, Spectre? I cocked my head at her, desperate to know what was going through that pretty little head of hers. Her eyes glistened as she continued to look at me. If I was looking for confirmation, I got it. I'd kill for Serena Lawrence. I stared out at the sea of faces as I sat in my spot in the lunchroom.
You going to eat that?
Stitches nodded at the cheeseburger on my plate. He shifted in his seat, his legs bouncing. He was always fucking moving. I wanted to shake him sometimes just to get it the fuck out of him. I shook my head, my jaw clenched as I looked out to the mass of students in the hopes of seeing Serena. I had stayed in her room all night watching her sleep, watching as she fought an invisible tormentor, planning how I was going to take out any fucker who thought about her. I'd slipped out sometime right before sunrise and had gone back to the sanctuary. I hadn't slept in a long damn time, but I was on high alert, wanting to see her.
We doing the next occurrence?
Sin shoved Stitch's hand away from his tray as Stitches made to snag his water. Yes, I said absently, waiting for any sign of her.
What are we going to do?
Stitches managed to grab a couple fries from Ash's tray as Ashes swore at him. There are 4 occurrences left. I think we should each do one. I want the first one. You fucks can fight out who's getting the remaining ones in what order. You plan them, we'll follow.
Nice.
Stitches swallowed and grinned.
I want her in my bed. Her punishment will be a night with me.
That is punishment.
Sin wiped his mouth.
Fuck off.
Stitches said, not looking the least bit upset as he tugged at his shaggy black strands of hair.
What about you, Sinclair? What are you going to have her do?
Maybe strip her and make her run naked while I chase her through the cemetery.
Sin answered in a monotone, not looking like he gave a shit as he slouched back in his chair. Ashes rolled his eyes.
That's ridiculous.
Sin shrugged.
I honestly don't give a shit what happens. I'm not interested in her. But if I'm thinking it through, it'll be something with Kane, like I already said. Maybe everything I said before, but with him chasing her. Pretty sure it wouldn't take much to convince him.
Whatever, man. I don't know what I'll do yet, but I'll give it more thought than getting her naked or making her sleep in my bed.
Ashes looked to me as Stitches grumbled how his idea was good before stuffing more food into his mouth.
What about you? What are you going to do?
I'm just going to watch her. I'll decide when the time is right, I said softly as the doors to the cafeteria opened and she came in hunched over, looking like she was in pain, just walking. Bryce was at her side, not talking. A first, considering whenever I saw him with her, his mouth was moving a mile a minute.
I wish she would sit with us again at Mass.
Stitches sighed, watching Serena as she trailed behind Andrews.
She learned her lesson,
Ashes said.
Now she just sits with Andrews and his band of losers.
Stitches shook his head, his eyes narrowed as he watched her.
She could be a queen. And she chooses to dwell with the pond scum. I'll never understand it. It's crazy. Fucking ridiculous. I hate it.
That's because she's basically scum.
Sin said, not bothering to look in her direction.
Or at least that's the perception I get from her. She just doesn't care.
You're wrong.
Ashes glared at him.
She does care, but can you imagine the shit in her head she's going through? Cut her some slack. Everyone here is battling their own demons, even you.
Sin rolled his eyes and went back to his lunch. I got up from my seat without a backward glance or explanation to my crew and approached her. I stepped in front of her path, making her stop, her eyes widening as she looked up at me. We're not looking for trouble, Andrews said, reaching for Serena's hand. She clamped her hand in his. Then leave. I didn't pull my gaze from Serena's. Church, if I have to tell you again, there will be trouble. I finally looked over at him. He licked his lips, his gaze darting from me to Serena, who had taken to staring at her feet, then back to me. I quirked an eyebrow at him, waiting for him to make my fucking day. Lucky for him, he understood he was fighting a losing battle and released her hand. I'll wait for you, okay? She didn't answer. She simply continued to look at her feet. Don't. She'll be late. Church, man, don't hurt her. You're pissing me off. I snapped my fingers, and almost immediately my guys were at my back.
Off you go, Andrews.
Stitches said with a smile, moving his finger in a scamper-off gesture.
Or off you go, because we'll fucking bury you for interfering in Watcher business. Move it.
Sin commanded. Ashes was too busy watching Serena to say anything. She was breathing hard, her hands twisted into tight fists. He glanced to me before moving toward her.
It'll be okay, Heaven. Breathe. Church only wants to talk to you, that's all. Okay?
He gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze as Stitches and Sin escorted Andrews away. Once Andrews was gone, Ashes backed away and gave me a look, one that meant don't do anything we'd have to clean up later. But I liked making messes, so I winked at him and held my hand out to Serena. Come, Spectre. Let's walk. When she didn't put her hand in mine, I ground my teeth and leaned in to speak softly in her ear. Allow me to lead you into temptation, Spectre. I promise it's worth the trip. And surprisingly, a moment later, her hand slipped into mine, her eyes innocent but full of fear. Perfect.
Chapter 30. Serena. Fear pounded in my chest. My body was on high alert as I slid my hand into Church's. His large hand immediately clamped around mine before he led me out of the cafeteria amid stares. Melanie rose to her feet, a nasty look on her face as we passed by. I sucked in sharp breath after sharp breath, trying not to have a total meltdown, but it was useless. It wasn't working. Church stopped abruptly and turned to me.
Hey, look at me,
he commanded softly. I looked up at him, my body quivering. All I could see in my head was him leading me back to that damn mausoleum and leaving me there. I had made it through once. I wasn't so sure hanging out with the body of William G. Morse would prove victorious a second time.
If I wanted to hurt you, Spectre, I'd have done it last night.
He ran his knuckles along my jaw.
And while I do enjoy torturing the beauty in the world, I must admit I don't feel like that's where we are in this moment. So breathe for me and don't stop. Today we're simply going for a walk. I will return you safely. Cross my wicked heart.
It seemed good in theory, but his words weren't helping me. He noticed because he took my hand and pressed it to his chest. His heart thudded slow and even as he cocked his head at me, drinking me in with those vivid green eyes of his nose ring glinting in the sunshine.
Breathe with me, Spectre. We'll race to the end of our lives together using our breath as the markers, and guess what? Death won't find either of us today. So match pace with me. Breathe. In, out. Feel that?
I licked my lips, trying to match my breathing with his as I felt the gentle thrum of his heart beneath my fingers.
There you go, my little ghost. You're doing it,
he murmured as he took a step closer. I let out a soft gasp as he pressed his hand to my chest and closed his eyes, his full lips moving silently as he counted my heartbeats. He was mesmerizing, beautiful, saintly, but such a devil. That was how devils were, though. They drew you in with all the beauty and promises, only to aim for your heart and leave you in tatters.
I like the way that feels.
He finally said as he opened his eyes.
Your heart beneath my hand? It's soothing to me.
I swallowed, my breathing having calmed, and shifted my hand on his chest, feeling that even lub-dub of his beneath all those corded muscles that strained against the cotton fabric of his white uniform shirt. His heartbeat never changed. It was always even and calm.
Nothing in this world or the next can bother you if you don't let fear into your heart.
He reached out and cradled my face, his gaze flitting down to my lips and making my stomach twist into a frantic knot.
Come.
He backed away abruptly and took my hand again and led me to the cemetery. Panic filled me once again. I tried to pull out of his hold, but he turned and hauled me against his body so fast the breath escaped me.
I gave you my word. Don't make me go back on it. This is not an occurrence fulfillment. We're just walking.
He pulled back and walked, my hand in his, through the tombstones. I looked to the sky, noting what a beautiful, perfect day it was. It had been that same way when Seth had tried to kill me and shoved me into that damn box. He walked slow enough that I kept up with him. When we reached an old willow tree whose branches spread out across the graveyard, he stopped at a wooden bench beneath it. The branches and leaves were so thick, you'd never see someone sitting beneath it. He sank down onto the bench and patted the spot beside him. I shuffled foot to foot before sitting.
I come here to be alone, to think.
He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees and hands folded beneath his chin as he stared through the foliage.
It's the place I go when I need to get away. When that doesn't work, I go into the woods and hunt with my knife.
He didn't look at me. He simply stared ahead as birds chirped overhead and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves.
I haven't slept. I watched you all night. You have nightmares.
It wasn't a question.
I don't like it.
His hands fell away from his chin, and he looked down.
I've hated a lot of things in my life, Spectre, but I hated seeing you fight your demons without help. Had I been able, I'd have dove in and gutted the fuckers who dared touch you. I saw your pain. I felt it. I didn't like that either. I don't like knowing you're being harmed and you won't tell. It makes me angry. These feelings are new to me. They're dangerous.
I swallowed hard at his words. He finally locked eyes with me.
I meant what I said. Give me a name. Any name. I'll fucking kill them so it's one less asshole you wage war with. Whisper it to me. Write it down. Anything. I want to do this for you. A gift. Allow me the honor of ending a life for you so that I may give you a life in return.
I studied him, confused about the sudden turn of character. Was he always this passionate? I could see the vein of cruelty pulsating beneath his surface, but there was more to it than that. There was more to Dante Church than the wicked bully and leader of the Watchers. He was one of the biggest, most badass guys on campus. He could very well be the answer to all my prayers. He could also be the reason for all my screams. I wasn't in a position to be choosy, though. I needed help. Maybe I'd been praying to the wrong God this whole time. Maybe I just needed to pray to a devil.
Play by our rules and you'll be protected beyond your wildest dreams. Always.
He reached out and thumbed my bottom lip, his eyes taking in the motion of his gesture on my lips.
Deny me, deny us what we want, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I swallowed, my heart banging hard as he leaned in, his lips a fraction away from my own.
Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these.
Matthew 19:14. I'd written it over and over for a week. Either church knew more than he let on, or this was the sign I needed. This was hell, and to survive, we all had to burn a little. So I leaned in and rested my forehead against his. He let out a soft sigh, his warm breath feathering across my lips.
Oh, such a good girl,
He murmured after a moment.
Come.
He got to his feet and held his hand out to me. I took it and allowed him to pull me to my feet before escorting me out of the cemetery and back to the school. Bryce was pacing in front of the cafeteria when we came back into the building. His head snapped up and he rushed toward us, relief on his face.
I'll be along to collect payment tonight. Be prepared to pay.
Church released my hand and backed away from me, a dark, hungry look in his green eyes, before he turned to leave me with Bryce.
Are you okay?
Bryce looked me over, a frown on his face. Was I okay? I just made a deal with the devil, and he was coming to collect tonight. The only thing I happened to be was terrified of what I'd just done. I couldn't see past the mass of students as I walked beside Bryce later that day after classes got out.
What's going on?
Bryce said, craning his neck to see if he could find out what was happening. When he couldn't make out what was happening, he grabbed my hand and tugged me through the crowd until we broke through to the front to see the medical staff buzzing around, trying to bring someone out of the building.
Who is it?
Bryce asked a girl standing beside us. Amber Reed. I recognized her from my group therapy sessions. She was abused as a kid and had a lot of traumas plaguing her. She was sent to Chapel Crest when she'd stabbed the boy she was dating in the leg with a pair of her mother's scissors because he hit her when she refused to have sex. I'd heard her recount the story in therapy, how she'd blanked and lost it because his actions reminded her of her childhood. It was heartbreaking to see her cry because she seemed like a nice person. Danny Lindley, she answered, blinking as they brought out a person on a cot. His face was a mess of cuts and blood. His arms on the outside of his white blanket were covered in an attempted bandage to stop the bleeding, but it was seeping through like he'd tried to off himself. So much blood. And definitely Danny.
Damn.
Bryce murmured, watching as the staff rushed him to the small emergency vehicle they kept on campus.
Heard he tried to kill himself.
Someone named Alan Jacobs said. I recognized him from my scripture reading class.
He didn't show up to classes today and they did a wellness check on him. He didn't succeed though. They found him all messed up on his floor.
People whispered around us as Danny was loaded into the vehicle. Sully came out of the building with 2 security guards and stopped in front of the crowd.
Everyone needs to get back to their dorms. We had an incident here, but it's been taken care of. I can assure you that Mr. Lindley will receive the best care at the medical facility. There's no need to concern yourselves with it. I suggest hitting the books or taking a walk. Now go.
I tugged Bryce's hand and glanced around to see the watchers in the crowd. They looked like they were having a deep conversation because they weren't paying attention to anyone around them. And then there was Seth standing on the edge of the crowd, a small smile on his face. He dragged his attention away from Sully and cocked his head at me, like he knew exactly where I was without looking for me. Chills raced across my skin as he stared back at me. I knew that look. I'd seen it on his face 8 years ago when he tried to kill me. Pure evil.
Chapter 31. church.
So what went down with you and the mute?
Sin grunted as we leaned against the railing of our house later that evening. We'd seen the staff haul a fucked up Danny out of the dorms earlier that night. I'd like to say I gave a shit, but honestly, the guy deserved to be shredded to ribbons after what he'd tried to do to Spectre. Even though Stitches had thoroughly kicked his ass, I'd been plotting my attack on the asshole. Unfortunately, it looked like it might have to be delayed so he could heal up just so I could tear his flesh open for him again. I let out a breath, letting those thoughts go. I could mull them over another time once I knew his status. The water lapped at the shore, sending a soothing sound at us. I continued my deep breathing, my mind envisioning Danny bleeding out. I felt relaxed for the first time in weeks. Having Serena given to me had sent much of the tension out of my body. Adding Danny's issues was the cherry on top. Having Serena wasn't just about winning. It was about owning her, making her mine, or ours, I suppose. We still needed to break the news to Melanie, though. That would be a screaming, claws-out protest. I dreaded dealing with her shit. It wasn't like any of us loved her. We were superficial assholes and wanted a hot pussy to sink into with a decent set of tits. Melanie fit the description and she didn't mind sharing. Mostly. She wasn't into group activities. She'd let us watch her get fucked by another watcher, but joining in was off the table unless we wanted to slap her ass or grab a tit while she was being fucked. We never got to the fun stuff. And she let us watch Tasha eat her out. It had worked for us. It just didn't now. We're far closer to owning her than I thought we were. She gave in, for the most part, when I told her we could offer her a certain amount of protection. That only convinces me further we have a fucking snake slithering through campus, causing her harm. I just don't have a fucking name. It could have been Danny. It would make sense, all things considering. I took a hit from my joint and held it, loving that burn and euphoria I felt whenever I'd get high, and handed it off to Sin. Getting high was probably one of the only things that kept me sane, or sane enough to function. None of the fucking meds they pushed helped me. I'd gone off them long ago. Weed always calmed the voracious beast within me. I needed that tonight because I was going to be paying my little Spectre a visit soon. I raked my fingers through my hair and blew out the lungful of smoke and let out a cough.
Do we need a name?
Sin asked after blowing out his hit and handing the joint back to me. Not really. I gave the joint a pinch and twirl between my thumb and forefinger before taking another hit and blowing out. But it'll fucking help. It'll put my mind at ease to know Danny got what was coming to him, even if he did it to himself.
What if it's not Danny? Think it's Kane? He's sketch.
He is, I murmured, staring out at Lake Superior and watching the moonlight dance along the gentle waves. I'll figure it out, though. If it wasn't Danny, it was someone. The truth never stays buried for long around here. Not when I'm digging for it.
I'll help.
I looked over at him. I thought you hated her. He let out a soft laugh and looked over at me.
I do. I can see the potential and appeal here, though. She's beautiful. She's intriguing.
Then what's the problem? He shrugged, looking uncomfortable, a rare look for him.
I could see myself getting lost. I don't like that. I like to be in control, and I think she'd take me to places I wouldn't know how to navigate. I don't want to fall, man. I can't. It'll fucking break me this time.
I nodded, understanding. You wouldn't be alone. He stared out at the water.
No, I suppose not. But can you imagine if this doesn't work out? If all four of us fall for a girl who can't function? You know we'd fucking fall. I can see it all over you and Ash's already. Even Stitches looks like his heart is fucking breaking whenever she walks past. She's a fucking mess, Dante. She really is. I don't want to get attached to something only for it to disappear.
Like Isabella, I said, studying his face. His lips quirked up into a small smile.
I haven't heard you say her name in forever.
I still hate the bitch, I shrugged and looked away from him. And I blame her in part for the fucking turmoil you're in regarding Serena.
You always say you hate her, but yet...
I said I was fucking sorry, man, okay? I am. It never should have happened. I scrubbed my hand over my jaw, anger coursing through me. Serena won't be another Isabella. I promise you that. Sin didn't say anything else as we leaned forward on the railing for several long minutes. Unable to bear the discomfort any longer, I shoved away and stepped off the patio.
Have fun?
He called out softly as I disappeared into the shadows. Always do, I muttered. I stepped into the darkness her lamp didn't reach, taking in her delicate form on the bed in the white nightgown I'd gotten her to wear. Stalking forward quietly, I reached the side of her bed and stared down at her as she slept. A real sleeping beauty. I leaned over and turned her light off, plunging us into darkness. It was my favorite place to be. It was where I could be myself. It was where I could let go. I allowed my fingers to gently trace along the fading bruise on her jaw in the moonlight of her darkened room, letting my anger flow just enough to keep me in that room and determined. Any other girl I'd have fucked and walked out on. No woman was worth such the hassle, but Serena was no ordinary woman. She shifted beneath my touch. I sat on the edge of her bed, exploring her face with my fingers as I took in the fullness of her lips, her long, dark lashes, her high cheekbones. I trailed my fingers lower until I got to the necklace on her chest. I picked up the delicate silver cross. Her breathing changed. "Hello, Spectre," I said, flickering my gaze up to her face. She didn't shrink away from me as I expected. "I've come to collect." I dropped the cross back onto her chest and studied her in the moonlight. Her breathing picked up and her bottom lip trembled. My cock ached as I reached out and ran my thumb along her lips. "Don't be afraid. I'm only going to bring you to the other side of fear so you'll be invincible." How does that sound? I moved my fingers away from her face and held my hand out to her. "Come." I thought she might fight me on it, and that would have been great too, but she placed her hand in mine and allowed me to pull her up. Her long black hair cascaded around her in wavy sheets, tickling my fingers as it brushed the top of her blanket on her lap. I brought her to her feet, and she slid her feet into slip-ons before I led her to the door. She pulled against me, but I turned and cradled her face with both hands. I knew she was afraid of the dark, but I also knew she was afraid of me. There was a war going on inside her head as she stared at me fearfully. Stay in the darkness, or go with the darkness. I need this, Spectre. Allow me this small joy, and I promise you won't regret it. I love the hunt. You're my prey. It's been so long since I've had blood on my hands. I fear I'll wither away if I don't get it soon. I won't hurt you. Let me quell the fear within you. I can change your life if you let me. Her tongue darted out to taste her lips, and I let out a soft groan at the movement. Oh, please feed my demons, Spectre, and in return, I'll slay yours. She hesitated for all of a moment before the tension left her. Triumph coursed through me as I led her out of her room and into the night. "We're going to the cemetery," I said as we walked through the darkness, her hand in mine. Something about the way she clung to me made me feel all sorts of things I couldn't place since they were foreign, but I didn't mind them much. "We're going to play a game. I like to run through the cemetery when I'm stressed. I take the trail through the forest usually, but I don't want you to get lost since you don't know the woods like I do." I paused for a moment, licking my lips as Ash's words tumbled through my head.
"She's a secret keeper. You can tell her your secrets and she won't say anything."
I had many secrets. Some I'd never told a soul, But I wanted to tell her. I wanted her to know me, at least this part of me. The rest would come later. When I was younger, I hunted when stress overwhelmed me or when I was bored and just needing to get blood on my hands. Small animals mostly. Rabbits, birds, other woodland creatures. It's the ecstasy of the chase that got my dick hard. The conquering of life. The submission. Tonight, I want to pursue you. I want your blood, Spectre. We stopped outside the cemetery gates and I looked down at her to see the fear in her eyes beneath the moonlight. I won't hurt you. I just want to chase you through the darkness until I catch you. And then I reached out and cradled her delicate face. We'll have fun. Can you do that for me? She said nothing as her gaze darted from the dark cemetery to me before she frowned and looked down to her feet. It'll be okay. You'll love the adrenaline, the fear, the anticipation. I'll make it worth your time. In this darkness, there's only you and me. Nothing else. Breathe, Spectre. Face your fear and be rewarded. Her gaze slid to me, and I nodded, gently bringing her beyond the gate and into the cemetery. I released her hand and stepped away, taking in her chest heaving and her lip trembling, how her hands balled into tight fists, the way the gentle breeze ruffled her mass of black waves, how the moonlight danced along her skin, making her look like my perfect little ghostly princess. I stopped behind her and pushed her hair back and rested my hands on her slender, quivering shoulders. My lips skimmed along her soft skin as she breathed heavily. My cock was rock hard as I inhaled that sweet, sugary scent of hers. When I got to her ear, I whispered to her like a devil on her shoulder. Run or scream for me. Those are your two options. I knew which one she'd choose, at least for right now. That only made this more exciting.
Chapter 32. Serena. I ran as fast and as hard as I could, weaving and dodging behind the granite tombstones, waiting for Church's hands to wrap around my body and bring me to the ground. My lungs burned as I ducked behind a large headstone with a weeping angel and tried to catch my breath. Dante Church was insane. I had no idea what he planned once he caught me. But he'd kept his promise to me earlier about not harming me, and had promised the same again. Trusting anyone wasn't easy. But there was something about the way he looked at me that made me think that just maybe one more promise could be worked out of him.
I know you're over here.
Dante's deep voice called out into the night. I peeked out from behind the tombstone to see him in his all-black clothing peering in my direction. Quickly, I ducked back and swallowed. We'd been at this for a good 15 minutes already. He was faster than I thought possible. Always just a step behind me. I spotted a small rock on my right and snagged it up before heaving it toward the dark woods. I watched as his head snapped in the direction of the sound, and he moved toward it. I took the opportunity to dart out and race in the opposite direction. Looking back wasn't an option, so I hauled ass, my feet pounding through the thick grass. Jumping and weaving, I leapt over smaller tombstones and ran full tilt into the night. I heard his wicked, excited laughter boom into the night, and it sent shivers racing across my skin. When I arrived at the mausoleum they'd locked me in, I leaned against the cold stone walls and sucked in sharp breaths before peeking around the corner to see the dark cemetery without movement. Thinking maybe I'd lost him, I made to step out, but before I made it around the corner, a warm hand snaked its way around my throat, hauling me back against a hard body.
Gotcha.
Church growled in my ear as he gently squeezed my throat, his lips brushing against my ear.
Fuck, that was fun, Spectre.
He released me, and I stumbled away from him, scared of what this part meant. He cocked his head at me and met me step for step as I backed away. When the backs of my legs met the cold roughness of a gravestone, I stopped. He loomed in front of me for all of a moment, his green eyes filled with darkness and the moonlight cutting a sinister light over his handsome face. His hands found me quickly, one on my throat and one on my waist, as he toppled us over the tombstone, putting me to the ground fast. I landed not nearly as hard as I could have had he not steered my fall. I swallowed as I looked up at him looming over me, his hand gently squeezing my throat as he rested on his other elbow, his body partially over mine.
I could kill you, rid you of your misery, but it would make me miserable. What would I do without you? You have awakened something inside me I don't fully understand, Spectre, but I don't wish for it to go away. I've done bad things that would make you cry your pretty little eyes out if you knew, things only my friends know, things I keep hidden from everyone. But you, I want to tell you all of my dark deeds. I want to confess to my Spectre what's happening to me.
His brows knit as he continued to study me. Finally, after a few moments of silence, he released his hold on my neck as my mind raced to all the terrible things I knew he was capable of.
But not to you. Never to you,
he whispered, leaning in and running his nose along my cheek, his hand still around my neck but without the pressure.
My Spectre.
His hand trailed away from my neck and down to the silk ribbon on the front of my nightdress. My breath hitched as he ran his hand to my breast and gave it a squeeze.
You can't tell me no. I could take whatever I wanted.
He shifted suddenly, moving so he was planted between my legs. His hardness pressed to my heat through our clothes. He pinned my arms over my head as he buried his face in my neck and inhaled me. He shifted, hitting a spot between my legs with his hard length that made desire course through me. I'd never felt such a rush before. Such heat. He lifted his head and smiled down as he moved to straddle me. Within seconds, he was hauling me to sit up while pinning my legs with his weight. I widened my eyes as he withdrew a knife from his pants. With a push of a button, the blade shot out of the handle, glinting in the moonlight.
This may hurt for a moment,
he murmured, taking my hand in his. I stared in horror as he aimed the knife for my hand, clearly intent on cutting me. I tried to pull away, but he was strong and determined. I fought, smacking at him with my free hand until he let out a snarl and dropped his knife, pinning both my hands down.
If you fight me, things could progress to a place we won't be able to come back from. I'm sure you can guess how hard my cock is right now. Imagine me pushing myself into that tight pussy and fucking you until you can't breathe.
He leaned, his lips at my ear.
Don't fucking tempt me.
I ground my teeth as he hauled my hand up again and grabbed his knife from beside his leg. His eyes locked on mine as he pushed the blade into my palm. Electric pain shot through me as he broke the skin open, my blood trickling out. He dropped the knife to the ground and reached into his pocket and hauled out the tiniest vial I'd ever seen. He held it to the blood oozing from my wound and captured it within the glass confines before sealing it off with a tiny cork and stuffing it into his pocket. With his eyes locked on mine, he lifted my palm to his mouth where he licked the wound, my blood painting his lips red. A soft groan left him, his breathing heavy. Butterfly wings unfurled deep within my guts, a wild heat pulling between my legs as he continued to suck from me, his eyes dark and hooded. When he was done, he dropped my hand, my blood still on his lips, and leaned into me. My breath caught as he paused just a fraction of the way to my lips and locked eyes with me. Then, gentle as possible, he cradled my face with both hands and closed the distance between us, his soft, warm lips brushing against mine. I sat stunned beneath his bloody kiss. My first kiss.
I want it. Your firsts, I want them all, and I want your lasts. Give everything to me, Serena. Be mine. Kiss me back. Seal the deal with the devil. My protection for always. Let me own you, Serena Lawrence, the girl with no voice.
Something snapped within me. Maybe it was the heat of the moment, or the way the fire was building between my legs, or maybe it was the knowledge that Dante Church really was the biggest badass on campus and I needed his help. But I leaned into his kiss and parted my lips, kissing him back. His fingers twisted in my hair as he deepened the kiss, his tongue slipping along my lips and into my mouth to taste me.
More,
he commanded in a low rumble before pressing his mouth harder against mine. I parted my lips more, allowing him full access. He took it all, his tongue in my mouth, exploring as I tentatively explored his. We shared our breaths as we kissed beneath the moonlight. Nervously, I reached out and ran my fingers through his soft blonde hair. He responded by roughly hauling me closer, his lips not breaking away from mine. With nimble fingers, he pushed the nightdress off my shoulders, exposing my breast to him. I made to break away, to cover myself, but he let out a snarl and shoved me onto the cold ground, his hand squeezing my breast before he tweaked a nipple, rolling it and pinching it before going back to knead my breast again. He finally broke his lips off mine as I tried to catch my breath. He didn't give me enough time because his lips moved down my neck and to my breasts, licking along the pale skin before sucking my hardened peak into his mouth and biting. I arched against him, breathing hard, as he did the same to the other breast. His lips skimmed across the soft mounds, licking and sucking until the suck became painful. He moved up my neck again, leaving painful marks on my skin. When he finally stopped, we were both breathing hard.
I have to stop. I'll end up fucking your pretty pink pussy until you bleed for me if I don't. Fuck, I want it.
He rubbed his thickness against my aching center as I clung to him.
I could bury myself deep inside you, fuck you until you cried, and you wouldn't ever tell anyone, would you?
He licked his lips as he studied me before his warm hand moved up my thigh and inched beneath my nightgown.
I want a reaction. I want you to tell me no. I need you to.
His fingers brushed against my panty line at my hip.
I want you to scream when I plow into your drenched pussy. I want you to fight me, Spectre. Even if you want it, fucking fight me. Can you promise to do that for me when the time comes for me to take it from you?
He brushed my hair off my forehead.
Give me an answer.
I didn't know what the hell was happening to me. I'd gone momentarily stupid. He'd tapped into my own insanity, it seemed. But he delivered on his promise. He hadn't hurt me. He'd succeeded in making me feel something new. He'd turned my fear into pleasure, if only for a moment. So I ran my fingers through his hair and pressed a soft kiss to his lips.
Good girl. Such a good fucking girl.
Chapter 33. Serena. I woke up alone in my dorm the following morning. My body still sore from the night before when I'd ran through the cemetery, but I felt good. Church had brought me back to my dorm after our kiss, cleaned my palm wound, and tucked me into bed before going to sit in the chair, his keen eyes on me as I drifted off to sleep with my bedside lamp back on. I didn't know what any of what happened meant, other than Dante Church was certifiably nuts. But maybe that would be a good thing for me now that I'd enlisted his help. I didn't know if that meant I was in and Melanie was out, or if it meant I was some side piece. I cringed at the thought. Not sure what was even in store for me from last night forward, I got up, worry twisting in my guts. I quickly got ready for classes and headed out, my mind racing a mile a minute.
Good morning.
Ashes fell in step with me, causing me to jump since I didn't even know where he came from. The fact he could hide his large body without me seeing made me worry more.
How was your night?
When I didn't answer, he continued.
I figured I'd walk with you to classes this morning. Not all morning, of course. Stitches was going to do it, but he's ridiculously slow in the mornings getting ready. He was still grumbling from the edge of his bed when I left.
I cast him a quick glance and adjusted my book bag on my shoulder.
Here.
He pulled me to a stop and took my bag off my shoulder and slung it over his.
No sense in both of us lugging these damn things.
I studied him for a moment, wondering why the hell the Watchers were being so nice to me all of a sudden. They'd gone from terrifying to still terrifying, but with friendlier interaction. Was this what it felt like to be under their protection?
I know what you're thinking,
he said, giving me a quick smile as he flipped the top of his lighter open and closed 5 times. A pause before he started it over. It almost seemed like a nervous tic for him. I'd never noticed the shaking of his hands before when he did it, but I definitely did now. It was like he was struggling for control.
But accept that you're on our radar and consider the possibilities. They don't all have to be negative.
Of course they didn't. That didn't mean they wouldn't be. I desperately wanted to believe that everything happening to me was leading me to a place where fear wouldn't rule my life, where I could smile again, where maybe I could fit in and not feel so alone.
We should do something together, me and you. I'd like to make you dinner. What do you think?
We started walking again. Was he asking me out on a date?
I can bring it to your room if that's more comfortable for you. I know you and Anders are dating, so this wouldn't be me trying to steal his girl. Unless, of course, you want me to steal you.
His eyes lit up as we glanced at one another.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
He was flirting with me. It wasn't making me uncomfortable either. It was endearing and sweet. If I were any other girl, it might work. But I was who I was. I didn't even know how I could respond to him. Did he know I'd kissed Church? He had to. Church probably told them the moment he got back to his place what happened between us. I couldn't even label what the hell happened with Church in the cemetery. He said to give in. I'd sealed it with a kiss. But What the hell did it even mean? Was this it? Was I theirs?
So, dinner? Saturday night?
He lifted his brows as he looked over at me. When I didn't answer, he cleared his throat.
Tell you what. Saturday night, I'll come over with dinner, we'll watch a movie in your room, I'll be a perfect gentleman. If you don't want me there, then don't open your door when I knock. A deal?
I blew out a breath that seemed good enough for him because he didn't push the topic as we reached the courtyard. Once there, he pulled me to a stop.
I want you to know you're safe with me. I wouldn't ever lie to you and make a promise I couldn't keep. In fact, you're safe with all us watchers, even though you're afraid.
He took a step closer to me, closing the space between us. I stared up into his eyes, my heart hammering a fast rhythm in my chest.
You matter. Until you do something that we can't stand beside, you'll matter to us. And even then, I'm sure there's room for negotiation. We want you, Serena. We want to claim every part of you.
He brushed a loose strand of hair away from my face.
So, Saturday night? No Andrews. I'm sure you understand.
He handed my bag back to me and offered me a lopsided smile.
Can't wait. Maybe we can talk.
And with those words, he left me standing there, wondering exactly what the hell was happening with the Watchers and where it left me. Serena Lawrence, care to tell the class what year Columbus set sail to the New World? Sister Esther stood over me as I dropped my pencil onto my notebook where I'd been taking class notes. It had been 2 days since my experience with church and the cemetery, and with Ashes telling me they wanted to claim me. 2 long days of confusion, of me going back and forth in my head on what it all meant. Miss Lawrence, Sister Esther called out again. August 3rd, 1492. Say it, Serena. God, please. Just whisper it. She'll go away if you whisper it. I licked my lips as my hand shook. We don't have all day, Miss Lawrence. Just because you fake a disability doesn't mean the rest of us have to play along. Out with the answer. She slapped her ruler on my desk, making me jump as sweat beaded along my forehead. God is the way to heal the soul. You want those demons in your head gone? Then speak. She glared down at me, her wrinkled nose rosy, like confronting me was getting her worked up. Many have mental illnesses here. It's what we were created to overcome. If you spoke before your incident, you can certainly speak after. Answer the question or be sent to the headmaster. She's a freak, Melanie snickered. A few people in the class laughed along with her. Even Sister Esther smiled at the rude words. We're all freaks or we wouldn't be here. I wanted to shout it until I was red in the face. I bet she'd know the answer if you threatened her with detention, Melanie continued. Is that what you need? Detention. Perhaps a writing assignment would work wonders for you, along with the visit to Headmaster Sully. Something in the way she said that confirmed to me she knew what he did to students who visited him for private sessions.
For fuck's sake, the answer is $14.92. Why the hell are you asking her? You know the answer. We know the answer. Teach the goddamn class because this shit is putting me to sleep.
Sin's deep voice boomed out from the back of the room. I ducked my head, embarrassed and surprised. The last thing I expected was for Sinclair Priest to stick up for me. Mr. Priest!
Don't Mr. Priest me, Esther.
Sin snarled, getting to his feet. Sister Esther cowered away from him as he stalked forward, all corded muscles and a big, badass attitude.
You know she doesn't speak, so what the fuck are you tormenting her about it for?
He glared down at her as she backed up to the chalkboard. Her dark eyes darted to me, her anger and embarrassment clear as day. I tried to fold into myself to make myself smaller from all the attention swiveling back and forth between me and Sin with her. I will call security in here, Mr. Priest.
Call an entire fucking army, you old bitch. I dare you.
He glared down at her, dwarfing her in size. When she didn't say another word, he spoke again.
That's what I thought. Watch how the fuck you're talking to her. Got it?
He backed away amid soft gasps from the class and Melanie getting to her feet. Excuse me, Melanie called out, her face red with anger. What the hell are you doing sticking up for her? I'm the one the Watchers claimed.
And you're running dangerously close to being told to go fuck yourself.
Sin snarled. Melanie trembled like she was going to cry before shooting me a death glare that meant Sin screwed up on my behalf before she sat down.
You were never officially claimed anyway, so don't start your shit.
Sin looked to me and gave me one nod of his head that meant to get my ass out of my seat and follow him. Hastily, I gathered my things and stumbled forward. He grabbed my arm by the bicep and hauled me out of the room without a word as students whispered in our wake. I wanted to thank him, but I didn't even know if I had anything to thank him for. He probably just cost me a detention, regardless of anything that transpired back there. And the last thing I wanted was more time with Sully. He didn't say anything as he led me down the hall, his grip painfully tight. When we got to the exit of the school, he shoved the doors open and continued walking while he held my arm. Any normal girl would have asked where we were going by now, but I was silent as a tomb as I sent up internal prayers that he didn't gut me and leave me for dead somewhere. I didn't fight him. Some part of me, no matter how small, wanted to be able to trust the Watchers. Sin didn't strike me as someone who gave a damn about me, but he'd helped me, so I figured I owed him the benefit of the doubt. He didn't talk the entire walk, nor did he release me. When we finally reached a large home tucked away along the lake and hidden behind the trees, he pulled me up the front steps and opened the door, shoving me through. My backpack slid off my arm and fell to the floor with a loud thud. The place was nicer than my house back home. A large, open living room and kitchen. Stairs that led up in the back of the living room to a balcony above with a hallway. A few doorways were located off to the side of the living room. Glossy hardwood floors and leather furniture, a massive widescreen TV with the latest gaming consoles and a stereo system, granite countertops. While all of it was immaculate, it was nothing compared to the man who rose from his seat in the living room, his eyes set on me. Dante Church.
Chapter 34. Sin. I didn't know why the fuck I hauled her out of class, or why I even stood up for her. But I did, and now we were back at the Watcher's house. our little sanctuary away from the dumb cunts who ran this hellhole. Knowing Church was back at the house made my decision an easy one once I had her out of the classroom. He'd taken to staying out all night the past few nights and hadn't been sleeping. It was easy to tell with him because he tended to become more pissed off and crazier than usual when he lacked sleep. So wherever he was going, he was doing something. Or someone. And as far as I knew, the only someone who could hold his attention was shaking in our living room.
"Spectre,"
he said in his silky voice as he rose to his feet. It wasn't his movements to get to her that spoke volumes. It was the fucked up look in his eyes, like he was going to devour her the moment he reached her. I watched as he stalked toward her. Her body tensed at his fast approach, but the moment he was within arm's reach, he slowed his movements and reached out to cradle her cheek. She didn't pull away from him. Instead, she stared up into his eyes like she was trying to whisper all sorts of secrets to him. He smiled down at her.
"To what do I owe the honor?"
Sister Esther was being a cunt to her in class, trying to get her to talk. I pulled her out and brought her here, I said, narrowing my eyes at the two of them with their eyes still locked on one another. I should have fucking let them tear her apart in there.
"Is that a fact?"
he murmured, tilting her head back.
"We'll have to do something about that, won't we?"
He released her cheek and took her by the hand and led her to the couch where he pushed her down onto the cushion. A gasp left her pink lips as she stared up at him.
"I think you should stay here and relax for a bit. Sometimes a new environment can really help clear the mind."
He leaned down and whispered something into her ear I couldn't hear, but when he drew away, he ran his lips along her cheek before pulling away completely and coming toward me after turning the TV on. A house makeover show blared in the background as he approached me.
"I want Sister Esther dealt with."
"And how do you want to do that?" I asked, glancing at Serena as she stared at the TV, her body stiff. I knew she couldn't hear us since we'd now moved to the kitchen, but I also knew she had to be uncomfortable sitting there watching TV in our place.
"In such a way she doesn't forget her fucking place."
I nodded. I was agreeable to that. I hated that old bitch anyway and had wanted to kick her tits since I arrived years prior.
"Now we need to feed Spectre."
You know I can't cook, I snorted. Ashes typically did all our cooking if we needed it, but he wouldn't be back until later since he was going to a group therapy session after classes. Stitches can do it when he gets here.
"I said she needed to eat, not die."
Church grumbled, pushing past me to the cupboards and pulling them open. Since when do you care if she eats?
"Since I felt her bones beneath her skin."
And when was that?
"Last night, mainly."
He pulled out a pot and ran water into it. Were you with her last night? All night? Our voices were too low for her to hear, which was good because I had a feeling I was about to get confirmation on where Church had been spending his nights. While I knew he went to her that one night for whatever messed up reason, I wasn't positive it was where he was spending every night. Knowing him, he could have been off in the woods, terrorizing the local wildlife.
"Yes."
He flipped the burner on and leaned against the cupboard and gave me an even look. "And?"
"And what?"
"What aren't you telling me?" "Don't fucking fall for her, Dante. I can't fall for her. I refuse. But, fuck, she's beautiful." I stomped the intrusive thoughts to death and watched Church.
"Nothing. I'm only getting to know her, seeing what makes her tick."
"I'm sure you found it beneath her skirt," I muttered, something hot unfurling in my guts. This only turned his lips up into a smile.
"Perhaps."
I hated the way I had to stop myself from curling my hands into fists at the mention of him beneath her skirt. I didn't want her. Fuck chicks. Blow my load in their pussies, asses, or on their faces. That was as attached as I was ever going to get to another one. I chanced to look back to Serena as she sat on the couch. Fuck. Was it good? I mumbled, unable to stop the words from falling off my lips. The tiniest smile quirked Church's lips up as he raised his brows at me. For a moment, I didn't think he'd answer me until he dug around beneath his shirt and hauled out a vial filled with something red. It hung around his neck on a silver chain. Is that blood? I lifted the vial from his fingers and looked from it to his face. He nodded his head over at Serena still on the couch. I dropped his new necklace onto his chest and took a step back. That ugly feeling in my guts back. How?
I went hunting,
he said with a shrug as he turned back to the cupboard and pulled down a box of macaroni and cheese. I watched as he opened it and poured the contents into the boiling water. Fucked up asshole. I wanted to know exactly how he did it, but Stitches stomped into the house and chucked his bag on the floor.
Fuck these bitches, man. Melanie's all pissed off because I wouldn't fuck her behind the gym after classes. She said you hurt her feelings, Sinclair.
We have company.
Church held up his hand to silence Stitches and pointed to Serena on the couch. Stitch's eyes widened, and a grin swept over his face before he strode toward her and flopped down beside her. She flinched and inched away from him, but he only scooted closer.
Isn't it a joy to watch her?
Church asked softly, his green eyes glittering as he stared at her.
I like the way she's so timid yet fiery. I never know if she's going to cower or lash out. It's fucking fantastic.
I didn't say anything, opting to watch her and Stitches.
I want to test her. She has limits. I know she does. I need to know what they are.
I'd tell you to just ask her, but considering she doesn't fucking talk... I sighed. This shit was annoying. I wish I'd have just left her ass in the hallway. My mood was shifting from mediocre to pissed off, and I didn't understand why I was letting her make me feel this way. He wasn't listening. He stirred the pot of macaroni for a moment before turning back to me.
I want to win and have her. We need to get over this shit with Kane. I've been holding back because I'm trying to play fair. I don't want to play fair anymore, though. Make some calls. I want willing girls here.
What?
Melanie. She's always down to suck some cock or get fucked. Not Cammy, though. None of us needs to lose our dicks.
I didn't know where he was going with this, but I didn't much give a shit. Getting off might improve my mood. So I sent out a couple texts to those I knew who'd be interested, Melanie being one of them, even if I knew she was probably pissed at me. Watching Church play Martha Stewart wasn't doing much for my mood, so I went back to the living room and sank down on the other end of the massive leather wraparound sofa and leveled my stare on Serena. Why are you nervous? Her eyes widened at me before she averted her stare and looked to her hands.
She's not nervous, right?
Stitches winked at me. He rested his hand over hers as she twisted them nervously in her lap. When she didn't answer, he gave her hands a squeeze. Her nervous twisting stopped.
There you go, see? She's fine. Perfect angel. Just lovely.
His leg bounced, jostling against her gently. Nervous fuck. I snorted and shook my head as Church came into the room with a bowl of macaroni and cheese. He kneeled in front of her as Stitches held her hands onto her lap. Church reached out to tilt her chin up.
I made you something to eat.
He scooped noodles and cheese onto the spoon and held it out for her. I thought Stitches might release her hands so she could eat, but he held fast as Church cocked his head at her.
Open,
he commanded softly. She hesitated for a moment, before her lips parted and he fed her. I didn't know why my cock was reacting to seeing her eat and my friends help her, but it was. I adjusted my bulge, not able to tear my eyes from them. Her eating was slow but steady, as Church continued his work, and Stitches held her hands. Finally, when Church offered her a spoonful, she jerked her head away. Stitches released her hands and grabbed the remainder of the food from Church and shoveled it into his mouth. My boner immediately dissipated. Leave it to Stitches to ruin a hard-on. Church offered her water. She took a few swallows before he pulled the glass away from her lips and reached for her hands and brought her to her feet. his gaze on her making my chest clench. I'd never seen him react to anyone like that before in my life. Church wasn't a nice guy. Hell, none of us were, but in that moment, I could see him doing far more fucked up things than I already knew he'd done just to keep her. Pity he'd probably end up killing her because Serena Lawrence was far too pretty to die. But all pretty flowers die eventually.
Chapter 35. Stitches. I wasn't a jealous guy. I was easygoing, cool, collected, fucking ready for whatever. Usually. We'd exchanged plenty of women between us through the years, but something ugly unfurled within my chest as I watched Church sit with Serena on the floor between his legs while he reached out and occasionally twirled a strand of her black hair around his fingers. Look at me, Angel. Come on. Please. Fuck. Her back was to him, her long legs crossed at the ankles as she looked at a point on the wall behind me. He'd had her on the floor, sitting in front of him for a good 2 hours while we'd played video games. Ashes had come home, surprised as I was at finding her there, and had greeted her with a warm smile. She hadn't responded other than leveling her gaze on him. He'd walked her to class this morning because I'd been too tired to get my ass moving. By the time I'd shuffled through the door, Sin informed me Ashes had already left. I'd been stewing over it all damn day. He and Church were on my shit list. They'd gotten closer to her than I had. Sin still claimed he didn't give a shit, but whatever. I'd seen him adjust his cock earlier when Church fed her. Now, Melanie and Tasha were giggling and drinking with us. Church always had a plan, so I assumed this was another one of his schemes. Make Angel jealous. If I were guessing, that would be my $1 million answer. Since my mood was shit, I was okay with giving in and fucking one of the girls. Sin looked the same way, although Sin didn't discriminate when it came to pussy. If the pussy wasn't good, he'd just fuck a girl's ass or mouth instead. Church lifted a brow at me and inclined his head to Melanie. She was sitting beside Tasha, giggling over some mean, nasty shit they'd done earlier to an underclassman. She hadn't acknowledged me tonight since I'd turned her down earlier. That was before my jealousy had reared its ugly head, before I felt like I was suffocating, drowning, choking on my want of the girl Church had between his legs. Fucking bastard. Damn it! I forced my legs to stop bouncing, all the energy pent up within me, desperate to get out. Fuck it, maybe Church's plan could work. I reached over and wrapped my arm around Melanie's waist and hauled her across the couch toward me. She slapped at me until I pressed my mouth to her neck. Immediately, she melted against me, giving in like I knew the bitch would. Narcissism was such perfect illness. Melanie loved the power and attention, and I loved to fuck. While it wasn't her I wanted, I could make do and pretend she was my angel. Maybe. She and Tasha were both drunk as shit, but it didn't matter. They'd do the same shit sober as drunk. Tasha got up and went straight for Church. Tasha had sucked Church off a few times, but he'd never fucked her. We all knew both Melanie and Tasha wanted Church. More of his cock, more of his attention, more of just him. Church wasn't like the rest of us. He took what he wanted with an air of unfeeling and walked away after he got what he wanted. He never looked back. He was a drug to these chicks. They wanted to tame his beast. Little did they know he had no beast. He was the fucking beast. Sin was almost as bad, but at least the girls knew it. Church liked to draw them in and fuck with them. Sick bastard. He was my hero. I watched as Serena stiffened on the floor. Church's fingers tangled in a dark strand as Tasha leaned down and made the kiss Church. The fact Tasha seemed to have gone momentarily stupid made everyone in the room pause. Church never kissed. It just didn't happen. He'd fuck a girl and put his dick in her mouth, but his lips never touched any part of their bodies. I held my breath, knowing this was going to be a shit show. Finally, a little excitement. He let out a snarl and shoved her away, making her totter back in her high heels. In a flash, he was on his feet, pausing Melanie's hand on the button of my pants.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Church demanded, his face red as he grabbed her roughly by the arm.
You never come to me unless I say you come to me, and you never fucking try to kiss me, ever.
He shoved her onto Sin's lap as she stared at him with tears in her eyes.
If you want to suck cock and get fucked, Sin or Ashes, maybe both will help you out, not me.
But that bitch has a boyfriend, that Andrews kid.
Sin grabbed her and covered her mouth as his hand worked beneath her skirt, so she'd shut the fuck up before she got into more trouble. Her protests turned into soft moans as he rubbed her pussy beneath her skirt. I chanced to look to see Serena, who was staring at her hands again. Something about that lit a fire deep in my guts. I wanted her to watch me. I wanted her to feel the jealousy I felt, not knowing if she even felt an inkling of how I did in the first place, with feelings and shit. I decided, fuck it. I'd try it out. If nothing else, it would be hot to have an audience. At best, I'd come and she'd be jealous. At worst, I pushed that thought out of my head. Seemed like a solid plan. Church moved back to her and took his spot again, a muscle tense along his jaw. Ashes sat between me and Sin as we went back to making out with the girls we had. He knew he could join either of us if he wanted. Melanie would probably bitch, but Tasha most likely wouldn't. But I also knew that he was trying his hardest to impress Serena. And me? I was working a whole different angle. If I couldn't have her, then I might be able to piss off Ashes too, since my mood was quickly crumbling. My brain couldn't make it believe Melanie was Angel. I couldn't take my eyes off her between Church's legs long enough to make it happen. Although maybe I could just fuck Melanie and watch Serena at the same time. That might work. See if I could get Ashes in on this. Misery loves company and all that shit. I pushed Melanie between us and reached over to undo Ash's belt. He cast me a worried look before he glanced over at Church and Serena. I dared to look, too, as Melanie kissed on my neck. Church had his hands on Serena's shoulders and was whispering in her ear like the fucking devil. That jealousy grew within me as I jostled with Ash's belt. He snapped out of his stupor and shoved my hand away and got to his feet.
Where are you going?
Church demanded. All activity in the room stopped.
I'm not doing this.
Ashes snarled, his gaze darting to a trembling Serena.
Really?
Church gave a dark smile.
I was just about to mark my occurrence for Spectre off the list. Sure you don't want to stick around?
Ash's hands balled into fists before he raked a hand through his hair and tugged at it.
With them here?
He jerked his head to Melanie and Tasha.
You're right. Whores, get out.
What?
Melanie sputtered.
You're joking, right?
Tasha let out a snort.
Do I ever fucking joke?
Church leveled his gaze on the two half-naked girls in the room.
Get the fuck out before I remove you. You've served your purpose. You've upset my Spectre.
You're unbelievable.
Melanie snarled, getting to her feet and buttoning her blouse.
You're throwing us out for that little mute bitch?
Church was on his feet in a moment, me following. Church fisted her hair and she let out a cry.
I'm throwing you out because your pussy has run its course. Serena is in, you're out.
She let out a cry as Church tugged her hair, leading her to the front door. I grabbed Tasha's arm and hauled her crying behind them. Leave it to Tasha to make sure she wasn't left out of the tears. Church opened the front door and shoved Melanie out. I pushed Tasha out behind her. It was fun, but loose. I hope you understand, I said, taking in the furious look on Melanie's face before I shut the door. Church had already moved back to Serena, who had gotten to her feet, her hands twisting nervously in front of her.
Sit.
Church growled, taking her hand and pulling her onto his lap.
It's time to pay the devil.
I couldn't keep the grin off my face. It was about damn time. I was a glutton for fucking things up in my life. Self-sabotage and all that shit. Maybe what we were about to do was one of those things. I wanted Serena so badly it made my chest ache. If I didn't get my way, I fucked shit up until I could feel satisfied. This proved no exception. Either way, it seemed getting fucked was what I lived for.
Chapter 36. Serena. Nausea churned my guts as Church pulled me down onto his lap, his arms cinching tightly around my waist. An occurrence. Fuck my life and Sister Esther for choosing today to torment me in class. I wanted to ask Church why I had an occurrence to pay for when he promised to protect me. Or at least I assumed that was the deal we'd arrived to. Guess I was wrong. I knew if I were to ask him, he'd tell me he would protect me from outsiders and that it didn't nullify anything I'd done to piss them off. I swallowed thickly as I tried to keep my breathing even.
What's the plan?
Sin called out, adjusting himself in the pants. I averted my gaze quickly, my nerves getting the best of me. Having been forced to watch them with the Chapel Crest mean girls made my heart hurt. My feelings involving these watchers were confusing. When Melanie was all over stitches, all I wanted to do was run at her and yank every strand of hair out of her head. It was the same with Tasha on Sin. I was pretty sure he knew that too because he kept his eyes on me the entire time, making whatever weird feelings I had worse because I knew he knew. Church pulled me flush against his sitting body and ran his tattooed knuckles along my chin.
I've come into a certain arrangement with our little specter.
Church said softly as his hand moved down to brush against my chest. He tapped lightly over my heart in rhythm with the fast thumping.
What's the arrangement?
Ashes asked, taking a seat on the couch beside Stitches, who was watching me and Church with his dark gaze. Something about the way he was staring made my heart beat faster.
She needs protection from all the bad here on campus. Aside from us, of course.
He let out a soft laugh as he reached up and took my chin in his hand and pulled my face to his.
Right, Spectre?
His lips brushed against mine, igniting a warmth low in my belly. He pulled away before I could kiss him back and looked to his guys. They all looked like ravenous dogs as they stared back at us. Even Sin sat forward, his eyes locked on me.
But that doesn't excuse our little ghost from paying for her bad behavior, so tonight, I want to mark off an occurrence.
His hand trailed up my bare thigh. Goosebumps followed in the wake of his warm touch. He chuckled softly in my ear, making my stomach tighten with anticipation.
Trust me, like the cemetery. Let go and explore the possibilities with me. With us. Be tested, pretty girl.
I didn't get a chance to react because he adjusted me on his lap and spread my legs, his knees locking so I couldn't get out if I wanted to. Panic blazed hot in my chest as I sucked in breath after breath, my chest heaving. Church rested his hand back over my heart and tapped the rhythm out. Ashes sat forward beside Stitches.
What are you going to do?
See where she draws the line for us.
Church said easily. My guts rolled, sending both excitement and nausea through my body.
See if she'll scream so we can end this.
He said to trust him. He hadn't hurt me last time I trusted him. He moved his hand to my blouse and undid a button, then another, and another until it was completely open. My breathing came fast and heavy as he trailed his fingers down my bare skin.
Do you want them to see you? Do you want them to know what secrets you keep hidden beneath your clothes?
My bottom lip shook as he opened my shirt. My head spun as I tried to keep my breathing even. I was quickly losing the battle.
Her skin is like silk,
Church called out in a gruff voice. I chanced a look to the guys staring at me, and I swore my heart stopped for a moment. This was more than an occurrence. This would be something I knew I couldn't come back from. Something I couldn't fight off. It was happening no matter what I wanted. This test would lead to their claiming if I passed.
I'm going to let you go. If you run, I'll force my cock so far into your tight little ass your mother will hear you scream in Detroit. Do you understand me?
Church breathed out into my ear. I shook. That seemed like a good enough answer for him because he moved his arm from my waist and pulled my shirt off and tossed it to the floor, leaving me in my bra and uniform skirt. If I thought that was the worst of it, I was wrong.
Take your bra off,
Church instructed, his fingers skimming along the bare skin of my arm.
Show them what I got to see in the cemetery that night.
I dug my nails into my palms as I sucked in heavy breaths. Please, please don't make me.
You do it or I do it. If I do it, you'll be doing this for nothing because I'll be adding another occurrence to your tab.
His voice was soft in my ear. I doubted the rest of the watchers could even hear it. I squeezed my eyelids closed and reached back and undid my bra, letting the straps fall down my arms. A tear leaked out of my eye as the bra fell to the floor at our feet, taking care to keep my breasts covered with my hands.
Show them, Spectre. Let them see how beautiful you are.
Slowly, I let my hands fall away from my breasts, feeling the heat creep over my skin from my embarrassment.
My very good girl,
Church cooed, moving his hands up to cradle my breasts.
What do you guys think?
Fucking beautiful.
Stitches appraised as his gaze focused on what Church was doing to my breasts. Ashes nodded, and Sin simply watched. Church pulled me back against his chest and kissed my temple, my legs still spread. My uniform skirt offered little coverage, but it was enough to keep my panties hidden.
They like looking at you, Spectre?
He gave my breasts a squeeze before rolling my nipples with his fingers. A zing of electricity shot to the apex of my thighs, making me squirm. His erection poked me hard in the back.
I think they'd like to touch you.
Oh God, oh God, oh God. Please. I can't. Wait. No. Stop.
Malachi.
Church called out. Stitches immediately got to his feet.
Come.
Stitches moved to us and went to his knees between mine and Church's legs, his dark eyes fixed on me.
Touch her.
Church commanded in a silky growl. My breath stuttered in my chest as Church's hands moved to my abdomen where he held me in place. Stitches reached forward and cradled my breasts, his eyes hooded and lips parted. I breathed harder, faster. My head spun. He pinched a nipple, and I bit down harder on my lip, tasting the blood in my mouth.
Kiss him.
Church instructed in my ear, pushing me toward Stitches. I turned my head away, terrified of what it meant, but Stitches reached out and turned my face back to him.
Don't be afraid,
he said, leaning in. His lips met mine a moment later, sending sparks of heat between my legs. His tongue tasted and pushed against my lips until I had no choice but to part them for him. He delved inside, a man on a mission. He has a tongue ring. His kiss wasn't as rough as Church's had been in the cemetery. It was still strong and commanding, though. He was in charge, and he wanted me to know it as he deepened the kiss, his tongue in my mouth, his breath mingling with mine. Stitch's fingers tangled in my hair as he pushed me back against Church, who didn't seem to mind being a slice of bread to this weird, confusing sandwich. With one hand on my breast and the other in my hair, My brain blurred. This wasn't what I wanted. Was it? I wasn't this girl. Could I stop this? Make them understand I wasn't ready for any of this. Would it end in even more torment? Was this torment? Stitch's lips on mine did feel good. So did the flurry of heat he was setting loose between my legs. I jerked my head away from him, breathing hard. This wasn't me. I wasn't this girl. He let out a growl as Church chuckled.
Maybe she wants to try something different,
Church said as Stitch's chest heaved.
Sin?
If I thought I was nervous before, it was nothing compared to the feeling washing over me as Sin got to his feet and moved forward. Stitches shuffled off to the side, his eyes still locked on me as Sin stopped in front of us. Tall, muscular, fierce. Fear swept through me as I stared up at him. Sin terrified me the most. While Church scared me, he also excited me. Sin just made me shake whenever I was near him.
Do you want some?
Church asked him. A muscle popped along Sin's jaw.
No.
Fucking asshole!
Stitches called out.
Yes, you do. It's her punishment. Fucking do it or I'll give you a damn occurrence. She needs to be tested.
Sin scoffed. I thought he'd turn and walk away, but he finally went to his knees before us. He reached out, his eyes flashing with something that both terrified and excited me, and fisted my hair roughly and hauled me forward. His lips crushed against mine, making me wince. Sin was not gentle, and his tongue was pierced too, like his septum. I found that out when he pushed it into my mouth and tangled it along mine. He tasted like whiskey and smoke and everything I shouldn't like, but did. I tried to kiss him back, knowing the consequences of saying no, but he was in charge and didn't seem to give a shit if I were giving it back to him or not. He pulled away as suddenly as he leaned in, his eyes dark.
Did you like it?
Church asked.
Fuck you.
Sin snarled, reaching forward and running his fingers beneath my skirt. Church let out a soft laugh as Stitches shot me a wink that did funny things to my insides. Sin's hands moved further beneath my skirt, a muscle thrumming along his jaw as he reached my panties. He brushed his touch against the edge of my panty line at my thigh before he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. I flinched away from him and deeper into Church's hold as Sin's touch moved between my legs.
Easy, Spectre. Let Sin corrupt that pretty pink pussy if he wants to.
I shook as Sin shoved my skirt up and let out a deep sound from the back of his throat. Stitches moved forward, his hand on my thigh.
Ashes, get the fuck over here.
Church called out thickly. Sin ran his fingers up my heat over my panties as Ashes stopped and stared down at me. I locked eyes with him, noting the worry that clouded his features. He was without his lighter in hand.
She earned this,
Church said, catching the look on Ash's face.
You fucking know she did.
Ashes nodded tightly and sat down beside Sin, who hooked his fingers beneath the lace and gave a fierce tug. Scared, I reached out and grabbed Stitch's hand. He twined his fingers around mine and held tight as Sin finished removing my panties and dropped them to a tattered pile on the floor, displaying my core to him.
Fuck,
Ashes muttered, swallowing as his gaze swept up my nearly naked body.
That's glorious.
Stitches said softly. Sin grunted and ran a finger up my bare slit, collecting the moisture their pawing at me had accrued.
She's mine first,
Church said, shifting me on his lap.
Touch her, kiss her, do what the fuck ever, but all her firsts belong to me.
Selfish prick.
Stitches muttered as he leaned in and kissed my breasts. I let out a breath and squirmed as Sin ran his finger along my heat again. I tried to fight, but Church got hold of my arms and pinned them at my sides.
I'll take her.
Ashes said softly.
So you can finish this.
Church released me, and my legs, so I could close them. Sin and Stitches moved back as Church lifted me to my feet and handed me off to Ashes, who pulled me right back onto his lap and spread my legs with his knees, locking me back in place like Church had. Shit! No!
Relax, Heaven.
Ashes murmured in my ear.
Let this happen. Don't fight it if you don't expect to scream. That's what Church wants. He wants you to scream for him.
I swallowed down the silent scream clawing its way up my throat as Church moved between my legs and ran his fingers through my folds. I tensed, a tear working its way out of my eye as he pushed a finger deep into my heat and rubbed me.
Don't move.
Ashes instructed in my ear again as I tried to shift away, my throat tight and my chest burning from panic.
Try to relax for him.
Relax? Church was fingering me as I tried to squirm away. No one had ever done this to me before, and he wanted me to relax. Church murmured something to Sin, who nodded. A moment later, Church moved down so his face was between my legs.
You've never had anyone down here before. You're so tight and wet. Spectre, you just made my day. Scream for me if you can,
he said, before plunging his tongue into my heat and making me claw at Ashes as I tried to escape. But there was no escape. I already knew that.
Chapter 37. Church. She was hard to subdue, but once we managed to hold her down, I dove between her legs and ate her sweet little pussy like it was my last meal. She was silent as she breathed hard, her body tense as Stitches and Sin both held her arms and Ashes kept her secure around her waist. I lapped at her sweet nectar, my finger buried deep in her tight heat. She was beyond wet for me, and that kept me going as I licked her clit. There was no way in hell she'd ever been touched there. I was the first. Fuck yes.
Close your eyes.
Ashes instructed her in a tight voice as she tried to squirm again in his hold.
Close them if you're scared. We can count together.
I chanced to look up from between her legs and saw her squeeze her eyelids closed, her hand in Stitches as he watched me work my magic.
There you go. Relax, sweetheart. Let Church make you feel good. It's just us here. No one is ever going to know what we did tonight. You can just let go for a night. Count with me. 1, 2, 3.
Ash's voice almost hypnotized me, too. Serena relaxed a bit against him as I sucked her clit and inserted another finger into her. She tensed for a moment as she adjusted to the fullness before her body began to shake. Taking that as my invite to make her come, I sucked and licked harder and faster, hooking my fingers deep within her. Her breathing picked up as she arched her back off Ash's.
Fuck, she's coming.
Sin grunted.
Not yet.
Stitches said, shifting forward. I worked harder as he brought her hand to his mouth and kissed it.
Come for Church.
Ashes murmured.
Come in his mouth.
Her body shook violently, her clit pulsating in my mouth as her pussy contracted on my fingers. Her wetness gushed out, and I lapped it all up, eager to swallow everything she could give me. Her pussy tasted like heaven. It was probably the closest I'd ever get to the pearly gates, but it was fucking fantastic enough for me. I'd die happy knowing I'd gotten her off so much that she'd soaked my shirt and face.
Look at that.
Stitches said, mesmerized.
A pretty girl made a mess.
I pressed a kiss to her pussy as she jerked beneath my lips, her bits still sensitive from my mouth. Her eyes were still closed when I came up for air and took my shirt off. We hadn't made her scream, but I'd made her come. I'd counted as a victory. I reached forward to take her, and Ashes sat her up. "Open your eyes," I commanded, cradling her face as she continued to breathe hard. It took a moment before she cracked them open for me, revealing her colorful eyes. Her cheeks were damp with tears. "There's my good girl." I ran my thumb along that trembling bottom lip I loved so much, adoring how soft it was from her tears.
What now?
Stitches asked in a gruff voice. She didn't stop us. She didn't scream. "That means something," I said, cocking my head as I looked at her. "Right, Spectre?" I leaned in and brushed my lips against hers before pushing forward and kissing her deeply. Her lips were stiff beneath mine before she melted against me, her bare breasts pressed to my chest, which was dampened with her release.
Fuck, that's hot.
Stitches muttered as I drew her closer to me, my hands on her warm, bare skin. She wanted this. She'd have pulled away and fought me with the kiss. Instead, she'd fallen into it, her tongue sliding along mine in a delicious dance. I broke the kiss off, my cock painfully hard. "Kiss Ashes," I said softly against her lips. "He's been neglected." Her eyes wavered as she stared at me before I placed my hand on her chest and pushed her back against him.
"You don't have to,"
he said gently, turning her face toward him to cradle it. "She does," I said, pulling my cock out of my pants and stroking it.
Think she's on the pill?
Stitches asked.
Does it fucking matter?
Sin countered. I shook my head. I didn't give a fuck if she was on it. I only wanted to feel her heat sheathed around my dick. I'd seen her file, though, so I wasn't concerned. She was good to go. Ash's lips were a fraction from hers when I ran my cock up along her still damp lips. She jerked away from him and struggled to shove me away, her eyes wild. I grabbed her by the arms and lifted her clear off Ashes. Ashes moved out of the way so I could sit down with her back on my lap, this time with her facing me. I had to bear hug her to get her under control. "I won't fuck you. I just want to feel you," I hissed in her ear. "Trust me, Spectre. Have I hurt you so far?" She shook in my arms before the tension fell away, and she collapsed against me. I loosened my hold on her and reached to my cock between her legs and slid it along her folds. "Make me come however you can, and I won't fuck you. If you can't get me off on your own, then I'm going to fuck you until you bleed. Let fucking go of everything for a moment and let the good take over and leave the fear behind. Don't hold back. You're in control." I released her completely as she sat straddling me, my bare cock still against her heat. I lifted a brow at her, taking in her tear-stained face.
"Don't cry,"
Ashes said gently.
"You're almost done."
Finish it.
Sin grunted. He moved back to the couch where he pulled his dick out and stroked it. Stitches stood up and got behind her and pressed a kiss to her temple.
Do you need help?
He asked. Her jaw quivered.
Okay, Angel. Slide your pussy along Church's cock. He's ready to go. Just keep doing it until it starts to feel good.
She moved ever so slightly along my cock. My eyes rolled back in my head as I suppressed a groan.
Slide, Angel. Kiss him. Touch him. Let yourself go.
Stitches instructed as I gripped her hips. She slid against me again, my cock positioned nicely between her wet pussy lips. She let out a gasp as she did it again. Dry humping wasn't my thing, but for her, I'd do it, and I knew I'd get off by the way my balls were drawing up.
Good. Keep going if you like it. If you don't, then stop. Kiss him. Test the waters.
She leaned down and pressed her lips against mine as she moved against me. I groaned into her mouth as I gripped her hips tighter, unable to prevent myself from moving her along my cock. Her breath came out stuttered as I couldn't stop myself from thrusting against her, grinding. Fuck. I snarled, holding her hips so hard I knew I'd leave my mark on her creamy skin. I bit her bottom lip and tasted her blood in my mouth. Her tits pressed against me as I got lost in the way she felt on me, and she didn't stop, and she knew she could. Stitches had given her permission. She kept going, though. The tingling in my balls grew and drew up against me, my release teasing my cock. Faster, baby. Make me come. She did as instructed, her body tensing as her own release took over. Her lips parted as her wetness glazed my cock and groin. She shifted back and her hair fell around us in wild tangles, brushing my thighs as her chest heaved. Seeing her that way made my release come to a head. I exploded in a delirious whirlwind of bliss, soaking both of us. We were both breathless as she fell back onto my chest and laid on top of me, her body damp with sweat. Sin was cleaning himself up, and Stitches seemed to have had the same idea as Sin because his softening dick glistened with the mess he'd made on his abdomen. Take her, I instructed Ashes, who stood nearby, his eyes fixed on us. He'd only watched, apparently. He reached out and pulled her limp body off mine and ran his fingers through her hair as he murmured something to her I couldn't hear. I stood, dizzy, and drew in a few calming breaths before I pulled my pants back on and scooped her into my arms. She didn't fight me. In fact, she buried her face into my chest and clung to me. Can we agree she did well?
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Stitches grunted, stuffing his dick back into his pants. Sin nodded silently, frowning, and Ashes remained with his gaze fixed on her in my arms. He hadn't gotten anything, not even a kiss, poor bastard. Check off an occurrence. We're going upstairs. We'll talk about everything else later. I didn't wait for them to say anything as I made my way to my room. Once there, I deposited her on my bed and stared down at how beautifully cracked she was. Her eyes locked on mine as I lay beside her. You were afraid, I said softly, moving my hand between her legs where I knew the mess I'd made still was. I swept my fingers up her center, relishing in her quivering before I found my release on her soft flesh. I rubbed it into her skin, marking her in our sins. With my fingers damp, I ran it along her folds. Her breath came out in soft, short gasps. I'm going to keep you, I murmured against her lips as I rubbed her gently with my cum. You're mine, Serena Lawrence. I placed a kiss on her lips before withdrawing my hand from her and getting to my feet. I went to my attached bathroom and started a bath. When I returned to the bedroom, she was laying in the same place I left her. Leaning down, I took her back into my arms and brought her to the bath and gently placed her into the warm bubbles. Her eyes were heavy with sleep as she gazed up at me. I removed my pants and got in behind her and held her against my body, something I'd never done with a girl before. She was different, though. Serena Lawrence was a miracle sent from the stars to torment my madness. She was a test. She would be my ending if I let her. Good girls don't come in bad boys' mouths and keep their boyfriend, I said into her ear. I want you to break up with Andrews. That's over. Once you do, you'll belong to the Watchers. We will claim you. I'm giving you the chance to do it on your own first. Do you understand me? She said nothing, per her usual, but I felt the tension in her body. If she didn't let him go, I'd do it for her, and I'd not be gentle.
Chapter 38. Serena. I woke up in Church's bed alone. His side was cold, so he'd been gone for a long time. I let out a breath and stared up at the ceiling. It felt like last night had been a fever dream. I touched my lips, remembering the way the Watchers tasted on them, minus ashes. I sat up, knowing I needed to get back to my dorm so I could change my clothes and maybe grab a shower, even though Church had taken the time to bathe me the night before. Wincing, I sat up and noted the purple marks on my breasts from Church, or maybe Stitch's mouth. Hell, maybe both. Heat flooded my face as I recalled their lips on my skin. Stitch said I could stop it. I knew I could have. Maybe I'd have gotten another occurrence, but the option was there. I'd let it happen. Not out of fear, but because I wanted it, despite how nervous I was. I inspected my body further and found fingerprint bruises dotted my hips. Church. Sighing, I got up and wrapped the bedsheet around me.
You look like a lost angel.
Ash's voice called out as he came into the room. I stiffened, old habits dying hard, as he approached me slowly. When he stopped in front of me, he gave me a smile.
Church is working out downstairs in our gym he does every morning. He's been at it for an hour now.
I swallowed and breathed out. Ashes held his hand out to me.
I have some clothes in my room if you'd like something to wear. You can dress, and I'll walk you back to your dorm.
That seemed like a sound plan, so I took his hand and followed him to his room down the hall. We entered an immaculately clean room filled with books, like his own personal library.
Here,
he said, handing me a pair of sweatpants and t-shirt. My bra was on top of the pile, but not my panties. If anything, they were in the trash since Sin had shredded them to bits. I took the clothes and stared at him, not sure how I was supposed to thank him.
I know last night was a lot for you to take in. I don't want you upset or scared. I was thinking maybe I could still come over to your place Saturday. We could have dinner. I'll bring you something. We can watch a movie together and talk. Or I'll talk and sound like an ass and you can listen.
He gave me a quick smile. I studied his face. Ashes was so beautiful. The teddy bear of the four.
Tell you what, I'll show up Saturday night at your place. If I knock and you don't answer, I'll know you're not interested. If you answer, we'll have a good time. Sound good?
I blinked at him. It sounded like he was giving me a choice. Did that mean if I wasn't feeling up to it, that I could decline without getting another occurrence from them?
Get dressed,
he said, stepping around me.
I'll wait outside for you.
He walked away, closing the door with a soft click behind him. Quickly, I dropped the sheet and hauled on the oversized clothes and went to the door. Ashes was leaning against the wall outside it, and when I stepped out, he offered me that gentle smile of his and took the sheet from my hands and tossed it back into his room.
Come on, let's get out of here before those other assholes notice you're gone.
He tugged me down the hall and downstairs, only stopping long enough to wait for me to slip my shoes on, and then he grabbed my backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Once we were outside, my nerves began to settle. We walked for a long time before he finally spoke.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry about last night.
I glanced at him quickly and averted my eyes to my feet when he looked back at me.
I know you were nervous. I was a bit too, if I'm being honest.
That didn't come as a complete shocker. I'd seen the worry on his face when Church started pushing me for more.
Just so you know, you were fucking beautiful, even if you were scared. I don't want you to think we used you because it's not like that.
Ashes pushed open the door to my building and led me inside and up to my room, remaining quiet in the elevator. When we reached my room, I unlocked the door and stepped inside, him following me. He placed my bag on the floor and closed the door.
I hope you want more of what happened,
He said softly, taking my hand and bringing me close to his body.
but that would mean you'd have to let Andrews go. Can you let him go? For us?
Did us mean I'd be with all four of them? Would I just be a plaything to them? I didn't want to be the girl they brought back to their place to screw and push out the door before the next one entered. Hell, I wasn't even sure I wanted to be their girl. I was so confused about how I felt. Terror flooded every fiber of my being before pleasure did. But terror always returned. I was scared of them. Scared they were going to hurt me if I didn't comply. And since I couldn't get the words out, it made everything worse. Church knew I couldn't scream. That was why he kept pushing for more. And God, we'd been so close. Embarrassment flooded my body as I remembered how exposed I was to them. They'd seen all of me. They watched me do things I'd never done before. But how did I feel? In this moment, ashamed. Scared of it happening again. Desperate for more. That last feeling terrified me more than anything else. Ashes brushed his fingers through my hair tenderly as he gazed down at me.
You don't know what you do to people, do you? You have no idea of your beauty or your magnetism. You don't even realize how many people watch you and wish they could have you. You, Serena Lawrence, are a unicorn. Rare, beautiful, magical.
He leaned in and pressed a kiss to my temple.
An angel sent from heaven to make the wicked weep.
I swallowed as he pulled away.
Figure out what you're going to do about Andrews. As much as I did enjoy seeing you last night, I don't want you to get another occurrence with us. I know it's going to be hard for you to cut ties with Andrews since he's really a decent guy, so I'll try to keep church off your back for a bit. I can't guarantee it'll work. You'll need to figure it out quick, though. Accept the offer or become the prey. I'm pretty sure you know how it works with us.
He made to step away, but I grabbed his hand and pulled him to a stop. He turned back to me, his brows crinkled. I opened my mouth to, well, I wasn't sure what, but it didn't matter anyway because no words came out.
What's wrong?
He moved back to me, the concern from last night back on his face. I blinked at him, unsure about how to communicate what I needed to say to him.
Tell me,
he said softly, urgently, as he squeezed my hands.
Whisper it to me. Text it.
I closed my mouth and opened it again, imagining I looked like a damn fish out of water. He licked his lips before he turned my hand over and traced words onto my palm with his finger. It's okay. One letter after another. I breathed out as he released my hand and turned his hand over, palm up. I hesitated for a moment before I forced myself forward and took his hand. With a trembling finger, I began brushing my finger along his palm, writing letters he'd hopefully be able to piece together to know what I was saying. He licked his lips as I finished. I dropped his hand and looked at him through my lashes. Thank you. It took him a moment to speak, but when he did, he wore the sweetest smile.
You're welcome, Heaven,
he murmured, placing a soft kiss on my cheek. He backed away a moment later, his eyes on me. When he got to the door, he opened it and left the room without another word. But he didn't need to say anything. I knew by the look on his face he was happy. And that made me happy and washed away my worries, inflating my heart with feelings for the Watchers that had no business being there. It was something else, too, though. I'd spoken. Maybe not with my voice, but I'd communicated to Ashes with words. I hadn't used words with anyone in so long. They were changing me. I wouldn't deny it.
Chapter 39. Ashes. I couldn't get the grin off my face. She communicated. To me. No one else. Church may have been able to control her, but it was me she chose to speak to. I mean, if what she did counted as speaking.
Why the fuck you so happy?
Sin grunted as I came into the house. Stitches glanced at me from his spot at the table where he was stuffing cereal into his mouth, his leg bouncing. I shrugged.
Did you take Serena home?
Church demanded, coming into the room looking like he'd just had a shower. Yep, I said, popping the pea. Sin folded his arms over his chest as he leaned against the kitchen island. His eyes narrowed.
He's gleeful. He knows something we don't.
I shrugged again, the grin spreading on my face.
She kiss you?
Stitches demanded, pushing his empty bowl away. Better.
Did you fuck her?
Church advanced on me, a sinister look in his eyes that really pissed me off. I knew he said he got first on everything, but what the fuck? This time I got a first. Fuck yeah, I was going to gloat. No, I scoffed, not entirely turned off by the idea. But with Serena, I didn't want to just jump between her legs. I legitimately wanted to get to know her first. That was why I didn't dive in for the kiss I knew I could have had. I let it go, because I really wanted to do it just her and I when the moment felt right. I was a prick, but I wasn't an asshole. Not really, anyway.
Then why the fuck are you smiling like the cat who got the cream?
Stitches asked. I glanced to Church, noting his hands were balled into fists. First, I want to say that I know last night was great and all, but I don't think you should push her on ditching Andrews. Church opened his mouth to say something as Stitches let out a groan, and Sin shook his head. Hear me out, I said, holding up my hand. This is a huge step for her. She doesn't know our intentions. She doesn't know us. She knows him and knows he's a good guy. She needs that. Let me talk to her on our date on Saturday, and I'll get it all out for her so she can decide.
Date?
Church snapped.
What date?
The one I asked her on, I said. Sin rolled his eyes as Church's Adam's apple bobbed in his throat.
What a load of shit.
Sin shook his head.
Don't act like you didn't enjoy last night, Sinclair. I saw you with your dick in your hand and your mouth on hers. That cum on your stomach wasn't because you didn't enjoy watching.
Stitches called out.
Man, fuck you.
Sin shot back.
My dick was already hard because I was going to fuck anyway.
Church held his hand up to silence the room.
Asher, I know you well enough to know you aren't telling us everything. What's going on?
I sat down at the table and looked at the three of my friends, smiling. I walked her home. I talked to her, more of a lot of reassurance and all that. Then I asked her what was wrong. I told her she could tell me. I paused, watching the guys. Church took a step closer, and Sin watched, the tension rolling off him in waves. Stitches stared back at me, waiting for me to drop the bomb as his legs bounced and he twisted his fingers together.
Get to the fucking point.
Sin snapped. I rolled my eyes at him. I took her hand and wrote a word on her palm with my finger. I said, "It's okay."
Lame.
Sin muttered.
Continue,
Church said, shooting Sin a look that said, "Shut the fuck up." Well, I grinned. She answered me.
What?
Stitches demanded, the same time Sin's arms fell to his sides and he took a step forward. Church simply stood staring at me in stunned shock.
What did she say?
Sin asked. She took my hand and wrote, "Thank you," on my palm. The room was silent as I looked back at my friends. It seemed to last forever before Church cleared his throat.
She spoke to you.
I nodded.
She communicated.
I nodded again. Church looked to Sin and Stitches.
She hasn't screamed.
So that shit doesn't count then.
Sin grunted.
It counts, and Asher is a lucky motherfucker. We're lucky because he's lucky.
Stitches sat back and ran his fingers through his black hair.
We win, right? We said get her to talk or scream.
I looked to Church, who wore a frown.
It doesn't count.
Sin said again.
It has to come out of her mouth. She did communicate, but it wasn't actual words you could hear. Asylum will argue it, so let's just call it as it is. Not enough.
He looked relieved, which confused me. Church let out a breath.
Sin's right. She didn't speak it. That doesn't mean she isn't going to, because if she did that, it means there's hope for more. Plenty more. So let's take that shit and run with it. We pushed her, and that wasn't her limit. I say we push more.
He looked at each of us in turn.
Fuck yeah.
Stitches said.
I'm all for it.
Sin shrugged.
Whatever.
Church looked to me.
Asher?
Yes, I said in a soft voice. And maybe I just signed her death warrant, but I was desperate for more of her. That said a hell of a lot.
Chapter 40. Serena.
Today, we're going to read Genesis.
Sully said as he settled behind his desk.
I thought the story of origin would be of use to you. I sat around contemplating what I could use to get through to you. I figured reminding you of your roots would be a great way to start our evening.
I swallowed and stared straight ahead. He seemed content in my nonverbal answer because his voice began droning as he started his reading. I hadn't had any interaction with the Watchers since Ashes left me at my dorm. It had been days now. I hadn't broken anything off with Bryce because what would I do? Tell him we couldn't be friends anymore? And how would I tell him that when I didn't even speak? Unless I could write it on his palm like I had Ashes. But that didn't seem right. I breathed out and focused on Sully's droning voice. The last thing I wanted was to be beaten again. My body was still sore from the last time. Luckily, his brand of medicine didn't leave me with a whole lot of marks, just ugly memories. Regardless, I couldn't stop my mind from wandering back to the night with the Watchers. The way Church's mouth felt on my heat, how Stitches kissed me. The way Sin touched me, hatred warring in his eyes with another emotion I couldn't place. I swallowed and ran my hands down my skirt.
Your assignment this week will be to write me a paper on your beginnings. Tell me about your early life, where you were born, siblings, favorite thing to do as a child. Think you can handle that?
I stared back at him. Our hour was up. It had flown by, and I hadn't been hurt.
I'll take your silence as a yes.
He got to his feet. If I had to guess, I'd say he looked distracted and wanted me gone, which was completely fine by me. I stood and followed him to the door.
You will have your paper on my desk by Monday morning, no exceptions.
I stepped out of the room, and the door closed on me. A breath of relief rushed from my lungs, and I darted away in case he had second thoughts. I was nearly to my locker to pick up a few things when I was shoved hard from the back. My face smacked hard against my locker door, making my ears ring from the impact. The taste of blood met my tongue. I turned to see who had attacked me, only to find myself face to face with Melanie and Tasha. I stared up at them as I shrank as far back as I could into my locker. "Listen, you fugly little bitch," Melanie started, her eyes flashing with malice as she jammed her manicured finger hard into my chest. "Stay the fuck away from the Watchers. They were claiming me. I'm theirs, not your fucking weird disabled ass. If I catch you near my guys again, I swear I'll make you pay. Smacking your head on your locker will be the least of your worries. Tasha and I are going all in with them. We don't need you to ruin it." She fisted my hair and slammed me back into the locker so hard my vision blurred from smacking my head. "I'm not playing," she snarled in my face before she backed away from me as I wiped at my nose and saw the blood on my shaking fingers. So that's where the blood taste was coming from. "You're a disgusting freak with your weirdo eyes and the fact you don't talk," Tasha added, giving me a hard glare as she took her turn to shove me. "Stay with your own kind or get buried, you creepy bitch." They turned and walked away from me, hips swinging. I stood, trembling, staring after them. They rounded the corner and were gone, but I hadn't moved, my body still quaking from the encounter.
Hey, you okay?
Seth's deep voice called out.
Rinny?
Shit. I turned abruptly, putting my back to him as he stopped and stood behind me. I still suspected he had something to do with Danny getting hurt.
Serena.
Breathe. Just breathe. You're safe here. He can't touch you here. You're going to be okay. You won't die today by his hand. Not in the hallway. Breathe. 1, 2, 3. He grabbed my arm and spun me roughly so I was facing him. I didn't even realize I was crying until he reached out and thumbed the tears from my cheeks. His lips parted and his brows crinkled. A tick went off near his eye as he tilted his head and brushed his fingers through the blood on my face. I swallowed hard, my lip trembling, my chest aching as he stared at the blood on his hands. Please, Seth, don't hurt me again. I wanted to scream it at him. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. I wanted to be free from this nightmare.
Who did this to you?
He asked softly as he rubbed my blood between his fingers, a mad glint in his blue eyes.
Who made you bleed?
I continued to stare at him, my head spinning as I attempted to slow my breathing. Help! 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 I opened my mouth to scream it, but the words weren't there.
Fuck!
He snarled. He reached forward and cradled my face between his hands.
Talk to me, Rennie. It's me. It's Seth. You're Seth. Your best friend. Please fucking remember what we had.
He stepped closer so his warm breath feathered across my face.
I've never forgotten.
I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my cheeks as he continued to cradle my face.
I've missed you. I have so much time to make up to you. So much to share with you. Fuck, you're so beautiful even when you're bleeding. Maybe even more so. Come with me. I'll take care of you. No one will ever hurt you again. I promise.
I wept harder, silently, at his words. I remembered his promises. I fucking remembered all of them.
Angel!
Stitches called out. I kept my eyelids squeezed tightly as heavy footsteps approached. Seth's hands fell away from me, only to be replaced by warm hands that I knew had to be Stitches. I collapsed against his chest, clinging to him. His deep voice rumbled against my ear as he spoke.
Get the fuck away from her!
He said in a dangerous voice.
You don't tell me what the fuck to do!
Seth shot back.
She belongs to me.
The fuck she does. She clearly doesn't want anything to do with you. Get the fuck out of my sight before bad shit happens.
Stitches returned, clutching me tightly to his body.
We had a deal, Malachi.
We do.
Stitches snarled, his typical upbeat personality not shining through. Only darkness emanated from him.
And you're losing, so fuck off.
Seth let out a soft laugh.
I almost just won.
I had no idea what the hell they were talking about, but I honestly didn't give a shit. I just wanted Seth to go away.
He's gone, Angel.
Stitches murmured moments later, backing away so he could take my face in his hands and angle my head up.
Open your eyes.
I snapped my eyes open and stared up at him. His dark hair had fallen forward, and a look of concern swept over his features.
Why the fuck are you bleeding? Did he do this? Did Kane fucking do this to you?
He pulled away from me, but I reached for him and twisted my fingers in his now blood-smeared white uniform button-down. He gripped my face tightly.
Did he do this, Serena?
I sucked in gasping breaths before giving the slightest shake of my head. He studied me for a moment before he sighed.
I don't suppose you'll tell me who it was either, huh?
I bowed my head as he released me. I felt empty in his absence, something that confused me. He reached for my hand and tugged me from my locker without a word. I followed along, keeping my head down, aware of the drying blood on my face and lips. Even if I could talk, I didn't need to ask where we were going. He was taking me back to the Watcher's house. He didn't say a word to me the entire walk there. When we reached the house, he flung the front door open and hauled me through and pushed me down onto the couch. Judging by the silence, no one was home. Stitches stomped away from me, and I heard him rustling around in the kitchen for a moment before the sound of running water met my ears. A moment later, he was kneeling in front of me and pressing a warm rag to my face as he cleaned me. Stunned, I sat still, letting him take care of me. If I wasn't experiencing it, I might have thought I was dreaming. I didn't think Malachi Wolf had a compassionate enough bone in his body to wipe the blood from my face.
If Church gets home and sees you a mess like this, he will kill someone. Doesn't even have to be the person who did this. He'll kill someone just to prove a point.
Stitches murmured as he finished wiping my face.
Lucky for you, pretty girl, he's doing a group therapy session tonight before him and Sin head off campus with Ashes.
He grabbed an ice pack and wrapped it in a tea towel before he pressed it to my nose.
I was supposed to go too, but I'll stay behind with you. Keep you safe.
His voice became gruff as his Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. Keep me safe. But who would keep me safe from him? Stitches was right when he said he'd stay behind. I guessed that meant I'd be staying with him while the guys left. He'd sent off a text telling them, apparently, because no one came back for him.
Do you want something to eat?
He moved off the couch where we'd been sitting for hours watching TV. My stomach growled in response, making him chuckle. He rattled around in the kitchen for a few minutes before the smell of pizza filled the air. When he came back into the room, he was holding a bottle of water. He twisted the cap off and handed it to me. I sipped it nervously, noting his eyes were locked on my every movement.
We can watch something different if you're not into action movies.
He said, taking the water from me when I'd finished. He capped it and put it on the glass coffee table in front of us and grabbed the remote.
You want to watch a chick flick? Ashes probably has something on the DVR.
He muttered, thumbing through shows. He settled on Legally Blonde, a movie Katie adored, before he got up and rustled around in the kitchen some more. The smell of butter and popcorn filled the air before the popping of kernels met my ears. I sat watching the opening credits before he returned with a bowl of popcorn and sat down beside me again and draped his arm over the back of the couch. He stuffed a fistful of popcorn into his mouth.
Have some,
he said, glancing over at me. I was simply too nervous to reach over and get some. So, sensing that, he took a piece in his hand and turned to me.
Open, Angel.
I hesitated for a moment before parting my lips for him. He placed the popcorn inside my mouth and smiled.
I'll keep feeding you if you want. I like watching you eat. Probably speaks volumes about my mental state, huh?
He let out a chuckle and grabbed another piece of popcorn. I opened my mouth, and he placed it inside, his eyes locked on my mouth as I chewed. I followed his hand with my eyes and watched him grab a third piece. I thought he was going to give it to me, but he placed it on his lips and raised his brows at me. He wanted me to take it from him. My pulse roared in my ears. This was a test. Would he give me an occurrence if I didn't do it? He let the popcorn fall into his mouth and chewed.
We're going to do that again, Angel. This time you're going to take popcorn off my lips with your lips.
He said, confirming what I thought.
If you're brave enough to.
I swallowed hard as he put the popcorn on his lips. I twisted my fingers nervously in my lap. Just do it. You've already kissed him before. Besides, Stitches is a good kisser. His lips are soft. Maybe he'll kiss you again. But what if... No what ifs. Just be brave for once in your life and take a chance. I leaned forward and brushed my lips against his as I took the popcorn from him. He immediately threaded his fingers through my hair and pressed his lips against mine as I furiously tried to swallow the popcorn, a feat I was proud of doing. He chuckled softly against my lips as he deepened the kiss, his other hand moving to my waist as he hauled me closer to him. What was happening? Was I doing this? Was I really going to make out with Malachi Wolf? This wasn't like me. I was terrified of men. But these men, these insane men who brought me to the edge of fear and hauled me back, made me want more. I couldn't explain it. It still terrified me, but I was quickly becoming a crazed addict around them. Stitch's tongue slid along mine as he prodded my lips open, his kiss growing fiercer.
I could kiss you all night.
He breathed out against my lips before pecking my mouth again.
Angel, you're an enchantress.
His lips met mine again, our tongues dancing along one another's. I jerked away from him as the timer on the pizza went off.
Hold that thought.
He murmured, getting to his feet and going into the kitchen. He banged around in there for a moment before he returned to me and held his hand out.
Come here.
I stared at his hand for a moment before sliding mine into it, not knowing where this was leading and a little scared of the fact. He brought me to the second room down the first floor hallway and led me inside. His bedroom. Panic clawed at my chest, but he towered over me and walked me backwards to his bed until the backs of my legs hit the edge of his mattress, and I fell back onto my ass.
I'm going to be right back. We'll watch the movie in here. Don't move.
He cradled my face for a moment before he left. I swallowed and looked around. Stitch's room was a typical bedroom. Bed, desk, chair, dresser, dark blue walls, large TV, an adjoining bathroom, closet, car and motorcycle magazines. His walls were bare, though, with the exception of a shovel he had hanging on the wall. My breathing picked up as I stared at it. I twisted my fingers in his blue duvet, my lips going numb as I raked in my breath too fast for my body to handle. A murder weapon. A fucking shovel to my head. The dark. The fucking dark. Stitches came into the room with the pizza and drinks and placed them on his desk.
I made just cheese because I figured that was safe. It's a frozen one, so I hope you're okay with that.
He said, turning to me. He took me in for all of a moment before he crossed the room in quick strides, his hands landing on either side of my face as he blocked my view of the shovel.
What's going on?
He demanded softly, his brows crinkled. I shook, my breathing still ragged.
What the hell?
He looked over his shoulder at the shovel and blinked several times before his hands fell away from my face. He stalked to the shovel and snagged it off the wall. I flinched back and went to my side on his bed and curled into a tight ball. My eyelids squeezed closed as I waited for the impending thwack of the shovel on my head. I heard a door open and close before Stitch's warm hands were on me.
Hey, Serena, listen, hey!
He pried my hands away from my head and forced my face upward.
Open your eyes. It's gone. I got rid of it. At least I think I did. I assumed it was the shovel.
I breathed out and peered through my lids to see he was telling the truth. The shovel was gone. He frowned as he stared down at me.
You're a mess. Why the fuck do I love that about you?
I breathed out, feeling slightly calmer. His words sent a flurry of emotion through my body. These feelings were so foreign. I never imagined I'd have an inkling of feeling for a man after what happened to me, or what was continuing to happen to me. But there I was, actually feeling something that confused me.
Was it a shovel that hurt you?
I didn't answer him as he swept his fingers through my hair.
I spiraled last year. Went off my meds. I was stressed out. My mom, she tried to contact me. I haven't seen her in years. I grew up bouncing around in foster homes until Dante's dad took me in. You'd think that would be the fairy tale ending for a poor abused kid from the streets, but it wasn't. It only fed the monster inside me because Dante was a lot like me. I was Dante's gift because his father knew how twisted he was. He wanted to keep him in check. He thought having a little brother might help him. I think he knew it made both of us worse. But in a good way.
I stared up at him, taking in his glittering eyes and the serene look on his face.
I never knew my dad. He could have been anyone. Mom was an addict who let men into the house. Those men would beat me and do whatever they wanted to me as payments so she could get high. I was currency. When I was younger, one of the guys tried to gut me with a kitchen knife. Took 40 stitches to piece me back together. Ashes gave me the nickname Stitches after he saw me in the hospital. It stuck and worked out because I get in fights and people usually end up with stitches too.
My heart clenched at his words.
I was supposed to be the companionship Dante needed since he has his own issues. And I was. We're best friends, brothers. Sin and Ashes came into the picture when we were just toddlers. You see, I lived near the guys. We grew up together. Same school, despite the wealth Dante had. I guess growing up near him helped with my way into Dante's family. I wasn't a stranger. Before Dante's mother died, she'd take us for ice cream. I think we both got worse after her death. All of us have issues, so we just fit.
He gave me a shaky smile for a moment before it faded away.
I inherited money last year from my grandfather. He hated my mother. Must have hated me too, or so I thought, since he left me with that bitch. But he passed away and left me cash in his house in Traverse City. She heard about it. She contacted me, told me all sorts of shit I should have known better than to listen to. I craved my mother, Serena.
His eyes locked on mine as I watched him. He continued to rake his fingers through my hair as his leg bounced.
She has dark hair like you.
He murmured. He gripped my hair tightly at the roots and gave it a tug. I winced at the pain that brought, but he was quick to loosen his hold.
You remind me of her. She was beautiful, too. She used to be a good mother. You see, I was born addicted to heroin. I was taken away. She went into rehab. She came out and raised me like a mother should until she slipped and fell right back into the pit she's been struggling to get out of. I was 6.
I swallowed as a muscle thrummed along his jaw.
I gave her the money she asked for, a few thousand. He left me plenty, so it wasn't like I was hard up from giving her the cash. Plus, Dante's family's loaded. I haven't gone without in a long time. At least in the money department.
He shook his head, his fingers still in my hair.
But she fucking left me again. Promised she was going to set something up for us so I could have her back. She fucking lied to me. She lied to me, Serena. I lost it. I was already under a lot of pressure with other shit going on in my life. She was the last straw. I dug for 3 days straight in my mania with that shovel. The guys kept it because I dug enough for the pool Dante had put in. Gifted it to me when I got out of the hole.
He let out another soft laugh.
It's my participation trophy.
He finally stopped touching me and got to his feet. I watched as he went to his desk and pulled open a drawer and dug out a bottle of pills. He opened the container and poured a pill onto his hand and tossed it into his mouth before uncapping a bottle of water and swallowing it down. I watched, fascinated, as he medicated himself.
Lithium. It seems to be the only thing that keeps my shit together these days.
He placed 2 pieces of pizza on paper plates and brought them back to the bed and settled in beside me. I sat up and looked over at him. He offered me a smile and the plate of pizza. I took it with shaky hands.
You make me feel better. Probably shouldn't give away my secrets, but there they are. I know we haven't spent a lot of time together or anything, but this is the first time in my life I've actually felt anything for a girl. I typically just fuck them and never have feelings. Never connected before. Wanted to, but shit, it wasn't in my heart. My head, I don't know.
He paused for a moment and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
But you brought something to life inside me. And I don't want to let it go. So I guess that's me telling you I really fucking like you, Serena.
He bit into his pizza and chewed quickly as I stared at him, my heart thudding hard at his words.
Eat. Dante will kill me if he finds out I had you here and didn't feed you.
I looked back to my plate and lifted the pizza and took a bite of it and chewed. I wanted to ask him what that meant. Maybe he was a mind reader because he answered me without the question.
Dante doesn't know you're here. No one does. If he finds out, he might kill me. He was already suspicious because I didn't want to go off campus with them tonight. But you're mine too. So I'm rolling with it. He already kissed you and tasted you. As long as I don't go further than that, it'll be okay.
He had a faraway look on his face, like he was trying to convince himself of what he was doing was acceptable.
Good thing you can't tell, right?
He looked back to me and grinned before stuffing the pizza into his mouth and hitting play on Legally Blonde. I blew out a breath and relaxed against his pillow, having seen a different side to him tonight. One I didn't entirely hate. One that I was drawn to and could cause me a hell of a lot of trouble if I didn't watch myself. Because I realized deep down, I really fucking liked Malachi Wolf too.
Chapter 41. Sin. I leaned against the front of the car beside Church as we watched Ashes set the contents of the metal barrels on fire. Ashes was a different person when he got to light the fires. Every week, we'd leave campus to come to this abandoned warehouse on the edge of town so he could set shit on fire in the safety of the metal containers. I knew it was just a taste of what he really wanted, like burning the entire fucking place down. But it was enough to hold him over until next week. "Why do you think Stitches didn't want to come tonight?" I asked as I watched Ashes drop more shit into the barrel and grin at the flames, his lighter clenched tightly in his fist.
Spectre?
I figured as much. The bitch really was working her way beneath my friends' skins. I was the only one fighting it. I already knew what would happen if I let her in. She'd set my world ablaze like Ashes did with his barrels. Kissing her was all I needed to do to confirm everything was fucked. I had to distance myself. In fact, I knew my friends well enough to know this could break them if shit went south. And it always did with chicks. Always. I needed to do something to get a handle on the situation. We didn't need her. It didn't matter how much we wanted her. It had to stop. "Are you sure he stayed for her?" Church didn't look at me. With his arms folded over his chest, he continued to watch Ashes throw shit into the fire.
No, I just have my suspicions.
"And if he's with her?"
Then I'll kick his fucking ass.
Church finally looked over at me, his moss-green eyes glittering.
I get all her firsts, so if he fucks her, I'll kill him. If he gets her on her knees to suck his cock, I'll kill him. I might even kill her too, or just kill her and make him watch.
I scoffed, hating the venom in Church's voice, hating the pain I heard in it. Serena brought out the emotions in us that didn't need to be brought to the surface. We were dangerous as it was. Add in emotions and the world was fucked. I definitely needed to put a stop to this. Church and Malachi were brothers. Adopted, but just the same. Hell, we were all brothers. I wouldn't have another bitch come into our lives and tear us apart. Been there, done that with Isabella. I'd already been stupid to kiss Serena, to touch her, to fucking feel. Enough was enough. We need to end this, Church.
No, I'm not ending it. I want her. I'll have her.
She's going to tear us the fuck apart.
She won't.
She already is, I shot back. You just said you'd kill Stitches if he's with her. If he touches her. You know damn well he will. We made a vow we'd only be with girls together after Isabella. We didn't vow to fall in love with them.
That hasn't changed. The only thing I want is to be her first. I want to say when and where. I'm in control. That's it.
You realize how fucked up you sound? You can't control everything.
I can and will,
he said, looking back at Ashes, who was now dousing the flames with gasoline. The flames arched into the sky as he whooped and danced around the barrels. I let out a sigh.
You like her too,
Church finally said. No, I really fucking don't. She's beautiful. I get the appeal. I just don't want to feel the shit I feel. I don't want to get attached. I don't want to fall down after I worked so hard to climb out of that deep, dark fucking chasm, Dante. I'm asking that we just walk away. Finish off her occurrences and let her be a fucking zero to us.
I'm not letting her go. I'll never let her go.
The soft orange glow from Ash's flames danced over Church's face as he stared straight ahead, his body tensed and a muscle popping along his jaw. Fuck it. I wouldn't be able to get him away from her. And if I couldn't get him away from her, that meant getting Ashes and Stitches away would be just as hard. I guessed I had to take matters into my own hands.
Chapter 42. Serena. I awoke tangled around Stitch's body to the sound of yelling and crashing. I snapped my eyes open to see a really angry-looking Church barreling toward us from the doorway. Stitches immediately shoved me behind him and got to his feet. He'd removed his shirt sometime in the night, so his tattooed torso and jagged scar were on display. A large wolf's head in black and white was tatted on his back, covering the entirety. It was a beautiful piece, but now wasn't the time to be admiring artwork. Church's fist connected with Stitch's face, sending him stumbling back. Stitches shook off the hit and charged forward, his fist smashing into Church's jaw. I scrambled away and fell off the bed and hid on the other side, searching for a way out as they cursed and beat on one another.
Stop! Knock it off!
Ash's voice called out, followed by more footsteps as I caught sight of Sin's black boots enter the room.
What the fuck?
Sin shouted, getting into the fray.
You know the fucking rules.
Church yelled, the sound of another hit connecting sounding out.
She's mine. She's fucking mine first.
I didn't fucking touch her. I kissed her, that was it. But fuck you, you aren't the boss of me, or any of us.
You know damn well I'm who leads. If you don't fucking like it, you're free to leave, brother.
This ends now.
Sin said.
Where the fuck is she? Serena? You mute bitch, where are you?
I scrambled beneath the bed, my heart in my throat as Sin stomped forward to try to find me.
Don't call her names, prick!
Ashes called out.
I swear to fuck, Sinclair!
Sin's hand wrapped around my ankle, and he yanked me hard. I clawed at the hardwood floor, but I was easily removed and brought out. Immediately, Sin reached down and snagged me off the floor by my hair and hauled me to my feet. I gasped at the pain his tight hold brought. Without an ounce of care, he threw me roughly to the floor in the center of the group. I hit the floor hard, my knees connecting with the hardwood with a loud thud. Tears stung my eyes at the pain that shot through my body. I shook on my hands and knees before the four of them. Church squatted in front of me and tilted my chin up.
Did you let Malachi fuck you?
I sobbed silently, wanting to get the hell out of there.
I didn't fuck her.
Stitches snarled.
Fucking asshole.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking her. Did he fuck you, Spectre?
When I continued to cry, he let out a snarl of frustration and took my face in his hands and shook me so hard I thought my brain would disconnect. He released me, and I fell forward. In an instant, he was behind me and pulling me upward to my knees so his hand was wrapped around my throat and my back was to his front. I fought against him as he moved his hand beneath my skirt and ran it up my thighs to my heat. He tightened his hold so much that my breathing came in sharp, wheezing gasps. I stilled against him, knowing if I fought, he probably would choke me out. His hand moved beneath my panties, and he plunged his finger into my heat. I opened my mouth at the painful intrusion. He grunted, his hold so tight now I absolutely couldn't breathe. He withdrew his fingers and sucked them into his mouth as my vision dotted with sparkles.
I told you I didn't fuck her.
Stitches said softly. Church released me, and Ashes caught me as I fell forward. I shoved him away as I tried to suck in my breath, my pulse thundering in my ears. He was crazy. He was really going to kill me for no damn reason. I'd been insane to think I was safe with him. Or any of them because they let him do it.
Heaven, don't!
Ashes called out, the smell of smoke reaching my nostrils. He smelled like he'd been in a fire. I shoved at him again, making him hiss. Church's hands wound around my waist, and he pulled me to my feet. I turned in his arms and smacked him as hard as I could across his face, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath.
Are you mad?
He asked, slowly turning his head back to face me. I glared at him, shaking.
I'm fucking mad too.
He snapped. His hand caught my throat again, and this time he lifted me off my feet and shoved me against the wall. I clawed at his wrists, kicking my swinging feet as he held me in place.
You don't stay with anyone unless I say you do. You don't fucking kiss anyone unless I say you can. You don't come into my fucking house without me being here and crawl into bed with my fucking brother.
His face was so close to mine I could feel the warmth of his breath.
You fucking do it again. I'll tear your heart out and fuck it while you die watching. You think you can't breathe now? Just wait.
He released me, and I slid down the wall to my knees and sucked in more breath.
You're a fucking asshole,
Ashes said, shoving Church aside as he backed away.
The fuck is the matter with you? You hurt her!
He didn't answer. He stormed out of the room, leaving me behind with the guys.
Get her the fuck out of here.
Sin said, his gaze fixed on me.
Go back to Bryce. None of us are good for you, Siren. You'll only meet your end with us.
He walked out of the room, leaving me with Ashes and Stitches. I pushed Ash's hand away as I got to my feet.
Heaven, please.
Ashes reached for me, but I backed away to the door. A look of pain swept over his face.
Don't, okay? Let me walk you back.
I reached the door and turned and rushed through it. Luckily, no one was in the living room. Not that it would have mattered. There was no way in hell I'd stop.
Serena, wait!
Stitches shouted, following me into the living room. I didn't stop. I slammed the front door behind me and ran as fast as my feet would carry me away from them. Chapter 43. Serena. A week passed without contact from the Watchers. When Ashes turned up at my door on that Saturday night, I didn't answer it. I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to see any of them. My neck was bruised from Church's hands. My eyes were bloodshot. My knees hurt. Lesson learned. I was fortunate enough that Sully was gone, so I didn't need to do my special therapy session with him. Instead, I sat in my room alone after having brushed off Bryce for the third time that week. I didn't even bother eating lunch with him. I was avoiding him as much as I was avoiding the Watchers. When he came to my door, I wouldn't answer it. I sat alone and painted most of the time I was alone. Or I cried. That following Friday, I sat in Sully's office and stared straight ahead as he commended me on writing such a good paper on my beginnings.
Very detailed. I am curious. Where is your father?
I said nothing.
Jerry tells me he doesn't even call. Do you think maybe he knew you were unwell and didn't want to deal with you? They say some have a sixth sense. Perhaps he knew what a burden you'd be on him and cut his losses. Although I do hear your sister is just as beautiful as you are.
I snapped my attention to him, his mention of Katie sending anger reeling through me.
Ah, your sister is the way in, is it? Jerry says she's troublesome. He's considering sending her here. A year younger than you, right?
I could tear the skin from his face. I envisioned myself smashing his head in with the lamp on his desk, his brains and blood spewing out of him like a goddamn volcano.
The demons have you again, child. You're thinking impure thoughts, aren't you?
He rose from his seat and approached me. He moved behind me and placed his hands on my shoulders. I stiffened beneath his cold, rough touch. When he leaned down to speak into my ear, my breath caught in my chest.
You're not a child anymore, though, are you? 18 now, stayed in your room and didn't celebrate it. Alone.
His hot breath blew across my jaw as I sat frozen beneath his hold.
I've heard the Watchers have taken an interest in you. I don't get wrapped up with them because of a deal I have with Dante Church's father. They get free rein here. That doesn't extend to you, Miss Lawrence. You do not belong to them. You belong to me. To this school. I will let them play their games because I know they'll break you for me. That's when I'll sweep in and save your soul, just like God intended.
He released me, and I breathed out.
We're done for the day. Today's assignment is self-reflection. I want you to think about exactly who you are, Serena, and what you want to be. Then I want you to write it all down for me and turn it in next week.
He walked back to his desk.
Go. You're dismissed.
I scurried out of the main office like my heels were set on fire and ran straight into Ashes. He caught me at the waist and looked beyond me for a moment before locking eyes with me.
Hey, Heaven. What are you doing in the office?
I shoved him away, but he held tight.
Don't do this. Please.
He said, his voice shaking.
I want to talk to you. I won't hurt you. I swear I won't. I will leave when I'm done if you want.
I swallowed as I stared up at him. He smelled of smoke and of rich cologne. For some reason, his scent calmed me. He backed away and took my hand in his and gave it a gentle tug. Reluctantly, I followed along. We passed Seth along the way. I quickly ducked my head before I could see his expression.
Serena!
Bryce called out. Shit, I really couldn't do this today. All I wanted was to be left alone. By everyone.
Hey, come on!
Bryce shouted. I thought he'd stop, but he didn't. He got in front of us and halted the journey.
Serena, what are you doing? Why haven't I seen you? You're avoiding me.
He said. I swallowed hard and took in the hurt expression on his face as his gaze traveled to Ash's hand clutched around mine.
Oh.
He said softly, backing away. No. I wanted to scream it from the rooftops. This wasn't our breakup. This was just a damn mess I needed to get out of.
Sorry.
Ashes offered. He at least sounded it.
Yeah, no, I get it. Nothing great lasts forever. Friendship, love. Yeah, I got it.
Bryce cleared his throat and backed away. I tried to tear my hand away from Ashes to go to Bryce, but he held fast. Bryce, don't go. Just, shit. Wait. I have to explain. I can't explain. God, help me. He turned and walked away, his head down. My heart cracked as I watched him leave.
It's better this way, trust me.
Ashes said softly.
Rather it be me and you who broke the news to him than Church. You already know how destructive he can get. I wasn't going to be able to hold him off on you about Andrews forever.
I knew he was right. Bryce would be safer without me. It still fucking hurt, though. But there was no me and the Watchers. They just left me completely alone. I figured that meant something. Ashes led me to my dorm, thankfully, because there was no way in hell I'd go back to his place. He'd have to carry me if that were the case, and I wasn't so sure I wouldn't bite, kick, and punch the entire way. We stepped inside my room, and he closed the door behind us.
Wow.
He murmured, looking at all my paintings. I'd long run out of canvas and was using sheets of notebook paper and anything I could get. My paints were nearly gone, so I'd taken to sketching. My face heated. I'd have thrown everything out if I thought I was going to have company. I watched as Ashes stepped forward and stared at a portrait of him I'd painted. His hair was a mess. There was a smear of soot on his cheek. I captured the light perfectly in his eyes with twin flames. I watched as his Adam's apple bopped in his throat as he reached out and ran his fingers along the soot I'd painted, the small burn scar at his hairline.
Serena, you're an amazing artist,
he said, his gaze roaming along my walls to my other paintings. There was one of Bryce, each of the Watchers, abstract work. He stopped at the painting on canvas of a little girl holding a white mouse and staring up at a boy.
Asylum,
he murmured, drinking in the picture.
Seth. You knew each other for a long time, huh?
I turned away from him and sat on my bed. He joined me a moment later. We were both quiet as we sat there.
Church fucked up. He knows he did. He's sorry in his own messed up way.
I sat stiffly.
Heaven, we're all fucked up, okay? He overreacted. I'm not going to cover for him. He's violent and possessive, incredibly jealous. I can't just say it's his mental shit and gloss over it. What he did to you was wrong. He's aware of it. Him and Stitches aren't talking right now. Hell, none of us really are. We know nothing happened between you and Stitches. He said he kissed you. Nothing else.
I didn't move an inch.
I'm here on behalf of everyone to offer apologies to you. We didn't let you go. We let you have a break. You still have 3 occurrences to fill.
He cleared his throat as I flinched.
I'd like to fulfill mine tonight.
I jerked away from him and got to my feet. He followed me, watching, assessing, as I paced. I need to get the hell out of here. I need to run away. I could always just off myself. Ash's hands covered mine as he stopped my pacing.
You're hurting yourself,
he whispered, gently unclenching my fists.
You made yourself bleed.
He released my hand and ran his thumb along my bottom lip. It was only then that I'd realized I'd bitten my bottom lip so hard I'd bled. He cradled my face and tilted my head up so I was staring at him.
My occurrence won't be like theirs, not tonight. Tonight, it's just me and you. Unless you tell me no, then it's you and the Watchers. So I'm really hoping I don't have to do that.
Bastard. He led me back to the bed and pulled me down beside him.
I want my date with you. That's what the occurrence is. I want a night with you.
I blinked at him in surprise.
I'm really not as bad as you think I am. I mean, I keep some shady friends around, but I love them. They're my family. So what do you say? Me and you, a date. I'll show you how I live.
I hesitated for a moment. As if sensing what I was thinking, he held his palm out to me. I noticed the burn scar on his wrist and licked my lips.
Don't be afraid.
I blew out a soft breath and reached for his hand and wrote words onto his palm. Church will be mad. He smiled as he took in each letter.
He will be mad. I'm really hoping he is. He won't hurt you this time, though.
You, I wrote on his palm.
Not me either, Heaven. He needs this just as much as the rest of us do. Trust me.
He gave me a sweet, serene look that broke down my carefully erected walls. Ashes was the sweet one, the nice one. Well, maybe not completely nice, but I felt at ease with him. Maybe this would be a faster way to my ending. So I wrote a word onto his palm that made him grin. Yes.
Chapter 44. Ashes. I knew what she was thinking without her saying a word as she stared at my motorcycle. Her pretty eyes were rounded as she grimaced down at the sleek black bike. I'd given her time to change, and had gone back to the empty house and threw on a pair of jeans, black t-shirt, and my leather jacket before returning to her room to get her. I promise you'll be safe, I said, handing her a helmet. With trembling hands, she took the helmet and put it on her head. I chuckled, taking her in. She was so tiny and delicate. Having Church lose his shit on her had really taken its toll on all of us. No one was talking much, especially to Church. He'd taken to holing up in his room and hardly coming out. When he was out, he was angry and throwing shit. I knew he wanted to apologize, even if he didn't know he wanted to apologize. It was eating him alive. Stitches wasn't his typical, light-hearted self either. He grunted a lot and stared at his phone more than anything. And Sin, he almost seemed happy. That worried me the most, because Sin was hardly ever happy. His mood stayed pretty even with his melancholy. With Serena out of the picture for the last week and a half, he wasn't stomping around pissed off. He even tried to make dinner and get everyone together. It only worked for a few minutes before Church and Stitches got into it again, and Church threw his dish of spaghetti against the dining room wall and stormed out. I reached out and fixed her helmet and tightened it on her. "You look really pretty," I said, enjoying the way her cheeks reddened. I couldn't help but take in how she was dressed either. She looked completely different without her school uniform. Her ripped, skinny jeans hugged her body in a way that made me want to pant. The pink V-neck gave me just enough of a glimpse of her cleavage to make me want to bite my damn knuckles to keep from touching her. I swung my leg over the bike and turned back to her. She hesitated for a moment before she followed. "Students aren't allowed off campus, except us," I said. "And since you're with me, that means you. Our protection extends to you, Heaven." She shifted behind me. "Hold on." I took her hands and wrapped them around my midsection. "Ready?" She trembled against my back. I started the engine, throttling it to make it purr beneath us. She flinched against me. I reached down and patted her hands, which were twisted tightly in my black t-shirt, before giving them a gentle squeeze. We raced out of the parking lot, her hold on me tight. She pressed her body against mine, her warmth radiating through me. Yes, definitely heaven. I took it easy, enjoying just cruising with her on the back. We took some winding roads along the lake before jetting off outside of town to my favorite place in the world. Pictured Rocks. It was cut along Lake Superior, gorgeous miles of scenery and a blue lake, thick trees. She loved the ride. I knew she would. Her hold on me lessened as she grew curious. I smirked, knowing I was making her feel that way. I pulled off down a trail I knew all too well and rode slowly through until I got to the spot where I could go no further. I parked the bike and cut the engine before hopping off and grabbing a pack from my saddlebag and offered her my hand. She took it tentatively. I helped her take her helmet off and placed it on the bike before reaching back out to her and fixing her hair. Perfect, I said, offering her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Taking her hand, I led her through the forest. We stopped when we reached a cliff overlooking the water. Her lips parted as she took it in. It's my favorite spot, I said, opening the pack and pulling out a blanket. I laid it over the ground, and she sat on it, her eyes never deviating from the water. I grabbed out 2 bottles of water and some granola bars and sat beside her and offered her one of each. She took them. As beautiful as the scenery was, it was nothing compared to her. Finally, she tore her gaze away from everything and looked back at me. Do you like it? I asked, holding my hand out to her. Yes. Her delicate fingers traced the words onto my palm. I thought you might. Sorry about the dinner. I'd have made us a candlelight picnic, but I tend to get carried away with fire, I said, giving her a smile. She cocked her head at me, taking me in for a moment before she traced letters onto my palm. Thank you. You're welcome, I said, brushing her hair away from her face. She turned back to the water, and I followed, breathing in the fresh air. We sat like that until the sky turned a deep shade of orange, the setting sun casting its colors across the blue sky. For the first time ever, a tiny smile graced her lips. My heart raced as I took her in. I took my phone out and snapped the photo of her without her even acknowledging me. She was far too lost in the beauty in front of her. You're cold, I murmured, noting the goosebumps on her arms. She finally turned to me and crinkled her brows before looking down at her arms. Immediately, I took off the leather jacket I had on and wrapped it around her. She snuggled into it before laying on her back and staring up at the sky. I couldn't help myself. I took more pictures of her. I paused when she finally focused on me. I snapped the picture and laid beside her, staring up at the darkening sky. I've always loved fire, I said softly as we laid beside one another. I love watching the sky change here because it reminds me of fire. So many oranges and reds. I brushed my fingers against hers on the blanket, I had a sister, a twin. Her name was Abigail. We grew up in Detroit, but my parents had a summer home on Lake Michigan near Petoskey. We were 10 when she died. I breathed out, never having told anyone but the Watchers my story. But I wanted to share it with her. I wanted her to know me. She needed to know the monster I was. She didn't move. She simply continued to stare at the sky. One summer, we went to our summer home. Abby was so excited. Hell, I was too. I've been getting into a fair amount of trouble at school. I set a trash bin on fire for the 3rd time and have been expelled. My parents were at the end of their ropes. I was doing all sorts of bad shit. I didn't know why I was doing it, just that I couldn't stop myself. I always scared Abby. But no matter what, she stood by my side. I swallowed before continuing. It was late. We were supposed to be in bed, but I'd spent all day collecting leaves, twigs, and branches. I'd left them near the house. When it got dark out, I went outside after my parents went to bed and took out a lighter I'd stolen from my cousin and lit everything right next to the house on fire. It was fucking beautiful, I said, remembering how quickly it burned. I watched it until Abby found me. She scolded me as we stomped on the flames, and she dragged me back into the house. Mom and Dad were going to send me away. We both knew it. I needed help. I closed my eyes briefly before continuing. We went to bed. A few hours in, I smelled smoke. I got up and couldn't see a damn thing. I could barely breathe. I rushed to Abby's room down the hall. There were flames everywhere. I managed to get inside. I could hear my dad calling for me through the smoke and flames. He tried to get me first, since my room was closer, but I wasn't in there. I was with Abby. Her room was blocked off by the fire. She was scared and had gotten in her closet. I found her curled up at the bottom. I sat with her, hoping Dad would come. When he didn't, I knew it was up to me. I pulled her out and tried to carry her. She wasn't breathing like she should. I tried so fucking hard. She caught fire, though. I stopped my story and looked over to Serena, who had turned her head to stare at me. I couldn't tell what she was thinking as she continued to watch me. The lack of pity on her face strengthened me to finish the tale. I managed to get Abby in my arms. I carried her through the room to the window. I busted the window out to get her out. It cut me pretty badly. I hadn't even realized her nightgown had caught my pajamas on fire and that I was burning with her. I turned onto my side to face Serena. She mirrored my movement and rolled onto her side, her vibrant eyes drinking me in. I dropped Abby through the window and jumped out behind her. The fire department was already there, spraying the house. My parents were screaming, and Mom was on her knees as the house engulfed in flames. I came through the night carrying Abby. I collapsed before I made it to my mom and dad. but I saw the look of horror on their faces. They knew it was me. They knew Abby was gone, and that it was my fault. My bottom lip trembled, and a tear snaked down my cheek. I saw the look in their eyes when they realized I was the monster who survived. That Abby, my sweet sister, had been the one to die. She loved to sing and dance. She wanted to be a ballerina. She worked so hard, always at rehearsals. But when she wasn't, she was with me. She tried to keep me on the straight and narrow, always saying to me, "Asher, I'm not going to tell on you, but I won't leave you." I didn't leave her either. Not in that fire. I paused and braced myself for the next part. At Abby's funeral, I tried to crawl into the casket with her. It knocked it over in my struggle to be with her. Her body rolled out. My mother wailed. My father struck me so hard I lost consciousness. She looked so pretty, Serena. She was in her ballerina outfit, her favorite pink tutu and leotard. But she was so cold. So fucking cold. It didn't matter how much makeup they used on her, they couldn't cover the burns. Burns that I'd put there. I closed my eyes for a moment before I forged on. After Abby's funeral, I was sent away. My mom couldn't look at me. She blamed me. Dad swore they'd come back for me. I bounced through the foster system for a long time before I found a stable enough home. Monica Havers. Her brother was a pyro. He died in one of his fires when they were kids. In a way, we were similar. She got me into Chapel Crest at a young age. I did rounds of therapy and shit for a few years before I got here. I set fire to my school. And it was pretty much the last straw, but here I am. I finished my story. She didn't abandon me. She tried to help me. I haven't seen or heard from my real parents since they left me with the social worker. Serena reached out and thumbed another tear off my cheek that had sneaked out. I closed my eyes, relishing in her warm, tender touch. Her fingers drifted to my arms where she ran her delicate touch over the burn scars I had from that night. Over the scars from the broken window. The burns were on my chest too, but she didn't need to know that right then. Her fingers drifted to the scar along my hairline. Then there it was, the pity in her eyes. I reached for her face and cradled it. Don't you dare feel bad for me, Heaven. I made my own hell. I have the watchers to keep me in line now. I haven't slipped in a long time. They take care of me. They take me off campus to a safe place where I can let loose. Things are better now. I'm better. Mostly. I didn't want to tell her about the night terrors of watching my twin's face melt away, or the way she wept my name in that smoky closet until the smoke and flames overtook her, and she died in my arms. I didn't want to tell her about the crippling depression or the number of times I tried to kill myself because of the agony I felt inside at what I'd done to Abby. but her fingers trailed up the jagged scar on my wrist, evidence of the knife I took to it 2 years ago. Her lips parted as she realized what it meant. "I haven't tried since," I whispered. "I think about it all the time, but I haven't done it. No one knows about how often I wish I were dead. How I wish I was brave enough to finish the fucking job God forgot to." She took my hand in hers and traced letters onto it. "Me too." My heart clenched at those words. I watched as she brought my palm to her mouth and pressed her warm lips against it. I couldn't help it. I pulled her closer and brushed my lips against hers in a soft, gentle kiss. She melted into it immediately, her tongue tentative as I tasted her. I gathered her closer to my body as I kissed her, getting lost in what was quickly becoming a drug to me. Soft, warm, perfect. She tasted so sweet. I knew I'd never get enough of her. When we broke apart, I rested my forehead against hers. "I hope God forgot about you too, because I need you here with me." I pressed my lips to hers again, meaning everything. I was selfish like that.
Chapter 45. Church. "Where's Ashes?" I demanded, coming into the living room.
Don't know.
Sin said.
I haven't seen him since lunch.
I looked to Stitches, who sat staring down at his phone. He was still pissed off at me over attacking him and Serena in his bedroom. There wasn't shit I could do about it. I wasn't a time traveler. "Malachi,"
Fuck off.
he muttered, not looking up from his phone. "Do you know where Ashes is?" I finished.
I hope he's fucking Angel, honestly. I hope he's balls deep, blowing his cum all up in her tight pussy. Maybe he'll get her pregnant. Out of all of us, pretty sure Ashes would be the best dad. Not you. You're a prick.
My hands shook as I breathed in and out, the image of Ashes taking my Spectre's virgin pussy as his own. Even though I knew Ashes probably wouldn't do that even if given the chance, it still didn't help calm me. I was obsessed with having it first. I fell asleep to the image of her pretty pink mound covered in my release. I rubbed it into her skin, watching as she squirmed beneath me, her breasts. I stopped the thought as my cock began to harden. I looked out the window. Night had fallen long ago. It wasn't like Ashes to stay out. Last time he did, he'd set fucking Sully's office on fire. We'd caught him and had it put out, but just the same, Sully wasn't too happy.
I texted him. He's not answering. Maybe he just needs some alone time. I don't hear sirens, so everything must be okay.
I gritted my teeth for a moment before turning and going upstairs to my room. I showered and flopped onto my bed, my mind on Spectre. I'd watched her every day since I'd snapped on her. I've never in my life felt regret, but I was pretty sure that was the feeling in my chest. The way her colorful eyes wavered as she stared up at me. The tears, her trembling lip, her hands on my wrists as she tried to pry my fingers off her neck, how her body was so shaky as I choked her, the way her breath stuttered out of her as she struggled to breathe. I loved all of it. And I fucking hated myself for it, too. I'd never hurt my Spectre enough to kill her, but I was no fool. I knew what I was capable of, but not to her. I'd never hurt her. Would I? I certainly didn't want to. I hated the fucking muddled thoughts in my head. My heart ached because all I wanted was her, and I wanted her to want me too. It was a feeling I'd never had before. I didn't know how to navigate it. I was going crazy as I tried to unpack it all. The red lights on my clock illuminated the darkness, minute by minute. I finally glanced to see it was just after 1 a.m. I didn't hear Ashes come home, but that didn't mean he didn't sneak in. I flung my blanket back, already dressed in all black, and made my way to his room. I knocked softly on it, my heart thudding unevenly in my chest. When he didn't answer, I cracked the door open to find his room empty and his bed made. I swallowed thickly and went downstairs to the front door and slid my shoes on.
Where are you going?
Sin called through the dark living room. I hadn't even seen the fucking lurker sitting on the couch in the dark. To find Ashes. You want to come?
No.
He took a swallow of whatever he was drinking. I assumed it was alcohol since he'd been drinking every night since Serena ran out of here. We need to make sure he's not doing anything stupid, I said. I cared very much for my brothers. They were the only ones in my life I cared about, until Serena arrived. But I cared about her so differently it was frightening.
He won't kill himself, and even if he decided to, it's been hours. He'd already be dead.
I ground my teeth at the idea of Ashes slipping and bleeding out. I'd already been to that fucking circus.
Try Serena's.
Sin continued softly before taking another drink. Serena is pissed at all of us.
She's pissed at you for choking her. She's pissed at me for the words I said. I very much doubt she's pissed at either Ashes or Stitches enough to ignore them. The difference between the two is that Ashes doesn't mope around. He continues to go for what he wants.
Sin fixed me with a look through the darkness.
Try her room, and if he's there, don't do something stupid.
I didn't hesitate. I tugged the door open and disappeared into the night. So many things went through my head as I ran to Serena's through the cover of darkness. What if I got there and it was Bryce? What would I do? I told her to get rid of him. I hadn't seen him around her, but I knew if she wouldn't have gotten rid of him, then I'd have to do it. What if it was Ashes? What if he fucked her? Stay calm, Dante. He's your best friend, even if he did. No, fuck that. I'd kick his ass. Might put him out of his misery with her fucking pillow. My hands were shaking by the time I got to her place. I pulled the master keycard out of my wallet and crept into her room. I stopped at the foot of her bed and stared down at her, wrapped in Ashes' arms, both sleeping soundly. Her bedside lamp was on, casting a dull yellow glow on her and him. I swallowed hard and breathed out. Ashes was still in his street clothes. She was in a tank top. I couldn't see what she had on beneath the blankets, though. All I knew was it wasn't the fucking white nightgown I told her to wear. That really pissed me the fuck off. I watched for several long minutes as they slept peacefully before I moved to her side of the bed. She'd done some decorating since I'd been gone. I couldn't see it all in the darkness on the edge of the room, but she'd been painting by the looks of it. Looked like a crazy person had drawn on any scrap of paper they could get their hands on and had taped their artwork around the room on the walls. I admired that. It was fucking beautiful. Now wasn't the time, though. I'd come back and look at her pictures another time. I clicked off her lamp and sank onto the overstuffed chair in the darkness and watched her sleep. Ash's arm was tight around her tiny waist, his fingers touching her bare skin. I glared at the offending hand, willing myself not to tear it off him and beat him with it. She finally shifted and broke away from him. Her black hair was out of its braid and looked beautiful as it blanketed her. Her bare legs slid out from under the blanket, tiny pink sleep shorts, the ones she wore the first night I watched her sleep. I allowed my eyes to skim up her exposed body. Her top had ridden high up her torso, another fraction of an inch, and I'd see her breasts. My cock was rock hard in my pants. I rubbed my hand over the fabric as I watched her sleep. She twitched. Then her head snapped side to side. Her lips parted. She shifted her legs as her breathing picked up. She was having a nightmare. I slid my hands into my pants and brought my cock out and stroked it as she breathed harder, fighting an invisible force. Fuck, that was beautiful. I wanted desperately to make her fight me as I sank inside her, as I fucked her virgin pussy until she bled for me, my name a silent scream on those delicious lips of hers. She promised she'd fight me. The night in the cemetery, she sealed it with our first kiss. There was no going back. I wanted it. I stroked my dick faster as I watched her struggle. Her chest heaved, pushing her breasts against the thin fabric of her top. Her body trembled, her lips parted, her brow crinkled. The scream was right fucking there. I pictured myself making her do all those things as she struggled beneath me. My release came hard and fast, spilling over my hand as I choked down my groan. She stopped moving. Her body relaxed. It was over. I breathed out and got to my feet and went into her bathroom and cleaned my hand off before I returned to her room. She was still on her back and Ash's arm was now around her waist. Standing over her, I stroked my dick, a bead of my leftover release coming to head. I ran my cock along her soft lips, smearing my cum onto them. I hoped she fucking dreamed of me. I tucked my dick away and turned and walked to the door, but before I got there, I heard Ash's call out softly to me.
You're fucked up, Dante.
I let out a soft chuckle and looked at him over my shoulder. Did you fuck her?
You know the answer to that.
I nodded tightly and opened the door. I did. She was still mine.
Chapter 46. Serena. Ashes was gone when I woke. I reached over from where I lay and brushed my fingers along the cool sheets where he'd been. He must have left a long time ago. I rolled over and sighed. I'd had an incredible night with him. Learning what happened to him and his sister broke my damn heart. I'd spent so much time wrapped up in my own problems, I failed to realize how bad others had it. Now I knew both his and Stitch's stories, and even Bryce's. Chapel Crest really opened my eyes to people around me. The text notification on my phone flashed, and I grabbed it and looked down at it to see a message from him. With shaky fingers, I opened it. Ashes.
I had an incredible night with you. I'll make sure the occurrence is knocked off. I want you to know it was more than that to me. I want to spend a hell of a lot more nights with you like that.
I closed the message and stared at my ceiling. Ashes was a mess. I was a mess. He said the Watchers were sorry. Maybe they were. It wasn't like Stitches had done anything wrong. Sin had been cruel with his words. And Church, he hurt me. He scared me. But damn if I didn't miss him. Sighing, I got up and showered and pulled on a lavender sundress and black ballet flats Katie had sent with me. I felt good, except for the empty feeling in my chest when I thought of the Watchers. I attempted makeup, trying to mimic everything Katie showed me. I managed to get mascara, winged the black liner after 3 attempts, and lip gloss on without incident, and figured I'd call it good. When I was done, I sat at my desk and began sketching. I was out of paint, so all I had left was my pencil and paper. I drew the cemetery. I drew ashes and flames. I drew Stitches smirking and Sin scowling. I drew Church reaching for me on my knees. I didn't stop. I sketched for hours, not moving from my seat. Growing tired, I laid my head on a fresh sheet of paper and closed my eyes, allowing myself to drift off to sleep. When I woke, the sun was setting. I'd wanted to see Bryce. I needed to see him. It wasn't sitting well with me that I hurt him. I hadn't meant to hurt him. I left my room and went to his dorm and knocked on the door. He answered a few moments later and blinked at me.
Serena?
Another blink.
Sorry, come in. I wasn't expecting you.
He stepped aside for me, and I entered his room and looked around. Tidy as could be. 2 beds. He had a roommate. I'd forgotten that.
Vic isn't here. He ran out to get some dinner for us from the kitchens.
I followed him to his bed and sat beside him.
You look really pretty. I've only ever seen you in street clothes when you arrived here. You usually wear your uniform or pajamas. Are you meeting Ashes?
I reached for his hand and twined my fingers with his.
I know I reacted poorly last night.
He said softly, squeezing my hand.
I'm sorry. You've just been avoiding me. I'm worried about you. I care about you, Serena. You're my best friend. I have Vic and the guys and Lucy, but you're the only person I've ever felt like I could be myself with. You don't care about all the bullshit. You just care about me, the person. It's hard to find people like that in the world, especially this world at Chapel Crest. We're always labeled by our reasons for being here.
I stared at him. He offered a smile.
Are we good?
He asked. I gave his hand a squeeze. His lips quirked up again.
Good. Best breakup I've ever had. Most of the time they hate me for one reason or another. Not that I have a lot of exes. Not sure if that's a good or bad thing.
Definitely good, Bryce. He leaned in and hauled me against his body, his arms wrapped tightly around me.
You don't know it, but you were a godsend to me.
He murmured as he hugged me. I hadn't hugged anyone in years, but I found myself winding my arms around him in return and holding him back.
You've come a long way. Your sister would be proud.
He pulled away and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead just as the door burst open.
Man, they were out of burgers. All that was left were boiled eggs.
Vic grumbled. I jerked away from Bryce quickly and jumped to my feet like I'd been set on fire. Vic's gaze swept between us quickly, a frown on his face.
Were you two just making out?
I was already at the door. I wasn't sure why the anxiety had swept over me so suddenly, but the room felt smaller, and I needed to breathe.
You don't have to go,
Bryce said, getting to his feet.
I know it's early, but you look so pretty. I don't know, see if I can get something else from the kitchen and we can watch movies. I heard she's dating Ashes. Lucy said she saw them holding hands yesterday, and church.
Vic's voice trailed off.
Man, let her go. You don't want to be wrapped up in that shit. That's too dangerous.
Bryce ignored Vic and came at me.
Are you okay?
He murmured. Was I okay? I wasn't feeling okay. I felt like I needed to get out of the confined space. Maybe it was because Vic was there in the small room with us. I hadn't been in small space with him like this before. I felt too trapped. These shared dorms were way too small. I was suddenly grateful that Jerry was such a prick for wanting me rooming alone. I sucked in sharp breaths as I stared up at him. I grabbed the doorknob.
Okay, I'll walk you back.
I pressed my hand to his chest. He frowned and stepped back. What was wrong with me? Why was I having this breakdown? The day started out so good, too. I pulled open the door and rushed off without looking back. The moment I was outside, I leaned against the brick wall and hauled in calming breaths and closed my eyes. When I was younger, I'd get panic attacks out of nowhere. I wasn't always able to explain them. It had been a long time since I'd had one that wasn't triggered by anything. The only thing I could think was the small space with someone I didn't know well. Once I had myself back together, I made my way to my dorm, wondering if maybe Katie or my mom would call. Usually they'd video chat me, or at least Katie would, and Mom would pop in and tell me how much she missed me. I'd watch Katie show me a new dress or gush about some boy at school or the latest gossip. I'd always just stare back at the screen, wishing I were normal. I spotted Church in the distance in black pants and a black long-sleeved top. I watched as he ran in the direction of the cemetery. He told me he'd like to go there to think beneath the willow. He also told me he hunted in the woods. This didn't look like a hunt. Maybe he was going to think. It would be dark soon. The last thing I wanted was to be out in the middle of the night, but I couldn't stop myself as I took step after step in the direction he'd gone. By the time I'd made it to the cemetery, dusk had fallen, casting dark shadows around everything. Swallowing hard and gathering my courage, I stepped through the creaky cemetery gates and walked to the willow in the back. I wasn't sure what I'd do if I saw Church, or what he'd do. Ashes said he was sorry. I wasn't sure if I believed him, since Church hadn't come to me and said it. I pushed the low-hanging branches aside, expecting to see Church sitting on the bench, but no one was there. I wandered forward and sank onto the seat and looked around. Church was right. This was a nice place to think. I closed my eyes as the gentle breeze made it through the thick branches and rustled my hair. I left it down today. The dark tendrils tickled my skin as I sat there, letting the calmness wash over me.
You're beautiful.
Church's soft, deep voice called out. I snapped my eyes open to find him standing in front of me, his green eyes locked on me. I inhaled sharply at the look in his eyes as he stepped forward. He stopped and kneeled in front of me and brushed the hair away from my face.
You're a brave girl for following me.
I flinched away from him as he reached for me again.
You were with Andrews today.
How did he know?
You were with Ashes last night.
I licked my lips.
You're scared of me because I hurt you.
I breathed out, my hands trembling in my lap. This was probably not a good idea.
I like that you're afraid of me, but I also hate it. I hate myself for it. I don't want you to fear me and flinch away from my touch.
He rose to his feet and leaned over me, caging me in my spot as he rested his hands on either side of me on the stone bench. If I wanted to get away, I'd have to go backward.
I'm sorry, Serena, for hurting you, for scaring you. Forgive me.
I chanced to look up at him to see his eyes shining with sincerity. I faltered in my fear. Church just had a way of calming it when he wanted to. Maybe that just meant I was crazy too. Nervously, I reached out and cradled his cheek. He closed his eyes for a moment at my touch before they snapped open. His hands caught my waist, and he held me to my feet without any effort and smashed his lips against mine.
I saw you sleeping with Ashes. I was so angry,
he said between kisses.
I wanted to hurt him, hurt you. I didn't. I knew you'd come to me. I've been waiting.
I parted my lips for him, allowing him to delve deeper. His tongue slid into my mouth and tangled with mine. He'd been in my room again. He'd watched me sleep again. I should have been upset, but I wasn't. God help me, I wasn't.
The weight was killing me.
His breath feathered across my lips.
You were killing me, Spectre.
Another kiss. His hands moved from my waist to my face to my hair. He tugged the strands roughly, tilting my head back as his lips moved from mine to my jaw, to my neck. My heart thudded hard as he sucked against the skin on my throat, leaving his mark behind.
You look so fucking beautiful in this dress.
He growled, nipping at my earlobe.
I saw you coming back from Andrews's. I watched you go there. I'm always fucking watching when I can, Serena. Do you think I'd have let you see me if I didn't want you to? Everything is a test.
His words sent a chill through my body. Instead of pushing him away, I drew closer, earning a growl of approval from him that only made my heart race faster. In one quick, easy movement, he lifted me off my feet and put me onto my back. The grass poked my bare shoulders as he leveled himself over me. I cast a quick look around to see night was falling.
That's not the darkness to be afraid of.
He breathed out, running his nose along my jaw as he spoke.
It's me. I'm the one you should be afraid of tonight.
I trembled beneath him at his words, my brain cloudy and my stomach twisted into tight knots. He pushed the straps of my dress down my arms, exposing my breast to him.
Fuck, I've missed these.
He murmured before he began kissing the soft mounds. I breathed heavily as he licked around my hardened nipple before sucking it into his mouth. I twisted my fingers in his hair, only causing him to suck so hard it began to hurt. He popped his lips off one, only to move to the other and do it again. My breath hitched as he looked down at me, his hand trailing up my thigh until he was at my panties. He pulled them slowly down my legs before stuffing them into his pocket.
I'm not supposed to claim you just yet. I'm finding it really fucking hard, Spectre. Your soul beckoned to me the moment I saw you. Your heart, those gorgeous eyes and kissable lips. I need you to scream for me. Fuck, you need to do it so I can have you. You're tormenting me.
He said thickly as he ran his finger up my damp slit. I jerked beneath his touch, the heat uncoiling deep in my belly as he continued to gently touch me.
Once I have you, I'll let the Watchers have you. All four of us will take care of you. You'll be our girl. We'll never let you go. Do you want to be my girl, Spectre? Forever?
I trembled as he slid his fingers forward to my entrance and breached it with the tip of a digit. He leaned in and brushed his lips against mine before whispering in my ear,
You just need to scream for me. Say my name. Summon me, your demon, and I'll be yours forever, baby. I will save you.
He shifted down and his mouth met my heat, sending my back arching off the ground as his expert tongue lapped at my clit, his hands tight on my hips as he ate. My breath came in sharp gasps. I twisted my fingers in his hair and bucked my hips forward to meet his mouth. He licked and sucked, making my eyes roll back with each sweep of his tongue. When the heat grew to a boiling level, I came undone silently, my release rushing out of me and onto his waiting tongue where he swallowed everything. His lips and chin glistened when he emerged.
You're fucking delicious. You come so hard. I've never seen a girl come like that before. I fucking love it. I love tasting it and swallowing it down. I love making you a part of me.
I swallowed as he pulled his cock from his pants and stroked it, his eyes locked on mine.
You're going to return the favor for me tonight. I'll teach you how I like to come.
He got to his feet and reached down for me and tangled his fingers in my hair and brought me to my knees. I made to pull my skirt down and my top up, but he knocked my hands away.
No, I want to see you.
He took his cock in hand again and stared down at me.
Open.
I'd never sucked dick before. It couldn't be too hard to learn, though. And I really wanted to please him. Call me crazy, but it was eating me alive. I wanted Church's approval. I doubted many ever had it. I parted my lips, and he smiled before pressing his cock against them.
Wider, Spectre.
I opened wider, and he slid his thick dick between my lips, filling my mouth. I gagged as he pushed in further, hitting the back of my throat. There was still more dick to fit. I was pretty certain I'd not thought this through enough. There was just no way. He slid his cock out and pushed back in. I gagged again. A soft chuckle left his lips.
Too much cock for my girl.
He slid in again. This time, slower. I didn't gag this time. He cocked his head at me and pushed in deeper. My eyes watered. Deeper. The gag was right there. I couldn't. Further. Further. He was buried completely in my mouth and cutting off my oxygen. He stayed that way for a moment before pulling out.
Good girl.
He praised softly before pushing back in.
Good fucking girl. Do it again. Faster.
I tried again and looked up at him. His gaze met mine, making a thrill rush through me.
That's it. Look at me. Don't look away.
He murmured, thrusting in and out gently.
Just like that, baby.
I coughed and gagged again, making him laugh softly once more.
I don't typically enjoy it when someone can't suck cock.
He mused as he rubbed the head of his dick against my lips.
But you might make me come if you keep gagging on me.
Humiliation raced through me. I wanted to do this with him. I felt the heat in my cheeks as I stared up at him.
Don't be embarrassed. I like teaching you.
He pushed his dick into my mouth again. Not as deep. I could handle this. I sucked against his velvety length as he breathed out and twisted both hands tighter into my hair.
Make my cock hurt. I want to feel your teeth, Spectre. You don't need to be gentle. Make me hurt.
I allowed my teeth to scrape against his cock, earning a moan from him that did something to my insides.
That's it, baby. That was perfect. Now suck me hard. Harder. Yes. Fuck, that's good.
He said breathlessly as I hollowed out my cheeks again. He pushed in deeper and didn't stop when I started to gag.
Take it. Fucking make me come.
Tears from holding back my cough streamed down my face as he ruthlessly fucked my mouth. His cock twitched against my lips for a moment before his release jetted out of him and down my throat. I tried to pull away as the salty thickness made my gag reflex worse, but he forced my mouth to remain on him as he emptied himself into it. I couldn't possibly swallow all of this. He pulled his dick from my mouth and tilted my chin up.
Swallow. I ate yours. You eat mine. That's the deal.
I shook as I tried to swallow. I got some of it down before I coughed and gagged again, sending the rest over my lips and down my chin. It dribbled down and landed on my breasts. He went to his knees in front of me and smiled.
Poor baby. Let me help you.
He pressed his lips to mine and kissed me deeply before he kissed my chin, licking up his release at the same time before kissing me with it in his mouth. He pushed it forward with his tongue, forcing it onto mine. I couldn't break away from him since he had a firm hold on me. I had no choice but to swallow. He nipped my bottom lip as he pulled away from me. His eyes raked over my nearly naked body before he reached forward and rubbed the bit of his release on my chest into my skin. He moved his damp fingers to my nipples and rubbed it around each of them before offering me his fingers to suck. I opened my mouth for him and sucked like he wanted, the remnants of his taste on my tongue. When I was done, he pulled my top up, not bothering to fix the straps, and my skirt down, but he didn't give my panties back. Instead, he brought me to my feet before lifting me off of them and sweeping me into his arms. I rested my head against his chest. His heart rate was slow and even as we walked through the night.
You know what I think, Spectre?
he said softly as we moved through the darkness. It really wasn't so scary in his arms.
I think God knew he lost me to the devil and decided to send me an angel. I think you're supposed to make me better, but I think his plan backfired because you make me feel things I've never felt before. You make me crazier in my head, my heart, my soul. I hope you pray, sweetheart, because you're going to need a miracle to get rid of me.
I clung to him tighter, making his hold stronger on me as he brought me out of the cemetery. I knew he wouldn't let go. I was okay with that.
Chapter 47. Stitches.
Her and Andrews broke up.
Asher said as Bryce walked into the cathedral for Mass with Vic and Devon. Church narrowed his eyes at Andrews as he passed by. Church had been in an exceptionally good mood over the weekend, even going as far as apologizing to all of us for his outburst in my bedroom. I'd forgiven him. Mostly. It was hard to stay mad at him. I did try, though. He was my brother, one of my best friends. I couldn't leave him hanging.
Where is she?
Church murmured, not bothering to tear his gaze away from the door where students were pouring inside.
That shit's not over?
Sin said, frowning.
We need to move on from her. You know she isn't the one. We can get Melanie back.
I'm not fucking Melanie again.
Ashes interrupted, shaking his head.
I've tasted heaven, and it is sweet.
I high-fived him as Sin shot us a scowl. Come on, Sinclair, I said, tugging my hair. You kissed her too. We've been over this. You're just scared. I grabbed the Bible and tossed it into the air and caught it.
Fuck you. I'm not scared, but I'm also not a fucking idiot. Doing this shit created a fight. You and Church threw punches. I'm not going to deal with another fucking Isabella situation.
To be fair, I don't think we're going to knock up Serena. We learned our lesson after you two fucks screwed up, I pointed out, tossing the Bible up again and catching it. I bounced my leg, the energy buzzing through me. Fuck, these pills didn't work as good as I wanted them to. Sin glowered at me. I knew my friend was barely keeping it together. Even after all this time, Isabella was still a sore subject for him. Besides, 3-on-1, we voted. You lost. I grinned and grabbed Church's Bible and attempted to juggle them. They crashed down, and one hit Sin in the thigh before dropping to the floor. A muscle popped along his jaw as he glared at me. Damn! And they say I'm the fucker with the mood swings, I muttered, reaching down to grab the Bible on the floor. I just sat up when Serena walked in, looking cute as a button in her uniform. Her gaze darted around uncertainly. Gotta be hard, I commented. Breaking up with the shithead who let you sit with him? No worries, I got this. Stitches to the rescue. I jumped out of my seat at the pew and pushed Church back down as he made to get up and rushed to her. She took a step away from me, her eyes wide. Hey there, Angel, I said, trying to slow my movements so she wasn't scared. You look lost. Her gaze roamed back over the crowded room before coming back to me. I offered her a smile. I heard Ashes marked off an occurrence for you. He likes to go easy, huh? She simply stared back at me. We had a good time, though, right? In my room? I mean, I thought we did. I raked my fingers through my hair and gave it a tug. Until Church ruined it. She reached forward and rested her hand on my chest. It surprised me so much that I stared back at her, blinking rapidly. Do you want to sit with us? I asked, getting my shit together and wrapping my hand around hers.
She can sit with us,
Seth said, coming up behind her alone. She immediately moved to me, her face paling. She tucked herself firmly beneath my arm. What a change. Oh, tough luck there, Asylum. Looks like Serena's going to sit with us today.
Do you remember Oscar?
Seth asked suddenly, completely ignoring me.
I found him after you left. I still have him.
Her body shook so hard I had to hold her up. Her lips parted as horror spread over her face. What the fuck was happening?
Do you want to see him?
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a dead white mouse. It was clearly a poorly done taxidermy job, but it was definitely a dead mouse. I couldn't catch her as she went to her ass and rocked, her lips moving but no sound coming out. Her face was drenched in tears as they cascaded from her eyes. "Get the fuck out of here!" I snarled, shoving him hard in the chest as Ashes and Church rushed over. Ashes scooped her into his arms as 2 security guards took awkward steps forward. I knew they were scared to tango with us. In my last tussle with them, during my fit of mania, I'd broken a guard's arm and had practically gutted an orderly when he came at me with his needle.
What the fuck are you doing?
Church spat, shoving Seth again.
She won't talk to me.
He snapped, glaring at Ashes as he lifted her and walked to the door with her in his arms.
We're still playing, aren't we? Get her to scream and all that shit? Figured I'd jog her memory.
His hands shook as he stood before us, a sad look crossing his face. It wasn't so much sad as it was heartbreaking. Like the love of his life was just declared dead and all he had left was the blood on his hands.
What the fuck is that?
Church demanded, pointing to the mouse Seth held.
Oscar. He was ours when we were kids. I just wanted her to remember.
Real shit job on preserving him, fucking novice.
Church said, snorting at the poor lopsided thing.
Fuck you, Church. I'm winning this. I don't care what I have to do. She was mine in the beginning before any of you fucks. I didn't get here because I play nice. I'm never nice when it comes to her.
He took a step back.
Serena is mine.
We watched him turn and walk up the aisle to his usual spot and sit down. The 2 security guards moved back to their places as Church shook his head.
Fucking douche. We should just kill him and have you dig his grave.
I go manic and dig a fucking pool and suddenly I'm the gravedigger? Do you know how many blisters I got from that shit? My hands were raw for weeks.
Thought that was from pulling your dick too much.
Church muttered. Just my right hand, dickhead. I shot back. I turned to leave and saw Sin still standing where we'd left him. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking at Seth. And if I had to guess, nothing good was going through his head.
Let's go. Fuck this place.
Church said, nodding for me to follow. I gestured for Sin to join us. He fell in step behind us, and we followed Church out the door and into the sunshine.
Ashes took her to the sanctuary.
Church said, putting his phone back into his pocket. You think that fucking mouse had something to do with her trauma shit? I asked as we walked. Like maybe she's scared of mice or something? Seth would know that if they were friends when they were kids.
I don't know. Must be. Might have to beat the answers out of him.
Church said, his pace fast. He didn't look opposed to the idea.
I saw she drew a girl and boy with a mouse in her room. She has the picture hanging on her wall, so clearly Asylum isn't lying.
Weird. Maybe it really did mean something. Sin hadn't said a word the entire time. He seemed to be deep in thought. I hoped seeing her freak out like that would bring out the nice guy in him and make him see that she was the one for us. When we reached the house, Church flung the door open and went straight to Serena, who was still shaking in Ash's arms on the couch.
I can't get her to calm down,
he murmured, raking his fingers through her hair.
She just keeps crying.
Church reached down and lifted her into his arms and sat with her on the couch.
Get her water,
he murmured, brushing her hair out of her eyes with his fingers. I went to my knees between Church's legs, frowning. This was more than a simple mouse phobia. I tore my attention from her and looked to Sin, who was still frowning. He must have been putting the pieces together. He didn't say a word. He simply glanced at me and shook his head before going to his room and closing the door softly behind him. I sighed and took the water Ashes returned with and pressed it to Serena's lips.
Drink, please.
She sipped the water, her breathing slowing.
There you go. There you are.
Church said as he held her tightly.
No worries. I have you.
We have you. I corrected him. A muscle thrummed along his jaw.
We have you.
Ashes sat beside Church and rubbed her feet, humming softly. Are you fucking humming Row, Row, Row Your Boat? I hissed at him.
I don't know what the fuck music she likes. It's not like I have a fucking road map here, dick.
I shook my head and looked to Angel in Church's lap. Her gaze shifted to me. Her tears now gone. Her hand brushed against mine. I took it and brought it to my lips and pressed a kiss to it. "You're safe with us," I murmured. "Promise, Angel." That seemed to do the trick because her body finally relaxed and she squeezed my hand. The final nail in my coffin. That was it. I was done for. Her reaching to take my hand as she lay on one of my best friend's laps sealed the deal for me. I would never break a promise to this girl. So help me God.
Chapter 48. Sin. I watched for 3 days as my friends doted over Serena. They'd walk her to class, back to her dorm, bring her snacks, walk beside her in the hallway as students whispered. I knew Melanie was pissed and plotting. I'd overheard her tell Tasha she wanted to take the mute bitch down. Her words, not mine, at least this time. I said nothing to the guys about Serena. I'd disappear to my room, knowing I had to end this. I couldn't lose my friends over a girl. I'd almost lost them once before. They were all I had in this fucked up world, and I wouldn't let some piece of ass ruin it. We fucked girls and left. We never got attached. Not anymore.
Sinclair,
Dr. Oberman said, giving me a smile.
you look like you have a lot on your mind.
I scoffed. I hated this bitch.
We're here to listen. We're all friends here.
We're really not, Janet, I said, glaring at her. My female friends spread their legs and let me fuck them. So unless you're going to hike up that $20 skirt and let me into that pussy and take a ride with me to Pound Town, I'd say we're more like acquaintances. She dropped her pen and reached to pick it up, looking completely flustered as her glasses slipped down her nose.
Nice.
Riley Danvers snickered. I didn't bother looking at him. He hung out with Asylum. Pretty sure he might be a fucking schizo too, albeit a sane one, if there were such things. Or maybe he was the ADHD one. I got these fucks confused a lot.
Mr. Priest, please be respectful when you're in session.
So, do you want us to express ourselves or not? You asked, I answered. If we're supposed to lie to you, then what the fuck is the point in any of this? She opened and closed her mouth several times. Fuck this, my number is in my chart. If you feel like changing our friendship status, shoot me a text. Not after 10, though. Meds make me tired. I got up and stomped out of the room to the sound of laughter and whoops and Oberman trying to calm everyone. I went to the bathroom and leaned against the wall and pulled the joint out of my jacket and sparked it up. I inhaled deeply, needing to take the fucking edge off.
Feel like sharing?
Seth called out as he came into the bathroom. I stared down at my joint for a moment before handing it off to him. He took a hit and leaned on the adjacent wall and stared at me before he took his second hit and handed it back to me. Nice trick, fucking with the mute with that dead mouse bullshit. I grunted and inhaled deeply as I sucked on my weed.
Yeah. It fucked her up pretty good.
I nodded and blew out the smoke. Sure did. She sobbed like a baby on church as the other two dumbasses took care of her. She's a hell of an actress.
She's not acting,
he said sharply, his tone changing. I eyed him curiously. Yeah? How would you know? You guys were like 8 the last time you saw one another.
10.
10, whatever.
10 is the magic number,
he said. Seemed to be. Most of the big shit in my life and the guys happened at 10.
She was always so happy.
He continued in a low voice, pulling me from my morose thoughts.
She had loads of friends, but she always chose me over any of them. She'd have given up anything for me. I guess in a way she did.
Did you love her? I asked, studying him. You sound like you fucking loved her.
Always have. Always will.
He answered, locking eyes with me.
I wanted to save her.
From what? You guys were kids.
From the world. From me.
He chuckled bitterly.
You know I'm crazy. I fucking hear voices in my head. I see shit sometimes. I'm not me. all the time. Sometimes I slip and let them in. The others. I'm a lot better than I used to be. The meds help. She knew I was fucking haunted. She never gave up on me, even at the end.
The end?
Right before she went crazy, too. We did that, Made her the way she is. I left her. I should have fucking stayed.
I nodded. Yeah, regret is a bitch.
I spent every night thinking she was dead. The police came to ask us questions after we moved. They asked me when was the last time I'd seen her. I didn't tell them the truth. I lied like a fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate myself for it.
I narrowed my eyes at him as he continued to speak.
She loved that mouse, Oscar. I even let her name him. We build mazes and shit for him. We'd make bets. I always let her win. Her eyes would light up. Fuck, she'd light up my whole world when she smiled. I don't think she smiles anymore.
Then what darkened it? I asked, my curiosity over him growing. I'd never had a full-blown conversation like this with him before. He was always an enigma, the stories of how he ended up at Chapel Crest, just rumors. He shrugged.
Life.
Heard you popped one of your stepdad's eyeballs out with a fork, and that's what got you sent here. He let out a soft laugh.
Nah, those are just rumors.
He smiled at me.
I dug them both out with forks after I spiked his drink with my mother's sleeping pills. He screamed. Guess those pills weren't strong enough to keep him asleep when the pain started and all that. It was a fuck of a mess. I wasn't strong enough to carry his ass to the dinner table, so I got a TV tray and placed it in front of him. He wasn't going anywhere. I had him tied to the headboard. I screamed at him to finish his meal or get the rod, just like he used to do to me. I cooked those eyes to fucking perfection before I made him eat them. He passed out before he could get the second one down. The neighbors heard his screams and called the cops. They took me away.
What the fuck, man? I said, my stomach clenching at his story. I wasn't the squeamish sort, but seriously, what the fuck? I'd done my fair share of fucked up shit, but I'd never made a motherfucker eat his own eyes.
He lived. Divorced my mom. I was doing her a favor. Hell, I was doing myself a favor. He couldn't hurt me anymore.
He fucked you up, huh? He nodded and looked at his feet. My old man fucked me up too. Beat the shit out of me. Shot me in the chest before he blew his own brains out. Ain't life fucking grand? Seth chuckled and took the joint back from me when I offered it.
It's really fucking beautiful.
I watched as he smoked again, looking serene. So you and Serena?
Me and Serena,
He said softly, handing the joint back and blowing out the smoke.
Love of my fucking life.
Really? I took the last hit and relished the burn and high.
It doesn't matter how many chicks I fuck. She's always the girl I think about. Of course, she's not a little girl in my head. I envisioned her just as she is now. Fucking beautiful. Perfect. Her eyes. God, I've always loved her eyes. I have a thing for eyes.
He smirked at me before continuing.
Her hair. The way her cheeks flush when she's nervous. How she parts her lips when she's thinking. I told her when we were 6 that I was going to marry her. She would be a mommy and I'd be a daddy. She said she wanted a girl and a boy. 2 dogs. A fucking parrot she could teach all her favorite songs so it would sing with her. She had a beautiful voice, man. Gorgeous. Like an angel. She used to sing all the time. Her dad got her lessons. Her mom continued them after he left their family. I could sit and listen to her sing for hours. Now she doesn't even whisper.
His voice grew hard.
She won't talk to me. I've tried everything I can think of, but I fucking broke my Rinny. I loved her so fucking much.
I swallowed. What if I can get you alone with her? He snapped his head up, a crazed look in his eye that made chills rush down my spine.
How?
I don't want to claim her. She's going to ruin everything with us. Isabella, I said thickly. My ex. She ruined everything. I almost lost church and the guys because of her shit. I can't go through that again. Serena's already coming between us. I don't think she means to, but she's got this thing I can't pinpoint that makes you want to fall to your knees and worship her.
And you don't want to fall.
You need to win. You need to make her scream. Church will honor the bet. I know he will. It's part of who he is.
What do you suggest? I thought bringing Oscar to see her would help.
She was locked in a box for a few days. She's scared of small spaces in the dark. She's scared of you. I swept my gaze over him, shoving the niggling thought out of my head about why. I have an occurrence left for her. We all have one. Church and Ashes both used theirs. Stitches won't do this, but I will. I suggested a while back to get you involved. They were against it, but fuck it. How about you meet me at the mausoleum Friday night, midnight? I'll have something for you.
Rennie?
He pushed off the wall, his blue eyes filled with darkness.
You'll give her to me? In the dark?
I licked my lips, my stomach sick. Why did I feel like I was giving away the world? Yes. If you promise you'll make her scream. He nodded eagerly.
I promise.
Deal. I held my hand out to him. He took it immediately and shook it before pulling me close so he could whisper in my ear.
Don't fuck with me, priest. If you don't bring her to me, I'll let your boys know you were playing both sides. Then you really will lose them. And her. She drew you in, I can tell, you know. You want her, but you're afraid. I'm not afraid. I'll love her enough for all of us.
He bit my earlobe. I released his hand and shoved him away. Fucking weird prick. Midnight. Don't be late or deal's off. He said nothing as I backed away from him and left the bathroom. There was one thing I knew. I just made a deal with the fucking devil. God rest Serena Lawrence's soul. Something about knowing I was going to lose her before I even had her raced through me and crashed into my heart. It didn't matter if I felt anything for her. What mattered was keeping my family together. I made a vow I'd never let another woman come between us. This was me keeping that vow, regardless of how fucking much it hurt.
Chapter 49. Church. Do you like chocolate? I asked as I watched Serena nibble on a carrot from beside me on the couch. Eating a carrot for dinner seemed bland as fuck to me.
At least put ranch on it.
Stitches said, crinkling his nose as she bit again and chewed. He crouched in front of her. Ashes, do we have chocolate?
I don't have any.
He said, taking a hit from his vape on her other side and flipping his lighter open and closed. His eyes were locked on her. Malachi, chocolate?
It's not my time of the month.
He said absently as he handed Serena another carrot. I rolled my eyes at him and got up to go into the kitchen. I rummaged around in the drawers until I found a bar of chocolate. I came back into the room and unwrapped it and offered it to her. Her brilliant colored eyes flicked to me before she looked back to the chocolate. Bite, I instructed. She took a small bite from the chocolate and chewed. Better than fucking carrots, I said, shooting a glare at Ashes.
You said to hurry and get her food. That's nature's bounty, man. It was as fast as I could go, okay? Besides, I think she likes them.
It's like having a little alien baby.
Stitches murmured, reaching out and wiping a bit of chocolate from her lip.
A little pet we have to figure out.
I offered her more chocolate. She made to just take it from me, but I pulled it back and tutted at her, liking that I could feed her. She was like a little pet. My little pet. She bit into the bar again and chewed.
Where's Sin?
Ashes asked.
Said he was going off campus for a bit.
Stitches shifted forward and brushed her hair behind her ear.
Said not to wait up for him.
I frowned. Sin was being exceptionally weird the last few days. After we'd gotten Serena back, he'd gone off the deep end and avoided us like the plague. I knew he was concerned about us, but if he'd just fuck her with us and make her scream, then maybe we could move past it and be one big, happy, fucked up family. I knew him well enough to know it would take a hell of a lot of work to get him on board. Isabella fucked him up good. Hell, so did I. We all did. Serena pulled her head back from the chocolate when I offered it again. Ashes offered her another carrot that she took, making Stitches roll his eyes.
So we have a pet rabbit. Don't let Dante know, Angel. He likes to do bad things to cute, defenseless things.
She looked over at me as if asking me to confirm. It's true, I said, not bothering to deny it. Her eyes widened before she turned away from me and stared at the wall and swallowed her carrot.
Nice. Way to scare her.
Ashes sighed.
We should watch a movie. We have that new action shit with zombies in it.
Stitches grabbed the remote and went through the movies we had downloaded. He stopped on the zombie flick and turned it on and settled on his ass next to Serena's bare legs. I'd brought her here straight after classes, so she was still in her uniform. Every time someone dies from a zombie bite, Spectre should take off a piece of clothing, I said, running my hand up her thigh. She looked over at me with innocent eyes that made my dick stiffen. And take a shot.
Hell yeah.
Stitches was on his feet in a moment and grabbed a bottle of whiskey and a couple shot glasses.
We'll all play.
I smirked at Serena as she looked around wildly. No escape, my sweet ghost. It'll be fun. We'll make it worth your time, I said into her ear. She shivered against me but didn't try to get up. That meant yes in my world. Within the first 30 minutes, her shirt and skirt were off in a pile next to our pants and shirts. Drink, I instructed, holding out a shot to her. She grimaced and turned her head away. Stitches went up on his knees and grabbed her face and forced her back to me. I smiled and pushed the shot to her lips. She'd already done 3. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out she was a lightweight. She wrapped her fingers around my wrists but parted her lips and swallowed it down. I nodded my approval and took my shot and pushed my boxers off. Her eyes shot to my dick as her cheeks flushed. Stitches was already out of his boxers and sporting an impressive hard-on. I looked to Ashes and raised my brows. He shot a look to Serena and visibly swallowed.
Man,
he started. Spectre. I turned her to face me. Help Ashes. He's nervous.
Fuck you. I'm not nervous. But the first time I show my girl my cock, I don't want it to be during a fucking zombie movie.
I grabbed the remote and turned it off, earning a grunt of discontent from Stitches. There, no fucking movie. Take your dick out. Ashes looked to her again and chewed his bottom lip. Do it. I pushed her toward him, hating the feeling of wanting to rip her back to me and keep her in my arms. I was a selfish prick, wanting her to only myself, but I knew to get through this, I had to let go. She fell into Ashes, who shot a glare at me but held her gently.
You don't have to, Heaven. Church is just being a dick.
They're the rules, I said, hating them myself. I was a stickler for rules.
I'll help you.
Stitches said, moving to his knees and going to Ashes, who swatted at him as he hooked his finger in Ash's waistband.
Don't act like I've never undressed you before.
Stitches said, winking at Ashes.
I was drunk and had vomited on myself, prick.
Potato, potato.
Stitches tugged against Ash's boxers and got them off. He helicoptered them over his head before letting them go. They landed across the room on a bookcase. What do you think? I asked Serena as her cheeks flamed red. Do you like what you see? She sat stiffly between me and Ashes. You shared her before. You can do it again. Just kissing and touching, that's all. She's not going to get fucked. She looked down at her hands twisted in her lap. Relax, I said, wrapping my hand over hers. Remember coming in my mouth? Maybe this time you can come in Stitch's and Ash's mouths, or maybe all over their hands. She shook against me, making my dick harder. Here, I handed her another drink. Open. She parted her lips and drank the shot without protest. Ah, so she needed the liquid courage. Who do you want to kiss first? I asked softly, running my knuckles gently along her thigh. We can start there and move to the next one. She said nothing as she sat stiffly between me and Ash's. I was just about ready to tear her pink panties off and chuck them across the room and just let them watch me fuck her because, damn, I was really restraining myself when Ash's held his palm out to her.
Tell me,
he said gently. I watched, fascinated as she began tracing letters onto his palm.
Scared,
he murmured. He reached out and took her hand and pulled her to him. His lips met hers in a soft kiss that looked like a fucking Lifetime movie commercial. He was gentle and sweet with her, but I could see it, the restraint as his hands twitched. Mr. Candy Hearts may play all sweet and nice, but he wanted to tear her apart just as much as I did. I rose from my spot beside her and moved to my leather chair and watched as Stitches took my spot. When Ashes broke off the kiss, Stitches was quick to pull her face to his to pick up where Ashes left off. I watched as she fell into it easily, my dick in my hand as I stroked myself slowly. Ash's hand roamed up her bare thigh before he got to her panties. He crept his fingers forward beneath her waistband as Stitches continued to devour her mouth. I could see her tremble as Ash's dipped into her heat and rubbed against her clit. She broke away from Stitches' kiss and looked to find me. It's okay. I'm okay, I murmured, knowing she was checking for my permission since I'd lost my shit on her and Stitches in his bedroom. Let them make you feel good tonight. She licked her lips as Stitch's mouth descended on her neck. The purple marks I'd left when I'd kissed her there were beginning to fade. I'd have to fix that. Ashes kissed her shoulder and pulled her bra strap down. Her perfect, full breast came into view before he pressed his lips to the soft mound and sucked her hardened peak into his mouth. She sucked in a sharp breath at the action. Stitches' lips were still on her neck. I watched as his fingers moved to join Ashes beneath her panties. She squirmed beneath them as she tried to clench her thighs together. Stitches grunted and hooked his leg over hers and spread her wide for them. Her chest heaved as she breathed quickly, but she didn't push them away. In fact, when Ash's lips found hers, she parted them immediately for him, allowing his tongue to slip in. I watched, completely mesmerized as they touched her, as they made her breathe harder, as they brought her close to release, working in tandem beneath her panties. It drove me nuts to not know whose fingers were doing what, but it also turned me on to the point that my cock was weeping pre-cum down my shaft. I stroked faster, wanting to come with her. Her body began to tremble as she closed her eyes. Sensing her impending release, the guys worked her over harder, both sucking on her nipples as they fingered her. Her back arched off the leather couch as her panties darkened with her release. Fuck, I loved how she squirted like that. I groaned as my release came to a head, shooting onto my stomach as I watched her tremble before she went limp, her breathing slowing. Ashes was the first to withdraw his fingers, then Stitches.
God damn, what a beautiful fucking mess.
Stitches said in awe.
Fuck, Angel.
She cracked her lids open to look over at him. I watched as she cradled his face for a moment before she turned her attention to Ashes. She did the same for him. She finally looked to me. Finish, I said hoarsely, my chest clenching as I realized the permission I was giving. I guessed in this fucked up world of straitjackets, prescription drugs, self-medication, and restraints, this was called progress. I was making fucking progress.
Chapter 50. Stitches. I typically hated it when Church lost his mind. In this instance, I was kind of loving it. He was giving his permission. If we didn't jump on this fucking train now, we'd be left with a nasty case of blue balls. I had a lot of pent-up energy pinballing through my body. I needed the release. Fuck. Fast. Come here, I murmured, reaching for Serena. She came to me without protest, and I guided her down to my dick. She stared up at me, all innocent. Suck me empty, Angel. She hesitated for a moment before she tentatively leaned forward and sucked along my shaft. Goosebumps scattered across my skin as her tongue darted out tentatively against my flesh. If this wasn't fucking heaven, then I didn't know what was. Fingering her tight pussy made me feel like a god. Then to get her off and have her soak the fucking couch? Oh, yeah, definitely fucking heaven. At church, not punching me in the face for touching her, and it really was perfect. Probably one of the best dates I've ever had, if this counted as a date. Fuck, her mouth is so warm. I let out a soft groan.
She's new,
Church called out, watching her from his darkened corner like some fucking cuckold lunatic as my cock slid between her lips. Feels good to me, I answered, laying my head back against the cushions and letting her suck me. She coughed and gagged a few times, but I didn't give a shit in the slightest. I just liked the feeling of her warm mouth on my dick. She found a rhythm finally and bobbed up and down, making heat unfurl low in my guts. As she stroked his cock slowly beside me, completely enraptured by her as she took my cock in her mouth like the good girl I knew she was. There you go, just like that. Suck a little harder. Fuck, yeah, keep doing that. I grunted, my abs tightening. Suck the head a little. She whirled her tongue around the head of my dick before she sucked me in again. Holy fuck. I breathed out as my body tightened. Motherfucking hot damn. Maybe it was the tentative sucks, the soft licks, the way her hand gripped my dick as she tried to please me, but fuck, was it good. I loved her inexperience. That just meant we could mold her and not have to break any bad habits. I was so eager to train her that the thought nearly had me blowing my load. I took her head between my hands and moved her on my cock how I wanted. Blissed the hell out as she was so pliable in my hands. No bitching, no annoying banter about her jaw hurting or the eye roll because I wasn't coming already. Just her sweet mouth trying to make me happy. Baby harder. Fuck. Please, suck harder. I'm gonna come. You're gonna make me come. I twisted my fingers in her hair as the heat flourished low in my guts. I let my head fall back and groaned like a whore in confession as I unloaded in her mouth. Every fucking nerve fiber in my body on fire as euphoria swept through me. Swallow me, I whispered in a shaking voice as I came down from my high. Please swallow for me. Something inside me needed her to taste me like that. It was dirty and primal and shit if it didn't make me want to come in her mouth again. She shook as she tried swallowing. That only made me want her more. She'd swallow for me even if she didn't like it. I cradled her face as she looked at me. Swallow, I whispered again, thumbing her bottom lip. For me, it'll make me so fucking happy, Angel. She swallowed. Show me, I murmured, my heart racing. She opened her mouth to show me it was empty. My heart swelled. I pulled her to me and kissed her hard. She melted against my body as I explored her mouth with my tongue, tasting myself on it. I kissed her until my lips were numb, until her lips were swollen from my kisses. And no one tried to fucking stop me. She was breathless when I broke away from her. Next time, we 69, I said, grinning at her. She bit her bottom lip for me, her warm hands on my chest, all her hair tumbling around her in wild waves. And those eyes. She didn't need words when her eyes were so expressive. Yeah, I was in fucking love.
Chapter 51. Ashes. I was a patient man. Fires never started themselves. But shit if I wasn't ready to pull Serena off Stitches and tell him to go fuck off somewhere because he was hogging her. The moment his hands fell away from her, I grabbed her and hauled her to me. I wasn't a complete asshole, though. I knew she was probably tired, and maybe a little tipsy like I was. It hadn't escaped me how difficult this had to be for Church, who watched silently from a spot on his leather chair. Seeing him kiss a girl was one thing, but him letting her go when I knew he was head over heels for her was another. But I'd take care of her. He'd never have to be concerned when she was with me. I'd never lose control with her like I used to. At least, I hoped I wouldn't. "Hey, beautiful," I greeted her softly, placing a soft kiss on her lips. She kissed me back, and I pulled her against my chest so I could relish in her warmth as she pressed her breasts against me. I ran my nails gently down her back, feeling the goosebumps left behind with every gentle swipe. With our lips still fused, I guided her hand to my dick. I wrapped my hand over hers and around my shaft before I pumped it slowly. I wasn't too far off from blowing all over the damn place, having watched her give Stitches his blowjob. "My turn?" I asked softly, knowing I'd be okay if she refused. Just having her like this would be good enough for me. When she slid slowly down my body, my breath caught in my chest. I closed my eyes and breathed out as her warm mouth sucked the head of my cock. Tentatively, she ran her tongue along a vein, making me hiss. She stopped and looked up at me with wide, confused eyes. "It's good. I like it," I stammered as she sucked me into her mouth again. "Can you take me deeper?" I wasn't a small guy. Hell, none of us were. Not that I looked, but you didn't get naked and fuck girls in the same room with your guys without noticing. But she slid my cock deeper into her mouth. I felt her throat tighten, and I pulled back, knowing that was her limit. For now. She just needed a little training in that department. I would eagerly sign up to teach her. I thrust upward, gently, knowing not to go too far. "There you go," I said softly, sweeping her hair around my fist and guiding her with it wrapped around my hand. "Yes, baby, hell yes." I knew we had an audience who were stroking themselves again, and fuck if that didn't turn me on more. I took her hand that wasn't wrapped around my cock and guided it to my balls. "I like them squeezed. Not too hard, but make me feel it." She obliged, giving them the perfect amount of pressure as she continued to suck me. "Faster. Hollow your cheeks more. There you go. Fucking perfect. Keep going. Little faster. God, fuck." I groaned as my dick tingled with my oncoming orgasm. Just before I was ready to blow, I pulled out of her mouth and jerked my release onto my stomach. Long, white ropes of my cum streamed onto me as I kept my eyes on her. She watched, fascinated as I finished on myself. I reached out with the hand that wasn't wet with my release and brushed my knuckles against her jaw. Her jaw had to be hurting. "I'll be right back," I said, sitting forward and kissing her quickly. I got up and stepped around her to see both Church and Stitches were cleaning up too. Stitches gave me a knowing smirk as I grabbed my clothes and went off to the bathroom. I quickly cleaned myself up before returning fully clothed to her and hauling her onto the couch as Stitches and Church both got up to clean themselves. I kissed her shoulder as I fixed her bra. Then I dressed her like she was the most delicate thing in the universe, making sure all the buttons on her white blouse were done up before I braided her hair and laid it over her shoulder. "Perfect," I murmured as Church came back into the room in his clothes. I knew my time with her was over for now because Church would take her away from me. And just like clockwork, he reached out and pulled her out of my lap and brought her to his chair, where he hauled her down onto his thighs. She curled against him, and he wrapped his arm around her and planted a fierce kiss on the top of her head before he pushed play on the zombie movie, and the sounds of the squealing, brain-starved Walking Dead filled the room. Stitches returned a moment later and settled next to me, fully clothed.
He loves her,
he murmured as he watched Church nuzzle against her. "He's not the only one," I answered softly. I caught Stitch's eye, and he smiled at me. Yeah, he definitely wasn't the only one. Now, we just needed to convince Sin.
Chapter 52. Serena. The guys didn't have me stay with them. I figured it had to do with them wanting to give me space, which I was grateful for. I curled beneath my covers later that night as Stitches tucked me in. Church told him he could walk me home, but that he needed to return right after.
"Good night, Angel.
Stitches said, leaving a kiss on my temple.
Dream of me. Make it dirty."
A smile teased my lips beneath the covers as he chuckled and backed away to the door. I heard it click closed behind him. I breathed out, my body still feeling like jello, but in a good way. How the Watchers could go from what I feared to what I wanted didn't make sense to me, but maybe it didn't have to. Maybe this was how it was supposed to be, given each of our situations. Sin wasn't there. They didn't seem overly concerned at his absence. I didn't know Sin all that well. In fact, I didn't know him at all other than he kissed roughly, saved me from a nun once, and scared the shit out of me. But so did the Watchers in the beginning. They still scared me, but they also intrigued me, making me desperate for more. Maybe Sin was like that. He was just harder to reach. Maybe he'd come around. I wasn't sure how I felt about it, so I didn't ponder it. In the grand scheme of things, I genuinely wanted what would make any of them happy. We all deserved a slice of happiness, even grumpy Sinclair Priest. To make things even better, I'd been fortunate enough that Sully was just reading the Bible to me and making me write ridiculous essays. He hadn't hurt me since the belt beating, but he did give me looks that made my guts twist. So far, life was going well. I closed my eyes, feeling at peace for once in my life. I woke up in the morning and showered before dressing in a pair of leggings and a black tunic. I slid my feet into ballet flats as a knock sounded out on my door. I opened it to find a massive package wrapped in pink paper and tied with a large, fluffy white bow. I brought it into my room and placed it on my bed and pulled the card off the top.
Spectre, Ashes mentioned you were out of paint and supplies. I didn't like that, so here is my gift to you so that you may paint your dreams. No one should be without their dreams. Yours, Dante.
Mine? I swallowed thickly and unwrapped the package to find a new art set, complete with fresh canvases and paint with new brushes. Eagerly, I took the new items to my painting spot and set to work creating a new masterpiece, one that centered around the three Watchers. I painted Sin off to the side. He's just protecting us from a distance. That's all. That's why he hasn't joined. At least that was the lie I told myself. When I finished the painting, I set it aside and yawned. There was a knock on my door again, so I went and peeked out the hole to see Bryce leaning against the door jamb. Quickly, I pulled the door open.
Hey,
He greeted me, offering a lopsided smile.
want to get dinner? I have it on good authority. It's pizza.
I stepped out of my room, letting the door click closed behind me.
You look nice.
He said, walking beside me.
Like you even look happy.
I bumped my arm against his playfully, causing him to grin.
It's a damn good look on you, Serena.
My face heated at his words. He fell into an easy, one-sided conversation, telling me about how Lucy and Devin had been caught making out and decided to just come out with their new relationship.
I'm happy for them.
He said as he grabbed plates and handed me one.
Like, I did like Lucy, but I guess we're probably better as friends now that she's been with Devin. He'd never let me live it down anyway.
I held my plate as Bryce laid a slice of cheese pizza on it and followed him to the usual table. I had been taking lunch in my room after our breakup, just because I didn't want anyone to say anything to make Bryce feel awkward. It was all over Chapel Crest, though. Everyone knew it happened. We sat side by side and ate, Bryce continuing to tell me all the things I'd missed over the last several days.
And then Jack grabbed all the damn sodas from the fridge. Security came jingling down the hall. Jack made to run but tripped because his laces were untied. Soda everywhere. So now he's in detention with Sister Esther. She's an old bitch.
I could agree with that. We finished our pizza just as Vic approached. He gave us an uneasy smile before scurrying away.
He's being exceptionally weird.
Bryce muttered, watching as he disappeared through the large double doors.
He stole my damn iPad a few nights ago. I found it under his mattress after he denied it. I know he has a problem, but does he think I'm stupid?
He grabbed my plate and put it away before holding his hand out for me to take. I clasped it and let him lead me out of the cafeteria and back outside.
It's the weekend. What do you want to do? I'd say we could go back to my dorm, but chances are Vic will be there. You just saw how weird he was. We could always just go to yours and watch The Hobbit.
That worked for me. I tugged his hand toward my building, and he fell in step beside me.
Vic has impulse control issues. Don't know if you knew that. He takes things. Kleptomaniac. He's not as bad as a guy who was here last year, though. Brandon O'Hara? That guy was bad. He stole my damn shoes right out of my room. I know it was him because he wore them the next day. He was a big guy, so I didn't bother confronting him. But can you imagine? I don't even know how he got into my room. Probably swiped the master keycard from the office. Wouldn't surprise me.
We reached my dorm and went upstairs to my room. I opened the door and let him in and went to my bed and sat. He immediately set up the movie for us and settled in beside me. I dozed off midway through and woke up to his spot on my bed being cold and him gone. He left my bedside lamp on for me. I sat up and went to my dresser and pulled out the white nightdress Church got me. I changed into it and brushed my teeth before crawling back into bed. My eyelids grew heavy as I drifted off, the watchers on my mind. I awoke to someone touching me. My eyes popped open, the weight from their body heavy on me. Kisses along my jaw, hands on my bare breasts, a hard length pressed between my legs with my nightgown shoved up my waist. I pushed against him, my heart in my throat.
Easy.
Church growled in my ear as he pinned my arms over my head. The light was off. We were in the dark. I squirmed beneath him, desperate to illuminate the room. With just the moonlight, I needed more.
No,
He said, giving my breast a squeeze. I stared up at him, our eyes locking.
you wore it for me. My gift.
I swallowed thickly as his hand drifted down my cheek to my throat. He flicked his gaze up to me and smiled.
I'm going to let your arms go, okay? Be good, Spectre.
He released my arms, and his other hand squeezed my breast again before he pinched my nipple between his index finger and thumb, I swallowed, breathing heavy at the slight pain his touch brought. He wasted no time in peppering kisses along the sensitive skin.
I saw you today. With him. Bryce Andrews.
He bit against my breast, making me flinch away from another painful touch.
I told you that was over.
He murmured, giving my nipple a harder pinch. I grasped his biceps as he reached up and gripped my face tightly.
What do I have to do to prove to you that you belong to me? I actually sat around and thought about it all day after Vic came and told me you were with Andrews. I had to see for myself, so I followed you. I waited until he left your room. Then I came in here and kissed your lips. I breathed you in. I fucking touched you. You know what I realized?
I stared up at him, my heart in my throat.
That I'm obsessed. That I want to make it official and claim you. I don't give a fuck anymore. I know you're not as sick as me, Spectre. You probably don't really even belong here, but let's change that, okay? Let me infect you with my sickness. Be like me.
He pulled his black shirt off and brushed his lips against mine. The vial of my blood was still around his neck, and it swung above me, his tatted chest the backdrop, as he pushed his pants off.
I can't get you out of my head. Do you have any idea what that's like for someone like me? I'm slipping. I'm losing control. I need you to fucking understand how much I want you.
He shoved my panties down. I squirmed against him, but he pressed me down firmer into the mattress.
I know your meds.
He shifted so his cock was positioned between my legs. My pulse roared in my ears.
I know you're on the shot.
He kissed me again. I didn't kiss him back, conflicted about the current situation.
Remember what you promised me?
He asked, licking my bottom lip.
When you gave your soul to me, I said to fight me when I took it. Now's the time, Spectre. Fucking fight. Your life depends on it.
My heart jumped into my throat. I pushed against him, earning a deep growl that made heat sweep between my legs. He caught my arms and pinned them over my head again as I bucked beneath him.
Scream. Fucking scream my name.
He snarled, his dick slipping through my damp folds.
I need to win. I need you. Fuck.
My panic grew as he began to overpower me. Did I want this? No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes, I needed him to do this. No, Serena, just tell him you want it slower, sweeter. You want to know his secrets first. You can't tell him. Your voice is broken. He knows it too. I arched against his hard body as he shoved forward, breaching my entrance. A silent sob left my mouth at the painful intrusion. He pushed in deeper, spreading me, burning me as he stretched me.
Oh, fuck.
He choked out. I couldn't even struggle beneath him to get him to stop because his body was so heavy and he had my arms pinned above my head.
Serena, baby, you're so fucking tight it hurts me. I love it.
I swallowed down a sob. He shifted and stared down at me, a sad look on his face. He thumbed the tears away before he kissed each eyelid.
I can't stop. Don't make me.
He whispered, pushing in deeper until he bottomed out, our pelvises touching. I'd never felt so full before.
But I will if you say my name. I'll make everything go away if you just say my fucking name for me. Please, baby, scream. I need you to. I need you to do this for me. Please, Serena, please. I have to have you. I'm breaking all the fucking rules. Just do this for me. For us.
I opened my mouth for him. His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat as he held my wrists tightly over my head. The word wasn't there. The goddamn sound wouldn't come out. I wanted to do this for him. I wanted to give him whatever he wanted. His bottom lip wobbled as he stared down at me. He shifted, sliding out slowly as my breath hitched. He slammed back into me hard and fast. I trembled beneath him as he did it over and over, his eyes locked on mine with each rough thrust, my body jostling beneath his.
Say it.
He commanded, fucking me harder. I was so wet for him that I couldn't stop the shame at listening to the sounds in the room. My cheeks heated with it.
Don't be embarrassed by it. Your pussy wants my cock, and I want you, all of you.
He said, slowing his movements and kissing me.
Show me how much you want me. Fight me, please, baby. If you can't scream for me, then fight me.
He released my arms. I swallowed hard and did what he wanted. I struck him hard across his face, snapping his head to the side. His blonde hair whooshed around his face with the impact. Slowly, he turned back to me, his green eyes glinting in the moonlight.
There's my girl,
he said, slamming into me. Oh, God, why did that hurt so good? Why did I want him like this? My monster. Dante Church was my monster. I bit his lip hard when he kissed me. His blood painted my lips red. He pulled his dick from me and slammed in again and let the blood drip from his lip onto my breasts. He pulled out and left a trail of bloody kisses on my chest. I dug my nails into his back as he bit my breast so hard it made my eyes water. He snarled as I pulled his hair and tried to keep him from traveling further south. But there was no winning with him. His mouth met my heat, and I twisted my fingers into the sheets as he bit my clit, sending a burning ache through my body. Tears sprang to my eyes as he did it again. I ground my teeth as he struck my pussy, slapping it so hard I almost came undone from the pressure.
You're fucking soaked.
His deep voice vibrated between my legs.
You deserve to be rewarded for being such a good fucking girl.
He lashed his tongue rapidly over my clit, making me claw uselessly at my sheets, my hips bucking up to meet his mouth.
Oh, dirty fucking girl.
He growled, biting me again before he pushed the pain away with more pleasure. He shoved a finger into my heat, and then another, before hooking them in place and rubbing me hard. My eyes rolled back as he sucked my clit into his mouth. The heat swept over me before it crashed down on me. The euphoria so good I went momentarily stupid as my body gave out and I soaked him in my release. He lapped it up as I quaked beneath his mouth. He continued to coax the feeling from my body until I was a boneless heap on the bed, covered in a sheen of sweat and my bedsheets wet. Slowly, he crawled up my body and took his cock in hand and slid it up and down my wet folds before he pushed forward and breached me again. He kissed me, nipping gently at my bottom lip. I kissed him back, completely letting go and giving him anything he wanted, the coppery taste of his blood in my mouth. His movements weren't as violent as he slowly thrust in and out of me. He twined his fingers with mine and brought them over my head again as he pecked my lips over and over.
I know you're mine,
he whispered. He pulled out and pushed back in, his hips rolling into me like a tidal wave. Dante Church had moves. He wasn't just fucking me. He was making love to me. He rested his forehead against mine as he continued his onslaught. His cock thickened as I clenched around him. the deliciousness sweeping through me like a hot fire before it incinerated everything inside me. I clung to him, my nails tearing his back to ribbons as I came on his dick. He groaned, his cock twitching deep inside my body as he filled me. He gave me a few uneven thrusts before he slowed and remained still.
I'm yours too. You own me, Serena.
He breathed out as his body relaxed.
I'm fucking yours.
I wanted to say it back, but I had no words. Instead, I cradled his face when he released my wrists and pressed my lips to his, hoping he understood. He kissed me back in a slow, deep way that made my heart jump.
Huh. So this is love?
He murmured, breaking off the kiss. He didn't give me time to react before his mouth was on mine again, his tongue sweeping inside. So this was love. Unconventional. Crazy. So fucking stupid. But I wanted it. Damn me to hell. I wanted it. And I was in it.
Chapter 53. Church. I held her naked body against mine. There wasn't an inch of her that my body wasn't touching. Seeing her with Andrews fucking sent me over the edge. I restrained myself from ending his fucking life and let him walk past. Of course, he didn't see me. I told myself I'd just do it. I'd claim her body without the fanfare. I didn't care if she were awake or not. But then she opened her eyes as I prepared to push the limits of what good boys do and what bad boys do. I still fucked her. She gave me what I wanted, though. Her body. Her fight. I knew deep down she was terrified of what it meant, but I'd take care of my little ghost. I was created to torment her just as much as she was created to haunt every facet of my fucking existence. I kissed the top of her head and raked my fingers lightly through her black waves as she slumbered on my chest. I'd never slept with a girl before like this. I'd fucked them and kicked them to the curb. The last thing I wanted to do was kick my specter away. If anything, I wanted to eat every last delicious piece of her and keep her inside me forever where no one else would ever touch her, look at her, want her. Because she was mine. All fucking mine. Well, and the Watchers. That was a hard pill to swallow because when I'd agreed to sharing a girl with them after Isabella, I honestly didn't think we'd find one I could stand past midnight. But here Spectre was, wrapped in my arms. I'd gone off the deep end, though. I wasn't supposed to fuck her until she screamed. Then she could be claimed. I'd completely bent the rules there, but if she wouldn't tell, neither would I. If I were being honest, I thought maybe shoving my cock inside her pussy might have earned me a scream or 7. Have to try her ass next time. I smiled at the thought of breaking her in from behind, gripping her hips so tight I'd leave my bruises on her creamy flesh. I'd make her wince when she walked. She wouldn't fucking sit right for a week. Maybe more if I did it twice. My phone buzzed from somewhere on the floor. I ground my teeth. I didn't want to wake her up. I liked her sleeping on me. I liked watching her, touching her, knowing she wouldn't say no. Not that she could, anyway. Really, she was the perfect girl for a guy like me. My phone stopped buzzing and I relaxed, my hand trailing over the dangerous curves of her waist to her supple ass. I shifted her leg gently over mine and ran my hand over her soft ass cheek. I wanted to smack it, spank her until she couldn't take it anymore, then ram my cock into her tight little asshole. My dick hardened as the thought took hold. My phone buzzed again as I shifted to put her on her stomach to try my luck. She stirred and I cursed softly beneath my breath. Her pretty eyes opened and locked on mine as my phone continued to buzz in the background. Good morning, Spectre. Her cheeks flushed pink as she blinked up at me. So much fucking innocence, I almost came right there. Who'd have thought a little virginal pussy could awaken the gentleman in me? Or demon. It was debatable. And I knew she was a virgin because I'd seen the sheets she'd painted with our sins. Blood red, my favorite color. I kept her dirty last night. The last thing I wanted her to do was wash away our sins, so I made her sleep in them. I ran my hand over her breasts beneath her nightgown before looming over her and licking her soft lips. My phone rang again. Whoever the fuck was calling me was going to regret it. I groaned and pulled away from her and scooted my naked ass out of bed, my hard cock bobbing in the effort. I winked at her as she watched me go, her cheeks pink. "What the fuck do you want?" I snapped into the phone.
Where are you?
Sin demanded. I said nothing, watching as my specter slid out of bed and went into the bathroom.
Hello, motherfucker, where are you?
Sin called out, an edge to his voice I hadn't heard in a long-ass time. Getting my dick wet. Why? Ashes set the house on fire?
Serena, did you fuck her?
I did.
Did you make her scream?
I stared at her closed bathroom door. No. She took my cock like a champ.
What the fuck are you going to do if Asylum wins this? Huh? You fucked her before anyone won. You're too fucking attached.
He's not going to fucking win. What is your problem? We got the girl. I fucking got us the girl while you were out stomping around crying over shit we stopped caring about after we covered it in fucking dirt. I snarled softly into the phone.
I told you I didn't want her.
And I told you that you're a fucking liar. He let out a soft huff of air.
So that's it? You're really doing this?
Already done it. He was silent for so long I pulled the phone away from my ear to check to see if we were still connected.
Fine. Then I want to use my occurrence.
It's yours to use, I shot back, wondering what the fuck he had planned. Sin wasn't exactly a saint when it came to the shit he did to punish offenders. In the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. She knew she had them coming, and I relished in the thought of soothing her tears away when it was over. But if one hair was harmed on her head, I'd beat the fuck out of him. Just say when.
Soon. I want to do mine alone like Ash has got to.
I was silent for a moment before I nodded. Maybe some alone time would get him feeling better about her. She had that effect on people. Fine.
Great. Now get home. Alone. We don't need to deal with her getting bitched at for having you in her room.
He whispered before the call dropped. I pulled the phone away from my ear and frowned down at it before dressing. I didn't give it much more thought as Serena came back into the room looking like the pretty little sweetheart she was. Moving to my feet, I stalked toward her and cradled her face. I wasted no time as I pressed my lips to hers, urging her to part her lips from me. She was such a tiny wisp of a thing. I towered over her by a foot and had to really bend to kiss her. But it was perfect. She was fucking perfect. I need to go. I breathed out against her lips, really fucking hating Sin's mood swings and his bitching. I needed to take care of this shit once and for all. I pulled my clothes on. Paint me a picture while I'm gone. I'll be back tonight. Maybe I'll bring a guest, I said, thinking that maybe Sin would give in and finally get his dick sucked. I released her and went to her door and didn't look back as I stepped out of it. I knew if I did, I wouldn't leave. And I really would work on making her scream for me.
Chapter 54. Sin. The last thing I wanted to do was hurt my brothers, my family. I learned in life that blood didn't always equate to family. A bullet to my chest as a kid taught me that early on. But I knew I was doing them, us, a damn favor. I'd spend the last few days preparing for Serena's occurrence. It was probably my most elaborate yet. After Church returned home and screamed at me for ruining his morning, I'd stormed out of the kitchen and gone to my room, more than ready to just get this shit over with. When dusk hit, I checked to make sure the guys were still home. Church and Stitches were in a fierce game of Madden, while Ashes flipped his lighter open and closed, his eyes on the screen as he watched them play. I'd overheard Church say he'd be seeing Serena tonight. Not if I could fucking help it. I walked through the living room in my all-black clothes and didn't say a word.
Where are you going?
Ashes called out. For a walk, I muttered.
Don't get eaten by Sasquatch!
Stitches shouted, not bothering to look at me. I'll see what I can do. I pulled open the door and stepped into the night and hit send on Seth's name as I walked.
I've been waiting for your call,
He said softly, like I'd given any inclination on when I'd be giving Serena to him. I hope you took your fucking meds tonight, I said gruffly, walking toward Serena's dorm.
Why do you think I ever take them?
Christ. Meet me in the cemetery.
At the mausoleum near the oak. 1 hour.
He finished for me before disconnecting. I stared down at my phone in confusion. How the fuck did he know I was going to even say that, right down to the time? Whatever. I picked up my pace and went straight to Serena's dorm and knocked on her door. She opened on the third knock in that fucking white nightgown Church always wanted her in. Her eyes widened at me as I stood in her doorway. Fuck, she's beautiful. Not fucking now. Head in the game. Hey, Siren, I said softly, drinking her in. She made to back away from me, but I grabbed her arm and tugged her forward so hard she crashed against me. I caught her around the waist as the door slammed closed behind her. She pushed against my chest, and I gripped her biceps tightly and gave her a shake. Stop it, I snarled. I know you know what time it is. Save your strength. You're going to need it. She stopped her fight as she stared at me through her wild black hair. My heart caught for a moment before I did something really fucking shitty. Trust me, I won't hurt you, Siren, I said, lessening my hold on her arms and really fucking hating myself in that moment because the reality was she was definitely going to be hurt tonight. I had a sinking suspicion Seth really knew what happened to her all those years ago, and that was why she was afraid of him. Fuck it. I was doing this for my family. I kept my hand around her arm and led her to the elevator and down the stairs to the outside, where night had finally fallen. Her body shook as she kept pace with me, stopping every now and then to adjust her feet in her stupid-ass bunny slippers. I was sure if Church had seen them, he'd have gotten a kick out of them. I thought she might fight me when we got to the cemetery, but she didn't. Instead, she looked around wildly, probably hoping to see the guys. It's just us for now, I murmured, leading her deeper through the stone garden. When we got to the mausoleum, I bypassed it and went to a granite bench beside a weeping angel headstone and pulled her down next to me. I wanted to atone for my sins before we started this. I stared up at the moon and blew out a breath. Ashes said she was a secret keeper. I may as well tell this precious creature how atrocious I really fucking was. If she died tonight, maybe she'd carry my message to God and let him know he could go fuck himself for the life he'd given me. My father and mother had a nasty divorce, I started. My dad drank a lot. Sometimes he'd hit my mom. He'd tell me she deserved it for some fucked up offense. He never hit me, though. In fact, he doted on me. I thought that's how things were supposed to be. He taught me the wife falls in line, and when she doesn't, you put her there. I chanced to look in her direction to see her watching me, her vibrant eyes shining beneath the moonlight. Mom left Dad. She took me with her. I was scared for her. For the first time in my life, I feared my father. I was at Dante's house. We always went there after school before Chapel Crest. My dad called and he said he was going to pick me up. He knew if I wasn't home, then I was at Church's estate. I waited for him. He said we were going on a fishing trip. Mom kept warning me to stay away from him since she had the courts involved. I raked my hand over my face and went back to staring at the moon because looking at her made me feel things I didn't like. He took me to this place we'd never been to before. He didn't have any of his fishing gear. He made me stay in the room with him while he drank. He started talking gibberish in his drunken state. Then he called Mom. I could hear her screaming on the other end, begging him to bring me home. He punched me, kicked me. I called out for my ma. That's when he pulled out the gun and handed me the phone. He told me to tell my ma the best goodbye. I paused and rubbed my chest, the memory still strong within my mind. I told Ma I loved her. She said she loved me. She said to run, that she would find me. I was going to, but Dad pointed the gun at me, didn't say a word. He pulled the trigger. She flinched beside me, and I wanted to hold her to keep her from hearing this shitty life story, but I couldn't. I was trying to escape her, putting her back in line, as my old man would say. I dragged in a breath. It fucking hurt. The bullet hit me in the chest. I tugged my black Henley up and showed her the nasty scar on my chest through the tattoos. Her brows crinkled as she stared at it before she looked back into my eyes. I let my shirt drop and looked to the moon. I lie dying on the floor, trying to call for my mom. I watched as he picked up the phone and said something into it. This is what you fucking get. Then he put the barrel into his mouth and pulled the trigger. I watched as his brains left his body. He dropped beside me, his eyes locked on mine. He was the last thing I saw before everything went black. It was silent in that cemetery, as we both sat beside one another breathing. I ended up coming off life support. A real fucking miracle, since I should have died. Mom met Rudy and married him. I scared him. I wasn't the same kid anymore. Shit fucked me up. I pulled a joint out of the front pocket of my Henley and lit up, inhaling a deep hit. I blew it out into the night. I got into some trouble, had some fucking psych issues. Docs all said PTSD, borderline personality bullshit, a result of the trauma. I took another hit. I got sent to Chapel Crest after Everett Church, Dante's father, suggested it to my mother. His family started this place years ago. It was a regular-ass school then. Shit's changed so much since then. Everett sits on the board now. He's got his hands in plenty of pots. Guy's a real tool bag. I hated Church's father. Hell, Church hated his father. Dude wasn't nice, despite the face he put on for those who didn't know him like we did. Church probably inherited his crazy from his old man. Hell, looked like my old man left me the same gift. We were here a few years when Isabella arrived. She was beautiful. Not like you, though, I said, turning to look at her. The truth rolled off my tongue quickly as she studied me, no emotion on her face. You outshine her in beauty in every single way. But she sank her claws into me. I fell hard. I thought I was in love. Hell, maybe I was. I had abandonment and trust issues. Still do, apparently. They say it's just part of my trauma, my personality disorder. It's so bad it affects the relationships I form. I shook my head. I never opened up like this to anyone. Maybe it was because she didn't speak. Maybe it was because I knew she might not come out of where I planned to put her tonight. My ugly sins would die with her. Fuck, I hated the thought of such a delicate creature leaving the world. Focus sin. She had issues. We all fucking do. She liked to play games, though. I never knew what her issues were. I assumed she was narcissistic and maybe just fucking twisted. She enjoyed carving my fucking heart out and stomping on it. I took another hit of weed. This was the hard part. I fucked her. Bear. I thought she was on something. And why wouldn't I? She told me she was. She came to me a few weeks later and said she was pregnant. I was happy. For the first time in my miserable fucking life, I was happy. Maybe I would be good for something. But I was scared, too. I told her I was. Neither of us were prepared to be parents. I was terrified we'd have a fucked up kid. But I really fucking prayed we didn't. I kept that faith. We started a fight a lot. Her meds changed or something. She got really depressed and violent. I held my arm out and pointed to a long, jagged scar on my forearm. She caught me with a knife in my sleep once. Serena raised her brows at me. her gaze raking quickly over my face. Shit escalated after that. I still loved her. I loved our baby. I tried to make things work. She kept pulling away from me. Then I came home from classes, and her and Church were together. He was fucking my girl. She was doing all the same shit for him she did for me. Or used to. I lost it. Church and I fought. She screamed at me and told me I was ruining her life, that she hated me, that she hated our baby. I wiped at my nose and inhaled some weed again. I could still see her blonde hair tumbling around her shoulders, her dark eyes alit with hatred as she screamed at me and told me I was a worthless piece of shit who should have died. She left. I called and called her. She wouldn't answer me. When she finally returned, she met me and handed me a bill for her abortion. She ran off and killed our fucking baby. I'll never forget her words. Since you didn't die, I killed your fucking kid. I finished my joint and looked to Serena, who had tears in her eyes. I reached forward and swiped a fallen one from her cheek. She tried to tear me and my family apart. Church and I didn't talk for a long time. She'd told him I wanted him to fuck her, that I had a fantasy about coming home to find it. Church always did have a fucking wild streak. I chuckled softly. Ashes and Stitches didn't know which side to join, so they separated from us too. It was a fucking nightmare. But we figured it out in the end. I pulled a tiny pill from my pocket. I want to tell you the rest, but I need you to take this. It's part of your occurrence. I held the pill out to her. She immediately flinched away from me. The tears now dried on her cheeks. I gripped her arm with my free hand tightly. Don't fucking try to run. Just take the damn thing. It'll make tonight easier. At least in the beginning. She jerked away from me and got to her feet. The fury radiated off her in waves. I anticipated this, though. In seconds, I was on my feet and grabbing the back of her head. She kicked and bucked against me as I struggled with her until I had her backed against the stone walls of the mausoleum. I pressed her body against the cold rock and forced the pill into her mouth and covered her nose and mouth with my hand. Her eyes grew wild as I held her in place. Swallow it, Siren. Trust me when I say you're going to want this. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she cried silently. Finally, her throat bobbed with her swallowing. I waited a moment longer before I released her. She sagged forward, and I pushed her back against the wall. As I was saying, we figured it out in the end. Isabella had to go. She came between me and the guys. We agreed to only fuck girls together after that. We hadn't found one to love until you arrived. I'm too scared to go through that again. I don't want to love you, Siren. Fuck, I don't. But when I look at you, I know I will. I know I'll end up hurting and broken again. I know my friends will. I can't lose them. I pressed my lips to her forehead as she trembled beneath me. They're all I have left in this world. When Stitches slipped last year, it was hell. I never want to see him like that again. In a fucking straitjacket and fucked to hell on pharmaceuticals. I never want to see ashes and tears because he burned everything he loved to the fucking ground. Or Church. Well, he always overcomes, but it isn't without losing another piece of his fucked up soul. I rested my forehead against hers as her breathing slowed. I licked my lips. She's dead, Isabella. We scattered her ashes in the lake. She jerked against me, but I shoved her back against the wall and forced her face up to look at me. You don't deserve that fate, Siren. I'm giving you an out. I'm giving you away. Maybe it'll save us all. Her expression changed, her eyelids drooping as the pill took hold. Fear shone in her eyes, just before her eyelids fluttered closed, and she went limp. I continued to hold her against the wall, tears sliding down my cheeks. I placed a tender kiss on her lips before I deepened it, tasting her for the last time, before I lifted her into my arms and brought her into the mausoleum. I'd spent all week setting this up. I'd moved old man Morse's bones out of his cement prison and cleaned it up inside, adding a layer of cushioning and white velvet. Siren deserved to at least be comfortable. I lifted her limp body into the large tomb and adjusted her so she looked like the prettiest sleeping doll. I fluffed her black waves and folded her hands over her abdomen, watching as she breathed in and out deeply. She'd hopefully be out for most of it, but if she wasn't, I hope it wasn't long until she succumbed to the torment.
She looks beautiful,
Seth said softly from behind me. My heart jumped. I hadn't even heard him come in.
The box I put her in was smaller. She bled so much. She cried. She tried to escape. I only wanted to save her. They said she would be better off that way.
I gripped the edge of the cement tomb as he revealed what he'd done to her.
I only want her to talk to me again.
He murmured. He looked at me.
If she screams, she's mine, right?
I nodded tightly, really fucking hating myself more. Why don't you stop this? Why are you doing this? Because I fucking care. I care. I'm protecting my family. He smiled and turned back to look at her. I watched as he reached out and brushed his fingers along her lips. Her lashes, her hair. The look on his face screamed crazy. But it was his touch that made me step away.
I'm coming with you this time,
he whispered, smiling down at her, the moonlight from the door cutting a sinister streak of pale light over his face.
Wait for me. Okay, Rennie?
I didn't move as he crawled in next to her and curled up at her side and wrapped his arm around her sleeping form.
Thank you,
he said softly to me before he closed his eyes, his head beside hers on the white velvet pillow, and a small smile on his face. I didn't say a word. I simply slid the heavy cement lid over them and backed away, closing the door behind me.
Epilogue. Serena. It was hot. Too hot. The air felt thin. It wasn't easy to breathe. My head hurt so much. Where was I? I fluttered my eyelids open, only to be greeted by darkness. My heart jumped into my throat as I tried to sit up, but found I couldn't. I clawed at cold stone above me. A silent sob left my lips. Hot, so hot, dark. God, it's so dark. Small, too small. I can't. Help me. Someone. What did sin do? The mausoleum. The pill. The tomb inside the mausoleum. Realization came crashing down on me. I squirmed again, panicking inside the small, dark space, freezing when I realized I wasn't alone.
I'm so glad you're awake, Rennie.
Seth's soft voice called out beside me.
I was beginning to worry about you.
His fingers snaked through my hair. I sobbed silently, trying desperately to get away, but there was nowhere to go in this fucking stone prison.
You can't run from me now. You can't hide from me. Now, you have to face me,
he murmured. He brushed his lips against my cheek.
I've thought of you every single day since I left. I should have come for you. I should have found you.
His hand moved lower until it was around my neck.
I thought you died. I was too afraid to look. I tried to make it up to you. With Danny, because he hurt you. He touched you when you didn't want it. He scared you. You saw the blood, right? The cuts. I made sure he knew not to mess with my Rennie. He will never forget it either.
Help! 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 Someone! Help me! Breathe, Serena. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't breathe. God, please. Not like this. Not like this. I clawed at him as he tried to shift me closer to him. My nails met his face, and I tore across his skin, making him hiss.
Scream, Rennie. That's all you need to do. Just scream for me. I promise it'll be okay after that. You can't hurt me any more than I already hurt myself.
I did my best to fight him as we grappled with one another's arms in the tight space.
You keep it up, we're going to run out of air.
He snapped, his voice changing. My heart thrashed violently in my chest. He was right. I hated it, but he was right. Fucking Sinclair priest. The memory of him taking me was foggy, probably due to whatever was in that pill he shoved into my mouth. Our time together came in blurry chunks. I stopped struggling and simply shook, drawing as much into myself as I could.
You were always smart.
Seth whispered into the darkness, his lips at my ear.
Do you remember the box I put you in? It was so small, I wasn't sure your body would fit. I tried not to make it worse.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stay calm. It's just a dream. It's a nightmare. It's not real.
Maybe we'll go to heaven together this time, Rennie.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Or maybe hell, since I've done a lot of really bad things. You're my greatest tragedy, though. I missed you when you left.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Please, God. 18. Breathe.
I'll never have to miss you again, though, Rennie. We're here, together, forever.
He began humming our song from when we were kids, softly into the darkness. The fucking song he tried to murder me to. The song that would be our death march into the afterlife together.
Roses and whiskers, don't stop the purrs, mister. This world is too big to go it alone.
I breathed in deeply, my mind slowly breaking apart as I realized I wouldn't be getting out of this box. That my fate was always entwined with Seth Kane's. I wept silently as Seth continued to hum, his fingers in my hair, his body pressed against mine as the air grew thinner.
So follow me through the thicket and just try to fit through the thorns. I'll be right behind you. No need to be alarmed.
Seth's song, our song, continued in my ear as the darkness grew heavier. It's over. It's fucking over. Church's face flashed in my mind. Ashes, stitches, sin, my watchers, the smiles, the touches, the kisses, the lies. Seth's hand shifted low on my abdomen before traveling south. He continued our song, his voice soft and perfectly pitched in the darkness.
I'll always be right behind you. No need to be alarmed.
His soft lips brushed against my jaw as he softly sang an additional verse.
I'll be right beside you, always beside you. Scream for me, ready? It's time for our monsters to play.
My body shook violently as Seth kissed along my jaw in the darkness. I can't. I'm going to die. 1, 2, 3, 4. Church. The memory of Church's voice echoed in my head.
You just need to scream for me. Say my name. Summon me, your demon, and I'll be yours